Supercross here from Daytona. Zach Herron alongside Jackson Burrell. Jackson, we have an incredible day of racing planned. We've got our third race of the day on track right now, 250B. I can't wait to see the racing action.
Yeah, Zach, it's going to be a great day of racing here at the World Center of Racing, man. One of the biggest stages of them all right here in Daytona.
Absolutely. A fantastic location and a fantastic track as well. Tons of different line options. We had great battles yesterday, but as you see on screen, the green flag is waving. We've got main events going on right now, and we pick up with our 250B class race number 3. Now, as the green flag waves, let's set the stage. It was Tommy Doble coming out of Cairo, Georgia, grabbing the heat race win. Looks like it was Austin Schaefer grabbing the number 2 spot. Third place going to go to Chance Lawton. Fourth place, Aiden Bailey. And Christopher Harris rounding out your top 5. Some heavy hitters here in this B class, Jackson.
Yeah, and as they run now, it is Jace Wolf that has the lead. Tommy Doble going to be in the number 2 spot. They're aboard the gas machine. So here we go. Those two on screen right now making their way through the split line.
There you see the Kawasaki out front leading the way, and we know how crucial the start is going to be here this weekend. Seems like the riders that are able to get up front early, as long as they don't make any big mistakes, it definitely sets them up for success by the end of these main events. Now this B class going to be running 12 laps, Jackson. This is going to be a fairly lengthy moto for them. Plenty of time for riders that maybe didn't get the best of start to work their way through the pack. But watch this, folks. This B class going to continue straight, not take the same path as some of our other races. This is our pro section, limited to only the A and B classes, and you can see exactly why. These guys are skilled, and they are putting it to good use right now as we've got a battle for that number 1 position.
Yeah, tough section right there for our pro section. Going to have that rhythm section, then go into a gnarly sand section. Won't get as chewed up as some of the other parts of the track because this is only for those pro riders, like you said, or A and B class riders. But this track, no doubt, Zach, going to be a rough one here today as the races continue on.
Without question, Jackson. You can already see the braking bumps are starting to develop. This is one of my favorite spots of the entire track, that split line. We even saw, had a few heat races in LCQs this morning. The amount of passing that was happening both on the inside and the outside really makes this a raceable track. So much fun, and you can see the way things are starting to develop. Some of these singles are getting broken down very early. Riders funneling to similar lines. A lot of personality here in this Ricky Carmichael Daytona track.
Yeah, Zach, that is Christopher Harris there aboard the number 12 KTM that is starting to come into the picture there in that 3rd place position. But look at that. Doble now starting to make some moves as he tries to make his way up into that number 1 spot.
Yeah, Tommy Doble coming out of Cairo, Georgia, really seems to be charging hard as they enter into that pro section. We've seen him 2 laps in a row now close in on your leader, but nonetheless, Jace Wolf coming out of Franklin, Wisconsin continues to lead the way aboard the Kawasaki machine. They come by us right here in the Racer TV truck. We want to thank you all for joining us here on RacerTV.com. We wrapped up GNCC Racing yesterday, Jackson. Hightailed it through the night. We got here to the World Center of Racing, and man, everybody is fired up for these main events today. You could feel the electricity this morning when opening ceremonies kicked off.
Yeah, Zach, you can't beat it. The 16th annual, 16 years right here at Daytona for the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, and it is a blessing to be here this week.
So many of our top Supercross stars that we got to see here Saturday night spent plenty of time here at the RCSX. It is a proving ground. Think about how many manufacturers, OEMs are here. Everybody watching and judging to see not only can you get the job done out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National to show what you can do in motocross, this gives these guys an opportunity to show, hey, I can do it under the lights in the stadium, a different style of racing, but oh so important for those pro manufacturers to see who they think the next superstars are going to be.
Hey, Doble trying to let them know it is him as he tries to make some moves up toward the front, but like you were saying, is that going to kick off the Spring Nationals as Doble goes to the outside there, tries to make some moves. This is going to be the battle up to the inside, and he does it, Zach. So we have a new leader, Tommy Doble, going to overtake it.
Man, look at that. Doble launching up and over the wall jump. We saw the creativity from the number 59. We're getting really feisty, if you will, trying some of those outsides. A bit of a benefit for being in the catbird seat. But look at this. Jace Wolf says, hang on a second. I was feeling comfortable up front. I don't want to give away the lead. Having to make their way around some lap riders. Don't forget about the number 12 of Christopher Harris, though. He's starting to creep up into the picture as well. A 3-rider fight for the lead here in 250B.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. The 250B class always He's one to watch. Like we were saying, this is going to kick off the Spring Nationals here for the amateurs, so a lot more racing going to be happening this year as they lead up to the big show there at the ranch for the Amateur National Championship. But this is the start of it all, Zach.
Absolutely. You can almost say this is the Anaheim one for these top amateur kids, right? They've got the whole schedule built out in front of them, a full year of racing, and it all kicks off right here. The nerves at an all-time high. We saw some uncharacteristic mistakes. We also saw some new names jumping up to the top of the field. I'll be the first to say Tommy Doble, one of those names maybe not quite as familiar and on as many people's radar, but he's showing that he should be putting that gas machine up front, the gas mob being represented well right now.
And you mentioned he's from Cairo, Georgia. It makes me wonder, is he actually from Cairo, or could he be down there at one of the training facilities that are in Cairo, a big hot spot for the trainers, and that's where everybody goes through the winter, possibly where he has been at all winter long.
Absolutely. That is one of the hubs for the rider development, obviously MTF and several other training facilities right in that vicinity. But man, the 59 putting it in right now, and look at that, he has already opened up just a couple of bike links, but it's amazing how much of a difference that makes. You see the halfway flags coming out. Whoa, putting that gas power to the ground. Hang on to it. Tommy Doble doing a great job right now. Jace Wolf not giving up, and beautiful. You see the effort through that pro section, able to get those triples out into the left-hand corner, and that really seems to be a big thing. Not that section's really that complicated, Jackson. We went and walked it last night, but it's the ability to consistently hit your marks, because it can cost you big time if you're not able to do that rhythm that most of the top riders are doing.
Yeah, no doubt. And as the track keeps getting more and more ruts in it, that is going to really put some challenges here for these riders, because not only in the sand like this, we're going to be seeing ruts on the facings, we're going to be seeing them on the landings. These riders really going to have their work cut out, and we could see some of the other guys really start to shine as this track breaks down.
And that's one of my favorite things. We've got several different lap variations. Most of our top class is going to be doing 12 laps, and you pointed it out, Jackson. It looks like Harris is trying to take over the silver medal spot.
Yeah, he sure does. Christopher Harris now going to be on the move here against Jace Wolf. Wolf going to be aboard that Kawasaki, the 221 machine. Kate Bradley going to be holding on to fourth. Cole Coker going to be your fifth place. Both of those riders in fourth and fifth going to be on Yamaha machines. As now we set our sights back here on Tommy Doble as he makes his way through on the 59 gas machine.
Absolutely, your top five relatively close, but man, Tommy Doble trying to change that as he is starting to stretch things out just a little bit. We take a look to the backside of the top 10. Aiden Bailey moves into the 6th place position. Jet Kellogg in 7th. Chance Lawton in 8th. That's one of those names we were expecting to be a little bit further up towards the front. Maybe not quite the start the Chance was looking for. Felipe Carino, can't quite see the last name there. I believe
Costa.
Costa. Okay, perfect. That was the 204 in the 9th place spot, with Chase Ingletown in the 10th place position. Heavy hitters up early inside the top 10.
Yeah, no doubt. Inglewick there in that 10th place position, holding tough, man. A top 10 finish here at RCSX would sure be something that is the trophy that you hang on to, no doubt, Zach.
One of the riders that we saw up front in the heat race, but not having the luck that he was needing here in the main event, is Austin Schaefer, the 361 KTM rider in the 13th place. Let's see if he can march forward here in the second half of this main event. The start, oh so crucial. It sounds redundant. I know our man Megawatt, he's announcing here in person. He always says, you know, good start's important, but a good finish is more important. But man, it just goes to show how much it can change the game if you get up front early. A little look over the shoulder, the 59 of Doble. I would consider that a good start. Inside the top 3, he made some quick moves first couple of laps, and now smooth sailing as he's trying to pick his way through the lap riders and grab a 250B main event win here at the 16th annual RCSX.
Yeah, if you're Doble, you can't ask for more. Sitting with around a 6.5 second lead the last time they made their way through the finish line. He has been on the charge and gaining ground every lap.
Oh, wait a second. Hang on to it. Doble getting slideways up the face. Got a little cross-rutted and about went for a ride, but great saving there. Man, that got the heart rate up for not only him, but us as well.
Yeah, that got me going. I can only imagine how he feels out there. Hey, no problem for him, though. He rebounds quick, and he's on the move once again. Still, let's see, as they check in, he's going to be sitting around 6.6 seconds, actually 6.669 seconds ahead of Jace Wolf there in that second place spot. Cade Bradley still holding on to third. Christopher Harris now going to move to fourth. Cole Coker holds on to fifth. Aiden Bailey now in the 6th place position. Chase Lawton going to move up to 7th.
Yeah, Cole Coker, Bailey, and Lawton all on the move right now in that mid part of the top 10. Jace Wolf, look at this, under fire. I believe that's the 810, excuse me, the 188, it looks like, of Cole Bradley now applying the pressure. Things things are happening quick for the Kawasaki rider. As these final few stages of the moto, I mean, like we said, these guys, they've been training in the offseason. There's a bit of a point to prove here at the first race of the season because, Jackson, a lot of these riders are going to see each other week in and week out in various amateur big events throughout the country, throughout the year.
Yeah, no doubt. All going to be wanting to set their sights on that amateur national championship here later in the year. Get to see these exact same riders battle in the exact same class more than likely. So it's going to be a good year of racing here in the 250B.
Yeah, it is going to be fun to watch for sure. As we've got our eye up atop the World Center of Racing, a great overhead view, and like I said, that split lane S section really going to be a fun one to watch throughout the day. Saw passes on the outside to inside line, and then the inside to outside seems to be the hot setup if you've got some security behind you, but we'll see how that develops throughout the day. Enough people start to go through it, you may see those main lines start to change.
Yeah, no doubt. Line selection going to be crucial here. Not the most technical track in the world, but nonetheless, several different ways you can make your way around it, and we'll see which one's going to be the fastest by the end of the day.
Well, like we said, Jackson, sometimes it's the simple things that reach up and grab you. The simplicity is the complexity of it, right? It's the simple things. These jumps nowhere near as peaked up as we see at the professional Supercross level, but this is the stepping stone. This is what these riders have to prove they can handle before they move up to that SMX next class, and then ultimately moving into the Supercross ranks. We see the white flag waving, and right now the 59 showing, hey, I've got what it takes to maybe move atop of this B class and set up a career. Now, there was one of those simple mistakes, Jackson. Obviously, he's got the lead built up now to where he's not in a panic whatsoever, but a small little miscue, and it cost him for the rest of that pro rhythm section.
Yeah, not the kind of mistakes you want to be making if you had riders that were right there on you, wheel to wheel. That would be the kind of mistake that could possibly lose you a position. So, yeah, you're exactly right, Zach.
Here we go. Tommy Doe, we're getting ready to cross across the starting line for the final time. Going to tuck to that inside to outside line, makes his way around a lap rider, trying to just hit his mark. It's going to be one of the longest laps of the full 12. Even though he's got a lead built up, it just seems like that final lap, you really start to feel the pressure and start to feel what you're about to complete, be able to grab a win here at RCSX. This is one the riders are going to look back from years to come, and he is less than one corner away. Got the checkered flag in sight, and ladies and gentlemen, it will be Tommy Doble grabbing the win in your 250B class.
How about it? A big shout out to Tommy Doble there, the Cairo, Georgia native on the number 59 Gas going to get it done now as the rest of the riders make their way across the line. Look at that, Zach. It is going to be Christopher Harris now coming through with a second place finish. Jace Wolf gets back up into the third place spot. Aiden Bailey fourth, and Cade Bradley going to round out our top five as the rest of our riders make their way through the checkered flag.
Yeah, great job from hard charging Harris there. Never gave up and snagged that second place spot just before the checkered flag. Jace Wolf, a consistent, solid podium finish. Aiden Bailey and Cade Bradley rounding out your top five here for 250B.
So coming up next, going to be the 250C class race number 4. And Zach, this is going to be a good one as well.
Man, we ask it all the time. What does the C stand for in the C class? Is it chaos? Is it consistency? Who knows, quite honestly, because sometimes you see some of these riders that they're showing the skills and the speed of some of the B class riders. Sometimes you don't really know what's going on out there. But, man, we've got some heavy hitters. Let's give you a rundown as to how the heats shook up. It was Parker Weber grabbing the heat race win. Second place going to be Cooper Bergeron on the number 139. Third place going to be, looks like Hunter Brennan, and we had multiple heats here, obviously, so Tyler Goins, another one of those heat winners. Cooper Bergeron and Joseph Naya grabbing second. So, I mean, we've really got some heavy hitters. And one of my favorite part about the C class is you don't really have the favorites, right? A lot of these riders not as well known on the national circuit. This, like we said, the first amateur national of the year. This is the year to show, hey, this might be my time to take over here in the C class. You never know what it's going to set up for the future.
No, you sure don't, Zach. And as those riders, if you see the elbows go up, you see the intensity start to change, and we're about ready to drop the gate. Here we go.
And pretty long gate hold there. Wait a second.
Yep,
all the riders having to check up. Looks like maybe some problems with the start. Not sure what happened. Man, talk about getting the heart rate up, the adrenaline just about to drop. I know it's like that. Do I look up? Do I just hold the revs up? It's a really hard decision to make. So they're going to kind of take a second to reset. Everybody taking a couple of deep breaths. This is a crucial moment. You got to re-lock back in after what you thought was going to be the gate drop. I mean, talk about the moment, right? All the nerves, everything building up to that gate. Having a little bit of issues, we'll get that solved, and then we'll get ready to drop the gate here in just a moment. Once again, want to welcome everybody to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, the 16th annual Ricky Carmichael Supercross. Such a cool event. I remember when it first started, but man, it's developed into a staple of the year. Riders talk about it all season long. Seems like every time we go on Racer TV and do a broadcast from it, I have people messaging me saying, man, I've got to get down there. It looks like so much fun. The track looks like fun, and just the environment is such a great time as well, Jackson.
Yeah, no doubt. It's so cool to be here at the Daytona International Speedway. Zach, 16th annual Daytona RCSX, 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross going to happen this week, along with the 11th annual ATV Supercross. So some very exciting stuff happening here. You can find all of that stuff happening on Instagram at RCSX Daytona. And make sure to follow that, Zach, so you can stay up to date with everything happening in the upcoming years.
Absolutely, yeah, Jackson. It's going to be a ton of fun. We've got the next generation of racers coming out here today for RCSX, and then, like you said, throwing it back for the vintage racing tomorrow. One of my favorite events, everything from before 1974 all the way up to 2008. So cool to see those bikes, but right now these guys, no vintage about them. The C-Class showing what they're made of. Let's try it again. 250C main event getting ready to come at you. Boards up, guys are regrouped now, and here we go. Gates down this time. Looked like a good jump from the 257 of Nathan Albrecht, but he gets shuffled to the inside. Going to come out, looks like right around the top three, but it's a couple of KTMs, possibly even a Honda grabbing the early race lead.
And here we go. So that looks maybe a gas machine out front. There we go. So a KTM in second. Look at that. The Suzuki rider getting back up into that third place spot. I believe that is going to be Brennan.
Nathan Albrecht actually is going to be that. Yep, the 257. So son of J-Bone, Jeremy Albrecht.
Nice.
Spent a lot of time there in that C-Class and really been building up, but it looks like it's the 176 fighting in the second place spot, and possibly the 207 of Tyler Goins. And that's not a surprise, Jackson. Goins, one of those heat race winners.
Yep, and here he comes now, making his way to the finish. Going to take the green flag this time around.
Goins gone. You see what I did there?
He
made it
sure
too easy for me. And there you see, folks, so they did not take that pro section here in the C-Class. So they're going to shuffle back right around where the first turn was. And man, look at this. No pun intended. Goins is gone. He is setting a pace early, trying to sprint away. 10 laps here for this 250 C-Class.
Yeah, he's a Plant City, Florida native, so you have to guess that he is going to be used to this kind of soil that we're going to be dealing with here today. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, Zach. The very sandy soil that we got right here, definitely going to break down throughout the day. And if you're not used to it, you're used to a hard clay, this is going to be a little bit different ballpark here today for you. So here we go. The 207 machine makes his way back towards the finish once again. Man, turning some fast lap times now. And we'll check in, see exactly where Goins is going to be at. As far as time goes, 1.6 seconds was the time at the completion of lap number 1. Here at lap number 2, it is 3.4 seconds the gap from first to second, with Cooper Bergeron going up into the number 2 spot.
I was just about to say, man, look at the Yamaha of Cooper Bergeron. He is absolutely flying the 139, second place in his heat race, and he is looking for more than that here in the main event, working his way inside the top 3. Joseph Nye in the third place spot, Jake Roberts, Preston Miranda, Mason Moody, Michael Thompson, Parker Weber, Caleb Thompson, and Hunter Brennan. Your top 10. Hunter Brennan we saw a little bit earlier today in, I believe, one of our heat races, also on that Suzuki. He was really looking fired up. Didn't quite get the start he needed, but we'll see how far he can work into this top 10.
Yeah, I saw the Suzuki rider up front there towards the beginning of the race, so possibly something happening to him, possibly a tip over there in that lap number 1. So hopefully he can make his way back up through the pack. Taking a look here from second to third, going to be a 2.7 second gap. So now starting to see those gap grow just a bit, Zach, about 2 seconds separating our top 5.
Yeah, like you said, Jackson, unfortunately Nathan Albrecht having some problems, drops back to the 23rd position there after the first lap. So he has got his work cut out for him. But meanwhile, up front, little bit of space now between your top riders as Tyler Goins tries to make quick work of it. Interested to see this battle between Bergeron, Naya, and Roberts, 2, 3, and 4. See whether or not they can close up. Actually, let me check that. Cooper Bergeron is starting to chip into the lead. We'll take a look at these lap times. A 48.4. Wow, and a 46.8. So what we're seeing on screen doesn't quite match up to what we're seeing on the lap times. But, I mean, Jackson, you can't argue with what's in front of our face. Cooper Bergeron is starting to close in.
Yeah, we're about to have a battle for that top spot. If he can continue another lap time like he did that last time around, we will have a new leader on our hands. And here we go, Zach. They are getting close now.
So here we go. Almost 2 seconds faster was Cooper Bergeron on that last lap, starting to make their way through some lap traffic. We talked about the variety in speeds and skills that we see in the C-Class. Man, these two neck and neck, the tip of the spear here for the C-Class division. Goins tucks to the inside. Bergeron going to carry the momentum. That might be what it takes. It's a drag race as they come across the stripe. Cooper Bergeron going to take over the lead.
And not only does he take over the lead, already able to get a couple bike links. So Bergeron going to be on the move here for the remainder of this race. A few more laps to go here in this one.
Man, one of the big keys to the race, if you will, that we'll be talking about all day long is momentum. Several of these spots, it pays to tuck to the inside and protect it. But several other spots, if you can get a good drive around the outside and set yourself up well for the next straightaway, it pays dividends. And Cooper Bergeron, proof of that, making the pass and immediately putting about a second and a half. Oh, and look at this, problems for Goins. He came to a stop. Looks like he stalled the machine. Does look like he was able to get it back going before he lost another position. But that's another thing that we touched on earlier today. We saw that in an LCQ. One small mistake starts to compound. Another one. Next thing you know, things are out of your control. So Goins going to have to lock back in, at least try to hang on for a podium spot if he can't chase the Yamaha back down.
Yeah, Bergeron already having a 4.8 second gap. Bergeron going to be just 16 years old, making his way out of Gray Court, South Carolina on that EBC Dunlop Fly. Scott FMF, Michael, Works Connection, and DBK backed ride.
Once again, 10 laps here for the C-Class, not running that pro section for the A and B riders. So these guys carrying a lot of speed just after the finish line. Jackson, like we said, we got to walk this track yesterday, and look at the amount of lap riders that your leader had in front of him. I'm talking 4 to 5, all in a big pack. And we touch on this as well, Jackson. Not only are those riders out there, they're battling as well. So it is extremely difficult as your leader gets ready to cross the stripe once again.
Yeah, no doubt. Everybody out here racing, and like we talk about a lot here on Racer TV, the lap riders can change everything for you. A little bit of skill goes into it, a lot of lady luck, though, when you try to make your way around the lap riders.
Well, as the great Ricky Carmichael likes to say, luck is the residue of preparation, and prepared is the 139 of Cooper Bergeron. He is looking solid right now, changing the lines up just a little bit. He's choosing that outside to inside in the split lane section, doing a great job of not following the riders in front of him. Look at that, going to hug tight on the inside, deep ruts, and look at how long the rut is on the exit as well, Jackson, stretching all the way to the next 2 rollers.
Yeah, and Bergeron really keeping that machine light, skipping his way into these ruts. And he seems to have something figured out here in this one. Silky smooth as he makes his way back towards us here on Racer TV. And through the finish line once again is your leader.
Cooper Bergeron on that EBC Dunlop and fly-backed Yamaha. Looking good on the Blue Crew machine. And you talked about those ruts getting up the faces of the jumps. You could really see in the exit of that corner just how deep it had gotten all the way to the takeoff of those jumps. And that's going to start to change things a lot as well, Jackson. We'll see your leaders having to shuffle around and ultimately maybe even start to see them check up a little bit. Not quite able to double out at some points, especially in some of these C classes, maybe some of our schoolboy classes as well. Really excited to see the way the track breaks down throughout today's main events.
Yeah, and seeing how they broke down yesterday for the heat races, you can only imagine going to see a very rough track by the end of the day. Of course, our track crew here at RCSX going to make sure to take care of everything, make it as safe as we possibly can. But nonetheless, Zach, that is motocross racing. That is supercross racing. The track's going to break down. We're going to see ruts, and we're going to see things get rougher throughout the day.
It's all about battling adversity here at RCSX. This is a proving ground for what you're capable of, and Cooper Bergeron proving a lot at the moment. 1 lap left to go. The white flag's waving here for race number 4, 250C.
So Tyler Goins still holding on to that second place spot there aboard the 207 Gas. And then we're going to have the 176 KTM of Joseph Naya holding on to the 3rd place spot. Michael Thompson in the 4th place spot, and Jake Roberts going to round out our top 5. as your leader makes his way through the final few sections of the track before the finish line on his way to a main event win.
Man, look at that. Smart riding. Heads up from the 139. Could have gotten caught up by that lap rider, but only thing he's caught up in is a checkered flag and a main event win. Cooper Bergeron going to get the job done in 250C. Looks like Tyler Goins is going to hang on for the number 2 spot. A great ride from the 207. The 176 of Joseph Naya crosses the line in third. Michael Thompson in the 4th place position, and it will be Jake Roberts on the Yamaha rounding out your top 5.
Man, a good race there for our 250C. 3 Florida riders up in that top 5 positions. Good to see the Florida riders showing up here at RCSX.
Absolutely, feeling mighty comfortable here in the Florida sunshine. 6th place going to be Blake Mara, Parker Weber in the 7th place position, Austin Fluharty in the 8th place, Paxton Zavitsky in 9th, and Mason Moody going to round out your top 10.
So there we go, race number 4 in the book so far for the day. Going to be turning things over now to race number 5, the Mini Senior 1. And here we go, we are off and rolling. KTM rider with a good drive, but it is not going to be enough as the Husqvarna machine makes his way into the top spot.
Couple of big names to watch here. Gage Brown on the 129, Easton Graves on the 31, Nolan Ford on the 44, Jackson Vick on the 70. These are names we are so familiar with, Jackson. Amateur stars, if you will, here in racing, and they are trying to put in a solid performance. Now look at that one rider, man, he's not trying to put in any kind of performance, he's trying to check out on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and these riders have worked their way up through the ranks. Most all of these riders out here have started on 50cc machines, probably right here at RCSX, so no doubt they are some of the best riders in the world on their selected machines here in the Mini Senior 1.
Well, right now making a point is the 31 of Easton Graves coming out of Walker, Louisiana, and I mean, wow, that's about all you can say. What a start, and already trying to put about a second or so on the rest of the field. Looks like that is the number 100. Just behind him, that is going to be Hudson Vagel, another well-known name. It's crazy to think about. Mini Senior, 12 to 14 years old, but still, some of these names we've been talking about since they were 4 to 5 years old.
Yeah, no doubt, Zach. These riders have been on them since the time they could walk pretty much. Easton Graves, like you said, leading the way. Hudson Vagel in the number 2 spot. Nolan Ford going to be your 3rd place. Colt Whitaker in 4th. And Sam Ullery going to be your 5th place ride.
Looks like Tim Lopes back there in 6th. Cooper Johnson 7th. Gage Brown, Jeffrey Drysdale, and Nicholas Guzman. Your top 10 early. Problems for, it looks like, the 74, maybe a little further back in our pack as we check back in with the leader. Comes across the finish line. Really beautiful to see the way he's able to piece those together, going inside to inside, just keeping the speed up. These riders, so impressive, the amount of bike skills that they have at such a young age.
Yeah, they'll run them just the same way that the pros do. When you get on these smaller wheelbases like that, Zach, it's hard to move that machine the same way the pros do. It's very hard to whip the bike per se. These riders almost throwing them upside down if you give them the right jump.
Yeah, they've got more style than both of us combined. It is incredible to see, and starting to develop into the way these riders race the bikes as well. Nolan Ford, very expressive on the motorcycle. He's able to move that machine around and essentially place the KTM where he wants it. And obviously your top rider, Easton Graves, doing a great job of that as well. Ford, one of those riders you can tell, obviously between 12 to 14 years old, but rather big in stature. And that's something that does kind of vary in these 85 and super mini classes. This is kind of the growth spurt time for a lot of these riders. So sometimes you'll have a younger, smaller, lighter kid coming against a little bit older and maybe an already more developed, larger kid, all doing battle on the same track at the same time.
No doubt, Zach. That's a great point. Some of these riders going to look like almost full-grown men out there. Others going to look like they should be on a 65cc machine, but it's amazing to see. You'll see those two riders battling it out in some of these classes as we have our eyes set here on the number 31 of Easton Graves, making his way now through the final corner here before the finish line. Going to check in now with 4 laps complete.
And Graves is firing on all cylinders. Perfect example right there. Tosses it sideways. And that's not for the fans. That's just to scrub off speed. He is rolling, and he probably also knows Nolan Ford's behind him. And Nolan, these riders also very aware of the skills of their competition. We're in the age of social media. All these kids have each other on Instagram, on Snapchat. They know who's been putting in the time, who's training at what a facility, and who is going to be their competition at the big races. Easton Graves trying to say there is no competition. I'm taking away this win.
Yeah, Zach, seeing riders from all over the world here in this one. Louisiana, California, New York, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Texas, Wyoming, you name it. They're going to be, that's just in the top 10 positions, and there's even more. It's so cool to see these riders all get to come together and race here in Florida. Not only do they see each other on social media and whatnot, they get to race each other all around the world. As we have our sights set still on Easton Graves making his way through.
Graves charging hard, watching live timing and scoring. And for those of you asking on racertv.com, if you guys are looking for live timing and scoring, you can go to mxsports.com, click on the Ricky Carmichael Supercross photo right there. It'll take you to the main page. Go over to results, live timing and scoring right there. You can get it right on your phone all day long. Know exactly who is in what position, what the lap times are. A ton of fun to watch. One of the riders I'm watching right now is the 70 of Jackson Vick. He was outside the top 10 early, now up to the 7th place spot and running lap times comparable to your leader. Easton Graves a 48.1, Jackson Vick a 48.3. Easton Graves feeling the flow right now. I feel like this is I don't want to say this is a built track for these size bikes, but this has got to be just perfect. They're carrying a ton of speed. The jumps are just big enough for them. Man, it's got to be a lot of fun out.
Yeah, it sure looks fun as we watch Easton Graves make his way around it. Yeah, Zach, you make it. That's another great point. It is set up just about perfect for these riders. They're able to send the jumps, but at the same time, they're not going too far out into the flat. But as you can see, Easton Graves not checking up much as he hits them, either scrubbing or just over jumping the jump in general. Man, he is on the move.
So cool to see the technical skill as well, the way he's using the front end, kind of manualing over some of these bumps. Track not too chewed up right now, definitely starting to get some acceleration bumps through that section, but Graves clearly got the bike set up well. It's working for him, and man, he is putting in a charge right now. Going to come across the starting line once again, scrubbing that big single off. We've seen several riders send it to the moon, especially on lap 1. Another one of those options where do I check up, do I roll it, or do I just let it fly?
Yeah, that's the question. Easton Graves, man, it seems to have that suspension working great for him. He is just having his way out there aboard that Husqvarna machine. He's going to be sponsored by Bell, Fox, Dunlop, Scott, Husqvarna, and Bees Moto Lab, and he is making them proud right now.
Graves once again going to be headed towards the finish line, and blue flags waving, working through a big pack of lapped riders. You're going to have to be patient with it. Last thing you want to do is force a mistake just trying to get around a slower rider. Cooper Johnson in the number 2 spot checking in. Cooper Johnson getting around Nolan Ford. Wow, look at that. Johnson aboard the Yamaha, really looking solid as he makes the pass for the number 2 position. Hudson Vagel back there in the 4th place spot with Sam O'Leary, and then Jackson Vick continuing to creep forward just on the brink of a top 5.
Yeah, Zach, it's amazing to see how fast this mini senior 1 class is. If any of these riders right here show up to your local track and race in the super mini class, I guarantee that they are going to win. I actually have some of my local riders out here running in the 20th spot. Zach, they absolutely obliterate everybody at the local track.
It just goes to show the level of a local rider, and that's no disrespect, right? Everybody starts on a local level, but the national caliber riders, even on an amateur scale, it's the best of the best. I mean, these guys travel the world, travel the country. The full family commits everything to the racing effort, and it shows. They are truly some of the best ever, and I mean, I'll be the first to say, Easton could probably go to a local track and compete with some of the B riders out there.
Pro, maybe.
Absolutely. It is so impressive to see. The fitness is right there as well, and man, he is looking good. Look at that. The Yamaha rider, I think he thought Easton was battling with him. Easton even gives him a little look over like, hey, bro, I'm leading. Don't worry, all right? 1 lap to go. I'm going to make sure you don't even need to take a white flag, because Easton about to take a checkered. White's waving, and here it comes. Oh, look at that. Celebrating with some style, the number 31 of Easton Graves gets the job done in mini senior 1, 12-14. Let's see how the rest of the top 5 broke down. Cooper Johnson does hang on for the number 2 spot. Nolan Ford going to cross the line in 3rd place. Hudson Vagel in the 4th. Look at that. Jackson Vick works all the way up to a top 5 finish. Sam O'Leary in the 6th place spot. Tim Lopes, Sawyer Geek, Joseph Vicari, and Nicholas Guzman, your top 10, as now we set our sights on senior 40 plus BC.
And here we go, race number 6 here of the day, the 6th main event, the senior 40+ C B and C class division. And here we go, gates down.
Looks like Chris Nisborski on the number 10, grabbing a heat win. Ooh, one rider down pretty hard off of the start. The 133 grabbing the early race lead. That's going to be Mike Morris on the Yamaha.
So we're going to have a couple riders down there off the start. It does look like everybody has remounted those machines, so that is good to see as we set our attention here on the first place spot. And the Yamaha machine trying to make an escape.
Steve Nagy out there on the number 40. Looks like Kevin McKenna. So some names we're familiar with.
Oh, and already seeing some block passes there. Our third place going to force that position. And he overtakes it. So we have a new third place out on the track. Once they make their way through timing and scoring, be able to tell you exactly who everybody is in which position.
Yeah, I thought that was the 121 of Thiago Vortri taking the number 3 spot away, and I mean taking it away. But these guys, grown men making grown men moves, as our friend Mikey Waynes likes to say. But the 133 letting them fight all over the rest of it, because he is out front. The 66 of Tax Spiker in the number 2 spot. Looks like the 65 of Jermaine Mendez, JJ as they call him, in the number 3 spot. Thiago Votri in 4th with Chris Nisborski. Your top 5 early here in Senior 40+ BC.
Yeah, Rolando Garcia going to round out that with a 6th place. Brandon Hughes going to be in 7th. Albin Jimenez going to be in the 8th place spot. Darren Fortner in 9th. And Steve Nagy rounds out our top 10 so far. And look at those purple rims there on that retro bike.
Got it looking good. Might be racing it tomorrow. I don't know if just the retro look counts, but
maybe. Going to have a good day here tomorrow as well. Once again, make sure to follow us, RCSX Daytona. That way you can stay up to date with everything happening here this weekend.
Make sure if you guys are enjoying the broadcast as well. People always ask how they can give back to RacerTV.com. Make sure you guys are leaving a comment for us, letting us know you're enjoying the coverage. And then please subscribe, like, comment on our videos. These guys, you can all go back. You can watch RCSX from last year, the year before. It's really cool to see the archives of the way this race has developed year after year. And something as simple as clicking a subscribe button there on YouTube. Oh, and it looks like that might be the third place rider going down. But something that simple can make a huge difference for us. Might have been.
Let's see, that's the number 10 machine. That is.
Chris Nisborski went down.
Chris Nisborski, that's our purple rims, man. Hate to see that.
And he was charging hard. He was in that number 3 spot, so we'll see where he drops back to. Tax Spiker still in the, whoa, hang on to it now. Mike Morris reels it back in on the Yamaha. I think the blue rims look pretty good too.
Oh, they do.
Especially in the number 1 spot. Mike Morris, a 52.6, a 51.4 for Tax Spiker though, and only 3.1 seconds. So Tax Spiker trying to chip away at this lead. Might have a fight for the race win here in the final few laps.
Yeah, the 133 Yamaha machine of Mike Morris. He is going to be 42 years old out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, man, getting it done.
Back down the backstretch he goes once again. Another lap in the books. Let's see if he can respond and put in a heat lap. He does. Look at that, a 51.19 for your leader. Might be starting to feel the pressure just a little bit. A 52.1, about a second slower for Tax Spiker. So that gap now going to drop back to 4 seconds with Thiago Votri and Steve Nagy. 3rd and 4th, Darren Fortin moves into the number 5 spot on the Honda.
One thing I like about this Senior 40+ as I look down through the sponsor list, several of them saying self.
Me.
I brought myself here. I paid for this motorcycle, and I'm coming racing at RCSX, and that's what we like to see.
Ricky Bobby style. It's just me on the shroud. I love to see it. But the 133 putting it to good use right now. Talk about betting on yourself, right? These guys do a great job, and they're a ton of fun to watch as well. They're athletes, right? I don't care if they're vet, whether it's 50+ class, 25+. These guys take it serious, especially to come out to something like RCSX, they put in the time. I'm sure they put time in the gym in as well, but a lot of them working normal jobs, right? They're just a 9-to-5 blue-collar workers, and it is so cool to see because they're fierce competitors on the track, but afterwards, they're hanging out. They're probably sharing a couple of beverages back at the truck, and certainly going to be telling some stories, maybe some tall tales of the good old days, as they like to say as well. Right now, this is the good old days for the 133. Really looking solid. Looks like he's kind of floating to those outsides, knowing he's not under a ton of pressure, staying out of those deep ruts. Does not want to make a simple little mistake. Those ruts can reach up and grab you at any moment. He's going to be coming around. Not sure if he's going to see a white flag quite yet.
No, not this time around. Going to be another lap or two here for Mike Morris as he leads the way aboard that 133 machine.
Just blue flags flying. Picking his way through the rest of the field right now.
Going to have about a 5-second lead roughly there on Tack Spiker. Tack making his way out of Temecula, California. Glad to have him here this week in Daytona. And speaking of, Zach, it is Monday morning. For me and you, it's hard to believe. We've been GNCC racing all weekend, but it is Monday morning, and it's so cool to see all of these riders be able to take off work, be able to take off school, and come out here and enjoy their week racing here in Daytona.
This is such a unique time to be involved with this sport as far as throughout the year goes. Yeah, if you talk about saving vacation time, maybe saving a couple of sick days for the kids at school, Daytona Bike Week, they ought to have a subtitle, Daytona Dirt Bike Week, because there's so many things going on. We had the AMA Arena Cross finale on Friday. Like we said, Supercross Saturday, GNCC just up the road Saturday and Sunday as well. Today, amateur racing, vintage and ATV pros tomorrow. I mean, the list just goes on and on. It is all you can eat and then some as far as motorcycle racing entertainment.
Yeah, no doubt. Racer TV going to be covering most all of that stuff. GNCC right here at RCSX, and then we're going to be packing up and going GNCC racing this weekend as well. So a huge week. Ton of stuff to do down here. If you've never got to come to RCSX, actually my first year, I'm really honored to be here. I've been here for the Daytona Supercross, however, not for RCSX, so very, very cool. Come out here. If you've never got to, come check it out. You can come out here, bring the Harley, stay out for Bike Week.
Absolutely, yeah, Jackson. My second year here, and we talked about it last night. It's just, there's something about it, right? You pull onto the property, you got the lights, you got the grandstands in the background. There's just nothing quite like racing here at Daytona International Speedway. I can feel it, you can feel it, and these riders can feel it as well as they put in the effort. They lay it all on the line to try to grab a win here at the RCSX.
Yeah, laying it on the line right now is that 133 Yamaha machine. Looking good out there. Tack Spike, you're still holding on to that second spot. Steve Nagy in the third place spot aboard the number 40 Suzuki machine. Chris Zaborski now going to work back up into the fourth place spot, advancing up that time around. Darren Fortner advances to the fifth place spot, and that is going to put Tiago Voitri into the sixth place position. Brandon Hughes still holds on to seventh, and Roland Garcia going to be your eighth place.
Yeah, Spiker doing a great job of not getting demoralized, not getting deflated. He is staying on the charge. You see him on screen right there, still hopping over some of these bumps, looking ahead. But, man, time starting to run out as the white flag flies. One lap left to go for your leader.
And as we were taking a look there from the top of the grandstands there, you could get a good view of how many ruts are starting to develop right here at the finish line. Going to be a rough track here today once we get done with all this racing. I'm sure we'll have a little bit of track prep throughout the day, but nonetheless, going to be a very rutted up track here just due to the soil mainly out here, Zach. Very, very soft soil, and just like we saw this weekend here in Florida, it just never ends. It's not quite like being in some of the other places, not quite like being in some of the other Supercross stadiums where there's going to be a hard bottom. You're just going to keep digging through this sand.
Yeah, it's a very unique location, and when you think about Supercross, oh, look at that, your leader comes together with a lap rider. Don't think he meant to do that one, but you can see just how much the track breaks down as coming across the line, grabbing the win. Mike Morris does hang on for the senior 40-plus BC. Talk about getting a little close for comfort. Final corner coming together with a lap rider. That'll get the heart rate up. Tack Spiker comes across the line in second place. Looks like Steve Nagy has been able to work his way into third. Chris Zaborski should cross the line in your fourth place position with Darren Fortin rounding out your top 10. Zaborski does check in, and waiting to see if the 410, the Honda, there it is, going to cross the line in the fifth place spot.
So the rest of our riders going to make their way through the line. We're going to turn our attention here to race number 7 as they get ready to take off. That is going to be our junior 25-plus class. Going to be a good one here, Zach.
Ooh, man, I'm telling you, some heavy hitters in this one.
Don't let them fool you. This is pretty much a pro class here when you get into these 25-pluses. These guys know how to ride one of these dirt bikes, and we're going to get to see it as the attention turns to the gate. The gate is down.
You don't believe whether these guys are good. You might recognize that guy grabbing the whole shot. Yeah, that's Mike Alessi. Mike Alessi hanging out with us and grabbing the early race lead. Whoa! Off track, and it looks like the 449 going to go down. Dakota Kessler.
That's going to put the two Honda machines off of the track.
A huge pile up. So the 73, believe that's going to be Steve Mages. So both of these riders were running 1 and 2. They were doing battle in Arena Cross Friday night. They said, let's take it to RCSX, do it all over again on Monday.
Oh, and Mages going to lose the lead. So now Alessi aboard the 800 machine going to overtake the lead.
And man, that might be
we're
bad.
already racing.
Ooh, I'm telling you what, there was 5 to 6 riders down in that first turn. The 181 of Michael Mercer looks like up front as well on the Kawasaki. Mike Alessi does check into the number 1 spot. Steve Mages. Corey Karsten, the son of Barry Karsten, out here racing on the Suzuki, the 281. Michael Mercer in the 4th place spot. Keegan Labonte in 5th. Wilfredo Guzman, TJ Lamphere, Ben Robinson, Cole Hartley, and Anthony Goldalina in the 10th place spot on the 713.
And Zach, this is the Mike Alessi we come to expect. A little bit different than what we were seeing in some of the heat races. Mike is really putting it down now. He is very loose on that machine, throwing it side to side. As we see Mages still holding on to that 2nd place. Karsten right there on the Suzuki machine. Yeah, and they're just synonymous. Karsten and Suzuki's, they've merged into one.
And jelly, Jackson. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, love it. Love to see the Suzuki out here and off to a good start. Look how much power they're putting down right there, Zach. We've not saw roofs like that all race long.
Well, and I can promise you, it doesn't just look cool. It really doesn't feel good, I am sure. Flying at a high rate of speed. Look at that. Karsten scrubs off, tries to get the power to the ground, and it looks like Mages knew he was going to be there. He tries to cut back underneath. A little bit of cat and mouse action. Corey Karsten and Steve Mages going at it for the 2nd place spot. Meanwhile, Mike Alessi not even in the frame. He has checked out and is trying to put his MCR Honda on the top step here at the RCSX. So Alessi, man, talked to him a little bit on Friday, and just so cool to see. Micah, always a very intense rider in his pro career. Tons of great success, outdoor wins, series points leader at times. But right now, it's all about fun. The guy still is built like an absolute tank. He is jacked, and he's just like, he pointed to his daughters and his wife, and he's like, that's my motivation right there. This is about having fun and doing what I love to do and enjoying every bit of it. He's got to be enjoying this right now, Jackson.
Yeah, no doubt. Mike's such a nice guy. It's always good to have him here at the races with us. Always fun to watch what some of the other riders can do against some of these top pros, such as Mike Alessi, been a staple in the sport for years now and still continuing to be as he makes his way across the line one more time. Now 2 laps complete here for Alessi.
Yeah, Mike picking up right where he left off. Certainly has not lost any of his speed. The 800 looking great. Number 1 on our charts, I believe, but 800 on the machine. And probably could be running the number 1 if he's able to hang on to this, because, wow, what a performance. We knew he was going to be up there off the start. You got to know, if you're lining up with Mike Alessi, the fight is arguably just as important to the first turn as it is for the rest of the race.
Yeah, no doubt. Mike, one of, if not the best starter in the game, as we see him making his way through the final section here before the finish line. Going to be coming through now with 3 laps complete. We'll catch the time this time around. 1.3 seconds was the gap last time around between him and I believe Karsten there. So let's see.
Yeah, and I mean, got to give credit. Corey Karsten matching the lap times, essentially, just a few tenths off of what Mike Alessi was able to do, a 46.1 to a 46.4. The question is, can he do it consistently?
The new gap, Zach, 4.7 seconds between Alessi and Karsten.
So believe we've got Mages still in the 3rd place position with Wilfredo Guzman 4th, Michael Mercer 5th. And Aaron Lampy, another name we're familiar with, doing good in the 8th place spot. Trying to see, seems like we've always got a couple of riders a little further back in the pack that are just Dakota Kessler. There he was. He went down in the first turn. He is up to the 16th place position, running a 49.2. That is faster than your third and fourth place riders.
And now seeing them make their way through some lap riders, Zach, and they're going to have their work cut out for them. Not quite the situation we saw with some of our earlier racers. These racers are going to be fast that they're having to pass like we've been talking about. They're going to have their own race going on as well, so it might be a little more difficult here in the Junior 25 Plus.
Yeah, nobody really slow out here in Junior 25 Plus, and so the riders going to have just a little bit harder of a time, and these riders are also a little more race intelligent, if you will, right? They're going to know the good lines, especially if they're in a battle for position of their own. It's going to be harder for them to move out of the way. So these riders really going to have to be heads up, looking ahead, and kind of planning when they're going to pass those lap riders.
Yep, so on screen there was Carson aboard that 281 Suzuki machine, the New Jersey native. And focusing back here on the 800 of Alessi. Makes his way over the wall jump. Look at him put the power down to that machine. Hard on the throttle there. You could see it in his elbow.
And Alessi, one of the things that's so fun about watching top riders like Mike Alessi, I'll put Corey Carson in that mix as well, is yes, they're going fast down the straightaways, right? But the corner speed that they carry is insane. That is, you know, jumps for dough, corners for show, as Ricky Carmichael likes to say. And man, it is so impressive to watch the momentum that they carry around these corners, whether they're in inside ruts or outside berms. That seems to be one of the biggest difference makers between good and great in this sport.
Yeah, and riders like Alessi, the way that they're able to plant those machines on the ground and really drive through the obstacles, as we see him having a hard time now.
Well, that is Dakota Kessler, and if you remember, Kessler and Alessi were going at it for the early race lead. Now, I'm not going to say Dakota Kessler is going to do anything inappropriate here, but I do think Kessler feels like he should have been able to run at the front of this field, and is not necessarily doing everything he can to get out of the way of Mike Alessi. So Kessler may be a little salty with the way that first turn went.
Yeah, glad to see Kessler's back up and riding those. That could have been a bad crash just from what we were able to see here of it on Racer TV, but it seems like it was just a tip over. He's back up. He's back going.
So Alessi did seem to find a way around the Yamaha. Kessler going to take a little bit of a chill pill there. Probably the best call. Hopefully Kessler's going to be okay. I really would like to see him swinging. I'm sure he's in another class out here this weekend, but yeah, he was fired up. He wanted that whole shot just as bad as anybody.
Yeah, no doubt. And he had a good run at it going too. So taking a look, 29 riders out on the track right now here for race number 7, our Junior 25 Plus class. Race number 8, the 450B Limited, going to be coming up next, so do not go anywhere. That is going to be a good one there, where some of our heavy hitters are going to come out, and we're going to get to see that pro section only back open and going.
Yeah, going to be a ton of fun to watch. Was curious whether or not we would see the Junior 25 Plus doing it. A lot of these riders, like we said, a little bit higher up in the skill levels as far as who is usually out racing at these top amateur events in Junior 25, but vet riders not going to make the cut. It's A and B only there for that pro section, so we'll get another glimpse at that coming up next for race number 8.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, 29 riders out on the track. Alessi now up into the top 20 as one rider down hard.
Oh, and Mike's going to – oh, man, that was almost bad.
Oh, man. So we'll get some attention there to that rider. They're already on it right now as we turn our attention back here to Mike Alessi as he makes his way by.
Taking the white flag. That was the 124 of Jerry Johns going down, coming out of Ohio. So hopefully Jerry going to be all right. Looked like he was down and feeling it. Hopefully going to be able to get back up and at least make it to the finish. But Mike Alessi, the final lap of racing here and working his way through lap traffic. Starting to get a little further up in the field as far as lap traffic goes, so maybe a little bit tougher to find ways, and we do still have that red cross flag out, so riders going to have to move out of the way, try to keep wheels on the ground so they are clean and clear of that incident.
And man, Zach, you see the way Alessi is able to pop through that section. Yep. Here we go, though. Oh, white flag this time. Checker flag. There we go. Michael Lessie on the 800 machine. Going to take the win here in the main event for the junior 25 plus.
Michael Lessie fired up, and I love to see that as well. The excitement from a rider as far as caliber like Michael Lessie, still pumped up. Look at that. Fist in the air. He is pumped up to get the job done. A solid race from start to finish for the 800 of Michael Lessie.
Zach, so cool to get to go ride out on the Daytona Super Speedway when you head back to the pits. Not only that, we are right here on pit lane. You get to go to the same garages the NASCAR's in if you would like to rent one out. So cool what they do here at RCSX.
I'm not going to lie. I'd probably have a hard time not grabbing a few gears going down Daytona National Speedway. Might get me in a little bit of trouble, but I guess that's why they told me to stay in the announcer's booth and not try to go ride out there. But taking just a little bit to take care of our downed rider. We've got 450B Limited, race number 8, coming up next.
Take a look here at some of our top finishers taking the win in one of the heat races. Going to be Christopher Harris there on the number 12 machine. And then let's see, second place going to be Wyatt Duff. Third place, Trinity Batchelor. And let's see, fourth place going to belong to Jaden Wolf aboard the 77 Kawasaki, and then your fifth place was the 26 Kawasaki of Brody Barth.
Some names we are familiar with. A couple of kids jumping up to the big bikes as well. So this is one of my favorite parts. We talked about kind of this, the A1, if you will, of amateur nationals. We got some new names in new classes, right? Or maybe more familiar names, but jumping up in the new classes. Like we said, some of our super mini stars jumping up and going racing with us here in our B classes. And so going to be a ton of fun to watch Wyatt Duff there on the 444. Excited to see what he's able to do on the big bike. Seems like he's been able to handle things pretty well. And we, of course, got to give a huge shout out to all of our amazing sponsors that help put on an event of this caliber. When I say it takes a village, and Jackson, you know it as well as I do, it truly does. It takes each and every person, every single company, from our OEMs all the way down to our individual company sponsors as well. Of course, Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com joining us here once again in 2025, and so grateful to have them hanging out with us. They're a huge supporter of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross and racers everywhere. The primary source of off-road gear parts and accessories, 100% employee owned and operated as well. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready, you know the deal. One of my favorites, especially here at RCSX Jackson, is Boxo USA. The toolboxes that these champions are going to be given, filled to the brim. They got custom decals on it. Oh my gosh, I wish they had a championship for top announcer, because I'd be throwing elbows here in the trailer. It is so cool to see, and they've got the select moto box toolboxes and off-road tool bags as well. And for those of you that are here on site or maybe coming to hang out with us tomorrow, make sure you guys check them out. BoxoUSA.com, BoxoUSA.com.
Yeah, a ton of great sponsors here, such as Fox Racing, FMF Racing, Thor, Sunoco, Kent Tires, Cometic Gaskets, Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, Oakley, Arma, and On Track Schools. A ton of great sponsors. Thor got some cool things coming in 2025. The team at Thor put forth a massive global effort, resulting in all new racewear products bolstered by a completely new brand identity. This progression continues this spring with some fresh graphics and bold color options featured in our Sport Mode and Launch Mode collections, and the introduction of the class-leading Fleet helmet for both youth and adult, featuring the revolutionary energy reduction technology material designed to be softer, smarter, and more comfortable. Spring is here. Check it out at ThorMX.com.
Shoo, I'm telling you what, I know we all saw some of that fresh Thor gear that the Star Racing Yamaha team was rocking on Saturday. Pretty in pink and looking pretty fast in it as well. So much effort, like they said, going into the redesign of Thor. Everything from the logo down to the branches of gear that they're unveiling. And yeah, ton of fun to see, and just just goes to show Thor continuing to innovate and elevate gear technology. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do any of this without all of our amazing OEM support sponsors. We've got KTM, Husqvarna, GasGas, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Cobra, Honda, Suzuki, and Triumph as well. I don't think there's a box that isn't checked here, Jackson. So many of amazing OEMs that, I mean, that's what you're seeing on the starting line right now, and they're continuing to invest in this because they see the potential and they see the benefit of what the RCSX can bring to the table.
Yeah, we have got all the OEMs out here with us this weekend, and it's so good to see, and a ton of amazing sponsors. Of course, Moto T is one of those sponsors as well that we forgot to mention. Moto T is the official retailer here, so make sure to check them out as well. Sunoco Fuels wants to welcome you to Daytona. While you're here, don't forget to stop by the Sunoco fuel truck to purchase our quality race fuel in 5-gallon pails. Make time to walk around the facility and stop in to enjoy the Daytona Rising Sunoco fan injector. You can see firsthand how Sunoco fuels victories.
So once again, taking just a few minutes here, tending to a downed rider safety, obviously the top priority here at the RCSX. Want to remind you all that, just like Jackson said, we will be racing tomorrow as well. The Daytona Vintage Days Racing got so many cool project bikes. I mean, for a lot of these guys, it's like, has this bike even touched a track before? They look like they just rolled off the showroom floor, but from 1984. It is a ton of fun, and man, we've got, I think there's just as many pictures taken there as there is at the actual Supercross on Saturday night. So going to be a ton of fun. And of course got our top ATV pros as well from the ATV MX series. They're going to be doing battle tomorrow. And then Jackson, we're all going to pack it up and head to Dega, baby. Talladega for the GNCC, the first ever time GNCC has been able to head out to Talladega. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, going to be a big weekend coming up, but we have a big week on our hands. And while we have a minute, something that I think is very crucial here for Supercross and motocross racing is on-track schools. If you've never heard of them, On-Track Schools is a private K-12 accredited online school that makes it possible for students to achieve educational success while chasing their dreams. Andrea Leob, the founder and director of On-Track School, created a solution for athletes who need a flexible program that can be personalized to their learning needs. On-Track School provides students with full teacher support, unlimited resources, as well as engaging connections to industry leaders through monthly webinars, plus the apprentice ambassador programs. For more information, you can visit www.ontrackschool.com. Look under student life to find our classmates. And of course, like they mentioned there, the apprentice program at Loretta Lynn's, that's actually the whole way that I'm here. I signed up for it myself to be in the apprentice program. You do not have to be technically one of their students. There is some age requirements, but nonetheless, they can get you and help you put your foot in the door here in the motocross industry and the supercross industry. They have done it time and time again, such as people like myself who now working full-time with Racer TV and have been going on now for my 3rd year. So a big shout out to On-Track Schools, and we would like to remind everybody about them and make sure if you're a motocross racer, get in there, get on track. So yeah, sorry about that. Like we were saying, On-Track Schools is an accredited school. Some very, very cool stuff that they have there. If you're a motocross racer, you'd like to be homeschooled, make sure to check out On-Track Schools. And so still on just a brief hold here as we make sure the track is good and clean and clear to go. Our very own Zach Heron going to be heading down here in just a few minutes to the pro section. And it sounds like he's standing by. Zach, take it away.
Pro section. Wanted to take the opportunity that we had with the break going on to kind of break down what this pro section is all about. Now you can see behind me, as we said, reserved only for the A and B classes, and this rhythm section behind me, going to try to make my way over to it, is really important because you can't quite see it on the camera, but the ruts in between these jump peaks is getting deeper and deeper by every single moto. Being able to get a solid drive and triple through the tail end of this rhythm section is so crucial. They hang a left-hand 180, and then you're going to get over into what is essentially stuff like beach sand, guys. It is so deep, very similar to the sand section that we saw at Monster Monster Energy Supercross on Saturday. No surprise that they are reserving this only for the A and B class, and then you have a bit of an off-camera flat turn as well. Really excited to see not only how this plays out in our next moto on the line, but throughout the day as it continues to break down. Jackson, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Zach. A cool little preview you got there right from on the ground, and as you can see it on your screen, that is the pro section. Going to be a double, then a tabletop, and then a full rhythm section after that. Going to be a triple section for our top riders, and they are going to need to nail in that triple like Zach was saying. They're going to have to make sure that they keep that momentum up through the sand, and as you can already see, that sand started out flat. We're already starting to see some rollers in it. We're going to be seeing a lot more as the day continues on here today, and man, it is going to be a great day. The sun is shining here in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida, and we are here for the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. We thank everybody for tuning in here on Racer TV on a Monday morning, and hey, what better way to spend a Monday other than watching some Supercross racing?
Hey, a little advice, not saying I've done this before, but all the kids at school, open up whatever website you're supposed to be on in a different tab, so when the teacher walks by, you can just flip right over.
Yep.
I'm joking,
or at work.
Okay? Or at work. Hey,
yeah,
yep. I'm not saying you should be, but I'm saying if you are, I might have been there before. Everybody loves watching racing, and sometimes more important things try to get in the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a car salesman, go hop in one of the cars on the lot, turn it on your iPhone, and watch some Racer TV. And Zach, it sounds like we are firing the machines back up. We're about to go racing.
Man, Jackson, I'm telling you, I don't know how much of that section the camera was able to catch on Racer TV, but the ruts are starting to get deep in that pro section. That is the technical aspect that separates these guys from the rest of the field, their ability to almost pinpoint exactly where to put their tires each and every time, flying through the air at such a high rate of speed. This is going to be a ton of fun. 450B limited, the big dogs getting ready to come at you. Race number 8.
Some of the most talented racers in the world off and rolling, and it's going to be the Kawasaki ride. It looks like the 77 machine that not going to quite have the whole shot, but he was right there. It's the number 12,
Christopher
KTM.
Harris going to grab it again. Man, Harris lightning off of that start. The 77, though, was right there as well. Jaden Wolf, these guys, no stranger. They battled each other already once. They're getting ready to do it again.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. We'll see. Can Wolf make a comeback here in this main event for the 450B Limited? And it looks like we have another rider coming into the picture as well.
So, looks like maybe the 218. That's going to be Trinity Bachelor. No surprise there. Yep, absolutely. This guy, not only does he have the speed, but he performs at big events like this. Bachelor making quick work of it, slides into the second place spot. Going to try to track down your leader, Christopher Harris.
And here we go into that pro section. Zach just showed everybody up and over the wall jump. Let's see what they're going to do. Double, triple, and not going to be able to triple out for him going to that inside line.
That was pretty smart right there. Oh, look at that. See, one rider getting a little too throttle happy, goes up and over the berm, going to cost him big time. And this flat corner right there as well, you saw it. Reach up and grab Trinity Bachelor. It's so deceivingly simple, but it's so technical as well. You've got to be firing on all cylinders through that whole section. Otherwise, it's going to cost you big time. Bachelor sending that single up to the moon. They criss across the starting line once again. Man, this is going to be a good race, Jackson.
Christopher Harris is styling and profiling up there in that top spot, man. He is looking good. He is looking very loose on that machine as he makes his way around here for lap number 2, still holding on to that top spot. Trinity Bachelor in second. Jaden Wolf, he was holding on to third. It looked like he was able to make that triple in that pro section. It was just a little bit too much as he went over the berm, so we'll see where he's going to be now after that off-track excursion. But one thing for sure, Christopher Harris, the Texas native, going to be leading the way.
Man, one thing about this entire B class is how close they're able to stay together. You see a little bit of space up here at the front of the field, but man, that's going to cost big time. Something as simple as that mistake going over the berm, especially on lap 1, probably 5+ positions he's going to lose from that off-track excursion. So tough break, but you got to be able to stay mentally strong as well. You can recover and you can try to work your way forward. We'll see where it ends up. Anything can happen here at RCSX. Trinity Bachelor trying to chase down your leader, Harris, as they make their way across. Look at the tail end of that machine dancing around. We're really starting to get some of those square edge choppy braking bumps that are synonymous here with this Daytona track.
Yeah, you're going to see this thing break down as each lap continues, especially when you have a class like the 450B Limited out on the track. This is only race 8 of the day. We have a ton more to go before this thing is over. So no doubt things are only going to get rougher and rougher from here. As now we see the 77 machine back into that 2 spot. So apparently some big trouble for him. No, maybe not. Maybe he has gotten around both of those riders. Let's see. They're checking into timing and scoring. So,
yeah, trying to see.
Okay. Oh, that's not the same KTM I was looking at. That is the 111 of Connor Rosiak that we are seeing on screen. Big shout out to Rosiak. And
how about that?
Come together just a little bit. So the 77 of Jaden Wolf going to be able to advance now into that 3rd place position. That is going to put Connor Rosiak into the 4th place spot, as now Rosiak going to have some more company. Oh, and he is, not quite enough. Going to have a little bit of trouble there for the 75 of Sebastian Paxiars. And so now back on screen, I do believe this is your leader, Christopher Harris, that we are seeing now making his way to the finish line.
Man, Harris, this is what you want to do. You can see how clean that KTM still is. He was able to make some quick moves, slice into that number 1 spot, and has been just pretty much flawless from there. Really seems to have stepped it down, does that triple, double, and then rolls the single to the inside. Curious to see if that line continues, and if they'll continue doing that as they fall under pressure as well. Obviously, Harris got a little bit of space between himself and Batcher in that number 2 spot. You see how much they have to slow down in that flat corner after the sand section, Jackson. It's got to be so tough. I mean, they're almost coming to a stop at one point, turning uphill 180 degrees to the right. Really one of those ones that's supposed to be simple, but as we know, anything but.
Yeah, by far the steepest turn on the track. Going to be kind of an off-camber turn there, so that could be one we're seeing bite riders all day long, no doubt. And we could see that line you were talking about in the pro section where they're going to the inside. No doubt that could become the premier line if it's not already, as we saw the Kawasaki ride going for an off-track excursion after doing that triple. That triple might become so hard to make, so much speed to make it over it, that those riders can't get slowed down.
Well, and what I'm curious to see is as this day wears on, whether or not a bit of a middle line starts to develop where the riders are able to triple in to the corner and still stopping from going all the way to the outside. You could kind of just barely see a middle line starting to develop. I'll have to run back out there at some point later today, put some eyes on it, and see how that is breaking down, because like we said, this track has a lot of personality, and for those at home that maybe don't know what we mean by that, it's a beast all its own, right? It was so glassy smooth last night. It was rolled over. It looked beautiful. Now it's starting to get chewed up. It's starting to get chopped up. These square edge bumps in some sections, and then sand whooped out bumps in others. It's almost got little bits and pieces here of different kinds of tracks. Harris doing a good job of cutting underneath the lap rider there, but you could see the back end got kicked coming off the lip of that jump. A square edge bump caught him just a little bit off guard. They start to go higher and higher into some of these berms. They're going to get into some of that thick, loose sand as well. These are the things that can catch a rider off guard and cost you a championship halfway here through 450B.
Yeah, seeing a ton of ruts now developing up the faces, and that takes a lot of commitment for these riders to be able to jump through these ruts, land in a rut. It takes a ton of balance. It takes a ton of skill, things that most motocross, supercross riders that are on an amateur level going to have a very hard time with that. I know I certainly would. Some very, very tough sections here. Going to be interested to see that. You can get a good glimpse of it there in that right-hand side of your screen at just how deep those ruts are getting.
And as it continues, you got to think, Jackson, if they start to go off the face of these jumps, the suspension compresses, it's going to start to grab the foot pegs as well. Some of the riders really having to focus on getting those toes tucked in. They don't want a foot to grab. All of a sudden tosses your foot off the pegs. You're going for a ride off one of these jumps. So this is going to continue to break down. This is only race 8, Jackson. Got to think, I'm sure a lot of these riders and maybe some of our other B classes later today as well could be a totally different track by the time they get back out there.
Yeah, no doubt that it's probably not going to be anything like they saw here this morning. As now we see Trinity Batchelor on screen. And now moving things back over to the number 12, Christopher Harris, making his way through that pro-only section, still choosing to double single out. Now seeing him go to that outside line, Zach, as another rider was in that inside, and it seemed to work out pretty good for him.
Now, I missed it, Jackson. Did he triple when he went to the outside?
He did not.
Still, okay, so still double and then singling into the corner. Maybe Harris is seeing something that we're not able to. Looks like a rider down. Oh, yep, just after that section. Harris doing some great heads-up riding. Going to give you a quick top 10 rundown. We've got Christopher Harris out front, Trinity Batcher in the number 2 spot, Brody Barth, Jaden Wolf, and Connor Rosiak, your top 5. Then it's going to be Brayton Carpenter back there in the number 6 spot, followed by the 75 of Sebastian Piqueras, Wyatt Duff in the 8th place position, Jack Pullen and Evan Schroeder in the number 10 spot here for race number 8.
Yeah, just outside of it, Logan Hecker, Bentley Good, Harrison Bates, Jacob Hogg, and Owen Caffel going to round out our top 15 as we turn things back over to Racer TV, watching the number 12 machine making his way through that pro-only section.
And through deep lap traffic, Jackson. Look at that. That is
getting dicey.
Yeah, threading the envelope. Wow, almost comes together with a lap rider there. Obviously, these riders, they don't realize maybe they caught a blue flag already, but for the most part, they're not sure because they're in the middle of a battle as well. Those riders, 2, 3, 4 of them, all in a spot for position. Meanwhile, Harris, it's like, please, guys, just move through. Let me go. Oh, good switch up right there in the split lane section. Harris was looking to the outside, saw the lappers were primarily going that way and cut back underneath.
And man, Zach, he's really working through it. I saw Fortner there. And Fortner running in the 20th place position. He has gotten around Fortner, so he has passed the 20th place spot.
Man, that gas rider just in front of your leader right now almost went for a ride, got a big kick, and almost kissed the front fender with his helmet. Was able to keep it on 2 wheels, but man, Christopher Harris. Back into the pro section we go. Look at that, 3 wide through this section. That is the number 14 of Lance Geis we were looking at on the KTM. So we will try to link back up with your leader. Got a good little battle going on right here, though, between, looks like, Geis and possibly the 100 of Travis Johnsmeyer on the Yamaha. No, that is not Johnsmeyer. Johnsmeyer out there on the gas machine, so we know who that is, though. That is definitely Christopher Harris. He's making sure we know who that is as he continues to put in some burner lap times. I mean, a 1:06. And if you're thinking, oh, well, these guys have been running 46, 48. No, not with the pro section. That's going to be one of the big differences, Jackson, is that pro section reserved for A and B. And, man, it clearly, as we've seen a couple of riders hit the ground in it, is proving to shape up very nicely. A separator here for the top riders of the sport.
Yeah, no doubt. And one good thing about it is it's all going to be A and B class riders that are going through that section. So they're going to get to choose the lines. All going to be kind of premier lines, I guess you could say, out there. So it's going to be a little different than what they're seeing in the rest of the track.
Yeah, definitely looks like watching Harris through this race when he has the ability to. He's taking that double single to the inside. Like I said, be very curious maybe in some of our actual pro classes to see whether or not these riders are able to triple and still maintain some of those inside ruts, especially as that rut gets deeper and deeper. We may see some of the pro riders triple to the inside. We're just going to have to wait and see. But for right now, Harris doing the smart thing, which is what he feels comfortable doing. There's no need in taking a risk, launching a big triple, and throwing away a championship just because you want to hit a jump.
Yeah, exactly, Zach. The Lippin, Texas native, Christopher Harris, man, looking good here today as he makes that final corner before the finish line. He makes his way towards us here on Racer TV, and this time around, he will be taking a white flag. One more lap left to go here for your 450B Limited, race number 8. And back into that pro-only section goes Harris. Let's see, will he hit that triple out? No, going to go double single inside this time around. I believe the only reason we saw him earlier in the race going to the outside line was to get around that lap rider that was in the inside line, but going to be interested to see how this is going to change throughout the day.
Less than a lap remaining. The white flag flies as Harris continues to work his way through the field. You can see starting to get less and less pop over that first. I don't even know if I want to call it a face anymore, Jackson. It has really started to erode away the more these riders are taking it.
Yeah, and as rutted up as it's gotten, as many bikes has been out here, these riders really having to work for it. They're having to demand these machines to pop up when they want them to. They're having to plan them when they need to. And that's the difference between these top-level riders, man. They are really good here in the 450B. And here we go, Zach.
Checkered flag coming out. It will be the number 12 of Christopher Harris grabbing the 450B limited win here from the 16th RCSX. And he was fired up too. You could tell the emotion was there, and as it should be. He has worked hard for that one.
Just 15 years old, Zach. How about that? Christopher Harris having a great run. Trinity Bachelor going to come through in the second place position aboard the 218 machine. And let's see, checking in for third place now. Should be a Kawasaki ride. And it is Jaden Wolf going to get it done aboard the number 77 machine there with a third place. Brody Barth comes in with a fourth place finish. Connor Rosiak, your fifth place finisher. Braden Carpenter checks in as well in the sixth place. Wyatt Duff now going to move up to the seventh place position on that last lap. So what a run, what a run.
Yeah, starting to see that if you have the ability to take some different lines and to ride mistake-free, even if you do get a bad start, you can work your way up. I'm not going to say that you could go from last all the way up to first, but we've seen several riders outside the top 15 work as far up as knocking on the door of a top 5 through some of these races. Looks like we've got 125C, the sweet sound of two strokes, coming up next. And let's take a look at some of the names to watch in this one. Paxton Zavitsky on the 210 grabbing the heat race win. Brayson Bear grabbing third. Preston Miranda grabbing fifth place in that heat. And it looks like Damian Ostner, Austin Gore coming across the line in second for that heat. And so we will wait and see the 125C class coming up next, and looks like they are moving machines back here, Jackson. Not sure exactly what we've got going on here. Oh, so it does sound like we had a rider go down. So looks like all the 125 guys on the field.
Hey, be a great time to check in with the rest of our top 10. We said Wyatt Duff with a 7th place finish there for the 450B Limited. Sebastian Caesars, man, I'm having a hard time with that one. I ain't gonna lie. The number 75 machine with an 8th place finish. Logan Hecker in the 9th place spot. Jack Poland rounds out our top 10. Jacob Hawk gonna be 11th. Bentley Good in the 12th place spot. Cowan Matolo going to be in the 13th place position. Owen Caffel in 14th. And then rounding out our top 15 going to be Harrison Bates. And now, Zach, we'll start turning our attention here to this 125C here in just a second. Going to add a little bit of water to the track, and we'll be ready to roll.
Absolutely. Zach Herron, Jackson Burrell here in the RacerTV.com studio. Excited to be covering the 16th annual Ricky Carmichael Supercross here from Daytona International Speedway. The next generation of great motocross and supercross racers starting right here, doing a little bit of track touch-up here in this brief pause. Good to see them maybe taking advantage of it. And like we said, Jackson, this thing, they can touch it up. It's still going to get chewed up and beat down by the time it is all said and done. Want to give some love to some of our amazing sponsors here. Of course, Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, a huge part of AMA Pro Racing, whether it's motocross, supercross, SMX, GNCC. Man, they just always seem to be right there with us, supporting us in any way that they can. Was hanging out with the Golden Boy, Brock Glover, yesterday. Chatted it up with him after a very eventful weekend, and man, always so fun to talk to Brock, and is super interested in the tire development as well as the tire choices throughout these different divisions. So Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, of course, dominates American Pro and Amateur Racing, winning more than 183 AMA Pro, Supercross, and Motocross championships. That's more than all the other tire companies combined. Right here last year, Dunlop riders took their Geomax tires on to win 40 championships at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. That's right, not 14, 40, 4-0, clearly a cut above, and man, so many great tire choices. Of course, some of the favorites, like you said, those Geomax tires they used last year. Of course, the AT82 coming out here recently as well, Jackson. A little more bang for your buck, brand new technology here from Dunlop Tires. Got a sand scoop-esque type tire on one side, and then a bit more of a hard pack style tire tire on both sides. You can actually flip the tire around, use it for both types. And I'm not going to lie, I could possibly see some benefit to running in an AT82 out here. Would be very curious to talk to some of our top riders and see what they've got strapped on for their tire choice here at RCSX.
Yeah, very similar conditions to what we saw at GNCC this weekend. Dunlop suggested an AT82 there for the front, and then on the back an MX14. I could see some very similar tire selections here at this one. And I want to give a big shout out to our track crew as well, doing a great job out there. Personally, I'm really into the equipment. I like the skid steers. I like the dozers myself. I like watching those guys work, and these are some of the best guys in the business. They can go out there, fix that track in pretty much just one swipe. It's amazing to see what they do. So a big shout out to our track crew.
Want to give a big shout out to all of you smiling fans as well. We would not be here without you. All the families, the siblings, the boyfriends and girlfriends, the cousins, the buddies. I mean, so many people come to these events, and it's one rider out on the track, but it's a whole unit out there. Hey, that's actually
Holiday.
Grayson Townsend. Yeah, chatting it up with Ryan Holiday, the Townsend boys. I believe Grayson was racing our SMX Next on Saturday, a product here of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, and yeah, had his brother Gunner there behind the line with him. Great folks out of the western part of the country, and so many familiar faces that are from so many different places around the country as well. It's so cool. It's a small group here in motocross and supercross racing, but man, we crisscross around the country, whether it's GNCC, motocross, supercross, and we start to see a lot more of the familiar faces. Everybody's got a story, right, as to how they got in the industry, and everybody has got a ton of passion here as well.
Yeah, all you need to know is we are here racing on a Monday. That shows how much passion these riders, these families, they put everything into it. Zach, they eat, breathe, and live this every single day. They wake up thinking about it. They go to sleep thinking about it. Everything that they do through the day for most of these amateur riders are focused on motocross. It's what they eat, what they drink, what they put in their body, what they do throughout the day, how they schedule their year, even like you were saying, going all over the country.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jackson. Like you said, this is not something that you just do as a hobby on the weekends for fun. If you really want to take it to the next level, you got to eat, sleep, and breathe motocross racing, and these riders do it all from taking time, a lot of them moving to that on-track school system, getting their education essentially based around their racing schedule, and of course Andrea Lieb and the entire on-track school community doing a great job to help them do that without sacrificing their education, and then all the way down to the nutrition as well. It's crazy to think about 12 to 14-year-olds that are die-hard focused on nutrition. They're eating the salads, eating the grilled chicken, and of course one of our amazing sponsors helping out with that as well, talking about Arma. They've created a complete line of nutritional supplements formulated specifically to help athletes and enthusiasts of all levels realize their maximum potential, whether it's hydration packets, they've got protein available as well. So many different products, no banned substances, all available at www.armasport.com. Arma, it's ammunition for your body, Jackson. I know we've even rocked some of the Arma hydration out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National as well. All of them doing a great job, and tons of great products. I believe it's Scott Sipkovic who comes up. Man, he's bringing us smoothies. He's making sure we're all well taken care of, and absolutely takes care of their athletes as well over at Arma.
Yeah, and if you're one of those parents or one of those kids that are all in, that is a great product to check out. Make sure that you're ready, make sure that you're hydrated and ready to go on race day. And Zach, you mentioned on-track school there. I got to talk about them earlier, but one cool thing about them, they are focused primarily on motocross. They come from a motocross background. They know exactly what you need to do to be a top motocross racer. They know how to give you the schooling that is required and make sure that you get an education, make sure that you get a real high school diploma. But not only that, hey, maybe you race here at Daytona some yourself in the car side of things. They'll also help you there. They'll help anybody that needs to, whether you're in one of the top sports, whether you're in one of the top racing series, you name it, on-track school can help you with just that. So absolutely love what they do there at On-Track School. Andrea Lieb and the whole crew, so nice, so great to be around, Zach. Absolutely love them. So glad to have them here as a sponsor of RCSX as we continue here to do a little bit of track work and get ready for our next race, the 125C class.
Yeah, and speaking of on-track school systems, not only do they have that school system available for athletes that are interested in it, but they also have the apprentice program. Jackson, a product of that apprentice program as well. So cool, so unique, and I believe apprentice applications are open for this year's Loretta Lynn's Amateur National, correct?
I do believe. If not, either way, you can follow them on Track Schools on Instagram. You can find all of that stuff. Go visit them online, www.ontrackschools, and check out the apprentice program. Zach, we also know other people now getting to work at the top level. Feld Motorsports with Supercross. I'm getting to work here at Racer TV with MX Sportsman. It's such a cool thing. There's absolutely no way that I would be here announcing with you today if it wasn't for On Track School. Where else can you get around the best of the best in the industry and show them what you're capable of?
Yeah, it's really cool to see the way that the MX Sports racing community has continued to support education, right? It's no secret that this kind of sport, just like we were saying, it makes you sacrifice everything. And we hear from some of our top pro riders, they said, hey, yeah, I kind of had to really focus on this and not ignore my education, but, you know, went on a homeschool type routine. Wasn't really a guided homeschool routine, right? I mean, it's tough for mom all of a sudden to become a teacher, right, from K through 12. And I know back in the day, I was the recipient of the Aaron Plessinger MX Sports School Scholarship, which was given for higher education. And then a couple of years later, here comes Andrea Lieben on Track School Systems. And it is so cool to not only see us supporting, but finding ways to involve our racers and say, hey, look, you can still train during the week. You can still race all of these big races on the calendar and get a quality education as well, because it's the tip of the spear that actually wind up being the Jet Lawrence, the Eli Tomac, the Aaron Plessingers. But so many of these riders, or so many of these people that I should say, that are working for, you know, Boxo USA, that work for Kawasaki, that work for Oakley, they grew up racing and riding, probably thought they were going to be a pro rider at one point as well. They're well educated, they're well spoken, and now they have great careers in the industry that they all know and love.
Yeah, most homeschooling, Zach, just doesn't understand the way we work as motocross and supercross racers. Like right now, we're here racing on a Monday morning. We're going to be racing on Tuesday as well. We're going to be packing up, going to all over the country racing. We're going to be racing at Loretta Lynn's for an entire school week straight. They just don't understand that in other types of school. They don't necessarily respect it in all types of schooling either. They do there at On Track School. They'll make sure that you're able to do what you need while getting that education that you deserve.
So just doing a little bit of track maintenance here. Once again, the 16th annual Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here from Daytona International Speedway. Make sure, if you guys are here in person or if you're enjoying the action online and decide to post about it on social media, you guys are tagging us and using those official hashtags RCSX Live here from Daytona Beach, Florida. Great times, and man, I mean, beautiful weather too, Jackson. I mean, it's a little warm, but not Loretta's hot by any means. No. This is exactly what we need. I know you're a Georgia boy yourself. I'm from the Carolinas. It's been a little chilly up there. Yep. Man, I'm so happy to see this Florida sunshine.
Me as well, Zach, but it's really not quite as hot as some of you at home may think out there.
I agree.
I believe not even going to be 70 as a high here today, so not quite what you'd expect from Daytona. Getting to talk to some of the locals, and they're like, yeah, it's a little chilly this morning. Not really expecting this, but a perfect day to go racing, Zach. You couldn't ask for better weather. Just a little bit under 70 degrees. The sun is shining. We're about to go racing once again, this time with race number 9, the 125C.
The sun is shining, and the two strokes are about to be flying. 125C sitting on the line. They've got the track clear, touched up a few spots, and the bikes are getting fired up. A couple of last-second preparations. Some confidence from that rider right there. Not seeing any tear-offs on the 100% goggles. That is a bold Christophe Pourcel strategy right there. Says, I'm not going to need them.
Yep, he is ready to go. You can see it written all over his face. That is Jay Potter there. And we are just about ready to go, it sounds like, as that rider shifts the machine into gear. He gets himself fired up, the machine's fired up, and we are about to be fired up here as we go racing once again. This is race number 9. Like we said, race number 10 coming up next, 65cc, 10 to 11. But right now, it is about the 125C as they rev those machines. And we drop the gate. Here we go.
Boom, there it is. Who's it going to be first around the first turn? Shuffling and banging for position. And it looks like it's a couple of blue Fenders out front leading the way. The Yamaha boys starting off strong in 125C.
And a sea of Yamahas up at the front, but here we go. One of our Husqvarna riders going to make their way into the picture. There is the number 8 Yamaha, and that is going to be Trace Block running in about that 4th place position. We'll see if we can catch some of these other riders as they make their way around. And Never mind. Sorry about that. Thought I saw a white fender out front. We do see a white fender, but that is a Yamaha machine. So it's still going to be our pack of Yamahas up at the front of the pack. Now seeing a KTM starting to come into that top 5. And they just have a corner or two to go, and we'll be making our way. And here we go, making our way through the finish, through timing and scoring. And we'll get a full rundown. That is going to be Paxton Zavitsky that is leading the way there on the number 210, making his way out of Armand Beach, Florida. Then we see Wesley Minery in the number 2 spot, Bryson Bayard holding on to 3rd, Austin Gore in the 4th place spot, and Damian Osner going to round out your top 5. Trace Block in 6th, Preston Miranda in 7th. Landon Bayou going to be holding on to that 8th place spot. Parker Sheleski going to hold on to 9th. And Justin Gamage going to be your 10th place rider here at the completion of lap number 1.
Stretching things out here on the 125s. And Zavitsky does lead the way. A little look over the shoulder. He can hear Neary on the 128, Baird and Gore 3 and 4, with Osner rounding out the top 5.
Zavitsky going to be just 15 years old, like we said, making his way out of Florida on that Fly Racing, FMF, Dunlop, GoPro, Micro Metals, Engine Ice, Twin Air, Risk Racing, Scott Goggles, EVS, Slick Products, OGO, Rut Services, and Mystic backed ride Zach, and we're seeing why he has all of those sponsors as he makes his way around the number 1 spot. Looks like he might have a little bit of company now, but he is definitely aware as he guards that inside line. Going to guard it once again right here.
Oh, slicing and dicing. This is what we love to see. The 125 class momentum, the name of the game here for these 125s. The 2 strokes, got to keep it on the pipe and on the power. And right now, Maneri, a little bit of an upper hand at the moment. Obviously, you want to be in the number 1 spot, but Maneri can peek to those outsides and try some different lines. He funnels in just behind the 210, eating roost here from Daytona International Speedway. Going to come right by us here in the Racer TV tower. And a nice little response from Zavitsky. Let's see if they take alternate lines through the split lane once again. Yes, they do. Maneri outside to inside. Let's see if it pays off for him. Not going to do anything this time around. They both funnel to the outside. Going to zigzag across those ruts. And they're starting to break away as well. Go ahead, Jackson. Sorry.
Bryson Bayard still holding on to that 3rd place position. And then Austin Gore going to be battling it out with Justin Gamage there for that 4th place position. We'll keep our eyes on them as well, as now we see the 210 machine making his way back through the line for the completion of lap number 3. Lap number 4, I should say, actually. And going to be 1.1 second gap between your 1st and 2nd, and about a 2.6 second gap between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Baird holding on to it in the 3rd place position. Got a little bit of space both in front and behind him. Zavitsky able to open things up on that last lap just a little bit. Your 2nd place rider trying to funnel in, maybe follow some of those lines, see exactly where the 210 is stretching it out on him. Oh, and your leader, not a big hang up, Jackson, but you stack a couple of small little hiccups like that, you're going to have some company before you know it.
Yeah, no doubt. Your leaders of this, you're going to have to really make sure to charge forward here in this one, because he has a pack of hungry 125cc's behind him. Now starting to break away just a little bit. 2 seconds going to be the gap that time around. And now starting to see some changes there back in that 3rd, 4th place positions as they battle that out here on lap number 6.
Threw a little bit of water down just before these C Riders went out. A couple of small touch-ups when we can fit them in. Great job, like Jackson said, from our entire RCSX track crew, man. Just really on top of it. And, man, running through these motos like a hot knife through butter. Zavitsky trying to stretch it out enough to where he's able to take whatever lines he wants. Doesn't look like he's having to be super protective over those insides anymore. Jackson Maneri needs to start moving forward soon, or this one might be over before check flag even comes out.
Yeah, Maneri going to have to be on the move here in this one. Look at that. The 194
wow.
Looks like he is on the move, no doubt. Justin Gamage now going to make his way up into the 3rd place position.
How about that? Gamage on the KTM, a little more aerodynamic, missing that helmet visor, but nonetheless, he says, I don't need it. I am coming to the front. Curious whether something happened to Gamage early in this one. I didn't see anybody go down, so
I didn't either, but as hard as this roost could possibly be coming off the back end of one of these machines, not unlikely that his visor could have got popped off, especially as hard as he is charging in.
Got the hand guards on, and man, he's closing up. I want to see his lap times next time they come through. Your leader checks in with a 48.8. Wesley Maneri, a 49.4. And a 48.6, the fastest man on track. Justin Gamage on the 194 KTM. He's charging to the front.
Yep, Justin making his way out of Jacksonville, Florida, having a good run here this morning in Daytona. And they make their way back through the split lines. Not going to be a whole lot more left here in this one, Zach. Just a couple more laps.
Yeah, time's starting to run out here for Gamage. I mean, and just like that, Gamage gets caught up in some of that loose sand, gets hung up under the bike just a little bit as well, and going to lose a couple of spots. Looks like Gamage trying to stomp on that shifter.
Hate to see that there for the 194 machine. Man, he was on the move, like you said, turning the fastest lap. If he was able to turn another lap like that, he would have been able to almost catch up to your leaders, as now turning a 50-second lap time. 50.3 there for your leader that last time around. For your second place, it was 50.2, so about a tenth of a second faster there for Menery.
Yeah, the whole field slowing down just a little bit as they work into lap traffic. Bryson Baird going to take over the number 3 spot. Austin Gore 4, Damian Osner 5. Shalotsky in the 6th place position on the 99, Dan Villieu 7th, and then Gamage does check in the 8th place spot in front of Cannon Tyler and Baird Bates. So, white flag.
There we go.
1 to go here in race number 9, 125C.
And we have our eyes set here on Paxton Zavitsky, the number 210 Yamaha ride. And he just has about half a track or so to go, and he will be a main event winner here in Daytona Beach at RCSX for the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Man, what a feeling it must be for the 210 machine.
Well, and one way to do it as well. Had a small little battle headed into those first couple of turns, puts himself in the number 1 spot early, and has been able to hold off any pressure. Checker flag in sight. It will be Paxton Zavitsky grabbing the win in 125C. Wesley Maneri crosses the line just behind in the 2nd place spot. Bryson Baird going to cross the line in the 3rd place position. Austin Gore 4th, and Damian Osner rounding out your top 5.
So that does it for the 125C class, race number 9. Race number 10 going to be coming up next. Going to get to see our 65cc 10 to 11-year-olds. Going to be a good one there for this. Going to get to see some of our littlest wheelbases that we'll be seeing go to battle. And you can see how fired up they are as all attention turns to the gate. We are off and rolling here with race number 10.
Here we go. Anderson Wyadale, looks like Ashper Hall and Weston Otto, 1, 2, and 3 out of your heat race. And it's the number 5 of Cannon Zabodnik. Zabanek. Yep, there it is. And Zabanek, one of your heat winners as well. So, again, crazy. 10 to 11 years old. We know exactly who these riders are. We've seen them on the top step of the Amateur Nationals at Loretta Lynn's before, and they're trying to make a splash here at RCSX.
Yeah, keep your eyes out for Waddell. He's going to be another one, like you mentioned, going to be one of our top runners here in this one. I can almost guarantee it. Some big names all the way through this one. And maybe for some of the riders that aren't necessarily a big name, this is a time that you could become a big name, no doubt.
Yeah, and we talk about that. There is some burden of expectation for a few of these riders, but there's also the chance to make your mark. This is a huge location. We know the OEMs are here. The manufacturers are watching. All of the amateur team managers, they're here paying attention to not only their current signed riders, but who is showing potential to be the next great. And right now, there's several riders trying to do just that. It looks like the 72 of Weston Otto in the number 2 position. Levi Geis, Tanner Butte, and Billy Cassidy, your top 5 early.
Aiden Hill going to be holding on to that 6th place spot. Ashford Hall going to be in 7th. John Everett Pasteur are going to be in the 8th place spot. Anderson Waddell going to hold on to 9th. Max Green going to be in 10th. Levi Letty in 11th. Rayson Kyler in the 12th place. Tucker Adams in 13th. Ford Addington and Hudson Cohen are going to round out your top 15. All some very recognizable names here in the 65cc division. So back on screen is the number 5. Cannon Zabanik, the Texas native, having a good run here as he completes lap number 2, throwing that machine sideways. Just like we said earlier about throwing these machines around like that, the smaller the wheelbase gets, the harder and harder it is. The harder it is to get these machines to come back around. It ain't so hard to get it sideways. What's hard is to make that machine straighten back up and land smooth. These riders do it just like a pro would. You could not tell that there's any difference as you watch this 65cc division go through.
Yeah, it is insane to see the skills that they have on a bike, and this is the Stasic generation that we're starting to see as well. Growing up on the Strider bikes, moving to those Stasic bikes as well, and man, it's crazy to see how much of a difference it makes when they're this age at this point. The riders have been showing all kinds of bike style. They know how to maneuver the machines around. We see this on the motocross side of things as well as the off-road side of things. The technical skills that are being taught at such a young age now are changing the way these riders are riding 50s and 65s.
Yeah, we have Stasic races at most of the events that we go to, and we have a 2 and under class. That's how young we start these riders out on, and you can definitely tell as these 10 and 11-year-olds absolutely tear up the track. Cannon Zabanik, your leader, going to be just 5 years old, or on the number 5, sorry about that. On the number 5, going to be just 10 years old. How about that?
I mean, just, you know, yeah, 2 and under, and now he's 10 years old. That's 8 years of experience, Jackson. And I mean, there's very few people that can say they have 8 years of experience in any sport, especially at 10 years old. So it just goes to show that the cutting edge of this sport is getting younger and younger. And man, Cannon showing what they're capable of right now. Once again, folks, here live on RacerTV.com for all of our main events here from the RCSX, and we will be live tomorrow for our vintage racing as well as that ATV MX race as well. Saw some questions about that on Racer TV's YouTube comments, and want to make sure everybody knows we will be showing that as well. Jackson, tons of racing, all you could ever want, and then some right here from the world headquarters of racing.
After all, this is Bike Week here in Daytona, and we are setting it off right here on a Monday. Just about 12 o'clock now, and we are full on racing as race number 10 makes their way through the 65cc 10 to 11-year-old division. Cannon Zabanik, Weston Otto, and Levi Geis in your top 3 positions. Anderson Waddell going to move all the way up to 4th. How about that? John Everett Pasteur still going to round out our top 5. Ashford Hall, Levi Letty also making some big moves, Zach, as they move into that 7th and 8th place positions. Billy Cassidy going to be holding on to 6th there on the number 74 machine. And back on screen is the number 5, Cannon Zabanik.
Yeah, Zabanik is in kind of a world of his own right now. He's done the damage early and has put enough space between them to where he's not being too protective. Only 3.5 seconds or so, so definitely not like ran away with it, but he's able to take those outsiders if he needs to and pick his way through lap traffic.
Yeah, looking calm, cool, and collected as he tears up this course here. Going to go to that inside, make his way around a few lap riders. Oh, and a red cross flag out. Hate to see that.
Great job from Cannon, though. You saw he checked up big time, slammed on the brakes, rolled wheels on the ground for that red cross flag. Good to see these riders adhering to those rules as well. Last thing you'd want is to lose a championship over a penalty.
Yeah, you never want to be disrespectful to another rider either. We're all out here in this together, so glad to see these riders making sure to respect the rules here and doing it with some style, man, as he goes in to another lap. Let's see, you're going to see some yellow flags here. There was that rider, so
like
he...
That rider was down pretty hard. Hopefully going to be okay, and especially for some of these smaller wheelbase machines, the 65s, some of these square edge bumps, when they kick hard, and the kids, I mean, you can panic rev it if you will, but that only is going to do so much.
Yeah, it don't straighten up much here on these small wheelbases. Don't straighten up a whole lot on the big wheelbases, but a huge difference from it. It's really hard to get settled back in once you get these machines out of shape. So the number 5 man railing that corner as he makes his way towards us here on Racer TV through the finish. And now going to take the white flag. One more lap to go here for Cannon Zabanik, and he will be a main event winner. So he makes his way through now. knowing that that blue flag is not for him. He makes his way past that downrider once again, so gets through there clean as he now going to take the outside to inside line here. Having to make his way through plenty of lap traffic. Having no trouble, though. He is slicing and dicing his way through. Look at that, cutting straight across the ruts. Man, how about the racecraft?
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook maneuvering here. I don't care what size bike you are. And so Cannon Zavnik, well deserving of this championship and of a main event win. Here we go, one jump left, and checker flags come out, a hand in the air for Cannon Zavnik, the number 5. Going to be the number 1 here in 65, 10-11.
So that does it. Race number 10 in the books. Race number 11 coming up next is going to be our smallest wheelbase, the 50cc 7-8 Limited. So before we get things rolling here, they're about to do it right now. We're going to take a look at some of our top finishers here on the paperwork. Let's see if we can find them. Boone Lloyd, no surprise, taking a win in one of the heat races. And now let's take a look here for our second place. Mickey Fluhart, another big name here for our 50cc riders, was your second place. Your third place in the heat race going to belong to Robert Fender. Man, Fender having a big year at Loretta's as well. And then Jason Kukelka going to be your fourth place finisher. And Caden Wood with a fifth place finish there in the heat race. And going to make sure everybody's good to go, and we're going to let them go. And we did let them go. Here we go, 50cc 7-8 Limited shuffling in at that first corner. And it looked like a hole shot there for the number 418, I believe, but going to go way to the outside. He loses that hole shot. And we'll see who is going to be leading the way. Already off to a big lead is that Cobra rider out front. And look at the racecraft and style of these guys. Elbows up. They've got that core tightened up. They're sitting straight up, sitting exactly how they need to be on these machines. You can tell they are definitely spending a lot of time with somebody that knows a thing or two about a thing or two, as they are looking good out here. And that is the 412 machine that is going to be leading the way. Boone Lloyd, your heat race winner, the Virginia native on the Cobra Elite, Fly Elite, Dunlop, Minton Cycle, Roost MX, and T-Rex Throttles back ride, off to a big lead already. He makes his way over the double. And look at that, able to jump the jumps out here on these 50cc machines. Me and Zach were asking yesterday, do we think they'll be able to hit the finish line? We said one thing for sure, whether they can make the finish line or not, these 50 riders will go for it. They will come up a little bit short. They'll bounce right off of it and keep going. They are very talented riders, and they have the heart of champions, no doubt, all the way 1st through 30th here for our 50cc's. It's amazing to see what they can do, and they are able to clear that finish line jump. So quite the feat here for these little machines. The small, as we're going to see, besides the shaft drive PW class, these Cobra machines really have all the kinks worked out. They are very, very fast machines, no doubt. If you sit on one yourself, gave it a handful of throttle, I almost guarantee you'd do a backflip just sitting there. As we see your leader, Boone Lloyd, making his way through. Mickey Fluhart runs in that second place position. Jason Kukelka going to be in the third place position on the 98. Isaiah Benton coming through in fourth on the number 1. And Jerry Urbanowski going to be your fifth place. Brock Norris in sixth. Robert Fender in seventh. Caden Wood in eighth. Carson Fritch in the ninth place position. And Mikey Lucy going to be in the 10th place spot.
Impressive riding right now. Boone Lloyd coming out of the Virginia area. Boone's had some success already in his racing career. Some of the smaller 50 divisions, and is continuing to show what he's capable of. Mickey Fluhart, another familiar name here at the front of the 50 classes. And then Jason Kukelka in the third place spot. Isaiah Benton as well. Very solid performances. And then Urbanowski rounding out your top 5. Look at this. The 99 looks like on screen. As
possibly the 98 of Kukelka there.
That is the 98. Thank you. Yep. So Kukelka doing a great job. This is the battle for third place right now. Trying to defend. And people talk about, you know, oh, I'll go get something to eat during the 50 class. No, I wouldn't. No. I'm telling you, these kids battle just as hard, if not harder, than some of our vet and pro classes. This is so fun to watch.
This is the real show right here, Zach, no doubt. Robert Fender now going to move all the way up into the 4th place position. The Douglas, Georgia native getting it done so far. We'll see. Can he catch up to the 98 of Kukelka? Taking a look at your time is going to be about 2.6 seconds separating Lloyd and Fluhart. And then from Fluhart to Kukelka, you're going to be about 11 seconds. So you're going to see a big gap back there into that 3rd place spot. Fender just 1 second behind when he came through. And Benson going to be less than 1 second behind of Fender. The race is on.
Yeah, Fender is... he can see a lot of the competition right now. And that's a big part of it. Is he can see those guys just up ahead. And that's like it's like dangling a steak in front of a rabid dog. Yep. You know what I'm saying? He is charging hard now. If you can see him, you can catch him. Exactly. And if you make it around him, that's just going to boost your confidence that much more. You're going to say, why can't I keep moving up through the pack just like Caden Wood is? Yeah, and Boone Lloyd and Mickey Fluhart, there's really not a lot separating them as well. 2 seconds. I'm sure that Fluhart is catching glimpses of Lloyd. Jerry Urbanowski going to move now to the 7th place position. Ryder Drake moves up to 8th. Indigo Spinal Colt going to move into the 9th place spot. Carson Fritch now going to move down to 10th. Man, look at this. Great line selections here for these 50 riders. Might be young, but they are certainly good at what they do. Boone Lloyd checks in for another lap. Mickey Fluhart crosses the line in the number 2 spot. Jason Kukelka in the 3rd place position still. Last time around, let's see. Might have changed. Fender was only about half a second around on that last lap. And it is Robert Fender now checking in the 3rd place position. So, wow, while it is a big gap between 2nd and 3rd, those next 3 are fired up. Look at that. Fender, Benton, and Kukelka. So Jason Kukelka going to lose 2 spots on that last lap. Isaiah Benton running almost an identical lap to Robert Fender. Late in the race here, Boone Lloyd got the hair flowing out from under the helmet. A little glance over. Great riding right now for the 412 coming out of Bedford, Virginia. Taking a look, it's crazy to see how consistent the lap times are. Your 8th place rider doing a 1 minute flat. Talking to our man DJ Judd, making his way through. Hanging out with us here at the Racer TV trailer. All the who's who hanging out, watching the best of the best here in amateur moto racing. Like we said, so many of the superstars now, 16 years here of RCSX racing. Most of the field that you're seeing now in pro motocross and supercross have spent time here, and they'll talk about it as well. This is a proving ground. This is where, you know, I need to perform here, and it does help you shape up as you get on the bigger bikes. And then we'll see some of our top amateur riders trying to make their way into the SMX Next field, and then from there they're going to move up into those pro ranks as well. But Boone Lloyd got a little bit of time before he needs to worry about SMX Next, but one thing that he can try to focus on is bringing home a 50cc 7-8 limited championship. Less than half a lap remaining. Mickey Fluhart and then Isaiah Benton making that pass happen for the number 3 spot. And take a look at those lap times, Zach. Seeing a 58-second lap time there from Mickey Fluhart. These are some faster times than what we've saw for some of our other ranks, no doubt. They are absolutely flying out there. And speaking of that 58-second lap time, that was about a second or two faster than anybody else. And the checkered flag going to come out now. Boone Lloyd, the Virginia native, going to get it done and take the main event win here in the 50cc 7-8 limited. A big shout out to Boone Lloyd getting it done here today. Mickey Fluhart going to be your 2nd place finisher. Yeah, performed well under pressure. Did Lloyd Fluhart a very solid performance as well. Only 2.9 seconds back. Isaiah Benton in the third place spot. Looks like some problems for Robert Fender. They're late in that one, but a solid ride from Fender as well.
Yep, so Benton with a third place. Kukelka with a fourth place finish, and Zayden Wood round out your top 5. And here we go now with our 50cc 4 to 6-year-old limited class. All of these riders between 4 and 6 years old. And we get set to take off. Taking a look here, some of your top finishers. Ryden Williams taking a win there in his heat race. Your second place finisher in the heat was Rivers Rice. And here we go, Zach. Third place, Rowan Williams, and we are off and rolling into the first corner. Couple riders down there.
Few riders getting caught up.
There is the 92 that is going to be leading the way. The whole shot and the early lead going to belong to Ryden Williams. And a huge pile
right
up
here on the backside of that single. See the kid sitting there shaking it off.
Yeah, I guarantee they'll pop right back up. Get on those machines, man. They are some of the toughest kids that you have ever saw out here that race motocross. And look, Zach, just like we said, all three of those riders getting up, trying to get that machine back going.
That was a big hit, too.
It almost looked like it knocked a boot off of that one rider. Something definitely laying on the ground, man. A huge hit for them. It's amazing to see how tough they are. No doubt, if I had been 4 to 6 years old and went through something like that, I would have been crying so hard I couldn't see which way to get up by, but not the case here for these riders. This is race number 12, everybody. Race number 13 going to be your college boy 18 to 24-year-old class, so that is going to be a big one. Don't go anywhere as we watch these 50cc limited class go to battle. They come around for the green flag this time.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch right here. Some heavy hitters as far as the next generation, and looks like a couple of those riders pulling off to the side, so not sure if maybe there's bike issues or what, but see the 54 getting that machine picked back up, trying to get back out and racing.
Yeah, these machines still carbureted, so also could be some trouble there trying to get the machine fired back up.
I mean, they were almost upside down a few times.
Yeah, literally. Ryden Williams, like we said, leading the way. He's from Brooksville, Florida, so probably going to have some friends and family out here with him. Good to see. Rivers Rice holds on to second. Rowan Williams in third. Maverick Duffy going to be your fourth place. Grayson Clark rounds out your top 5. And taking a look here on screen as they make their way through this gnarly track. Now starting to get into just a little bit of lap traffic. Got our eyes set on your leader, the number 92 Cobra machine of Ryden Williams. So Williams makes this turn here before the finish. Now going to head through to what will be the completion of lap number 2.
Yeah, Williams doing a really good job of staying out of the deep ruts on the inside, but not getting caught up in those big powdery berms on the outside. Very easy to sink a front wheel and go over the bars. Staying right in that middle ground, and this goes to show why he is one of the top riders in this 4 to 6 limited division. Rice and Duffy doing a great job as well. Clark back there in the 4th place spot, and then Baribeau rounding out your top 5 with 2 laps complete.
So Williams there on the number 92, your leader, like we said, going to be making his way out of Brooksville, Florida, just 6 years old on the Mendit, Oakley, Dunlop, and Alpine Stars backed ride. And, man, he is making them proud here as he makes his way around for now. Lap number 3, so far so good for the 92.
Making his way around one of the P-dubs out there, the number 10 having a good ride.
Cooper Hinkley making his way through there on that PW. 603 machine coming into view. Liam DeLowry making his way your leader making his way through plenty of lap traffic. Zach, we're liable to see him go way up through the charts here in this one.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the 92 is just a bit of a cut above.
I mean, how is it's hard to comprehend how it's even possible for these riders to be as good as they are at such a young age. So it by no means takes anything away from these other riders. The guy in last very well could turn out to be the next star of Supercross, but something about some of these riders, such as the number 92, such as the 39, such as the number 40, just seem to be uncomprehendibly fast at such a young age.
Yeah, some kids just seem to pick it up early. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They're able to get things figured out at a very young age, and obviously the entire Cobra motorcycle brand based around that, right? Kind of talked about the Loretta Lynn's International being the race that they were built around, and then from there they've continued to grow and foster the next generation of great racers, generation after generation. And so, yeah, talking to Sean Hilbert earlier this year, it's really cool to see the way that they support not only the riders, but they support the families as well. This is a big undertaking. We talked about crisscrossing all over the country, the amount of money these families have to spend, and the entire Cobra Elite family does a great job of taking care of not only the rider, but mom and dad as well, saying, hey, here's what's going to go on, here's what you can expect, and here's how you can set yourself and your child up for success.
Yeah, Zach, such a crazy sport here that we do. It's hard, a sport that's not really hard to get into, but it is in some ways, and it's confusing how everything works in some ways as well. And it's good to have a company like Cobra that will take the parents and say, hey, this is how we do things, this is how things are going to go, this is what you can expect. So always some cool stuff there happening with Cobra, starting to get into some of the bigger bikes as well. So glad to see Cobra having a good show in here today. And the number 92 still on screen. Ryden Williams having a great time out there as he makes his way around for lap number 5. Now heading into the finish line section once again. We'll see how many laps they're going to be doing here in our 50cc 4-6 limited. And no white flag that time around as they complete lap number 5. Should be around an 8-lap race, I do believe, here for our 50cc 4-6 limited. There goes the 346 machine making his way through. Carter Adams out of Goshen, Ohio. The number 19, the number 48, the number 626. Good to see them out there as well. That is Handel Jr. running in the 19 spot. There's the 144. We see the 510, the number 12, the 603 styling and profiling. Let's see who we've got coming here. This is the 630 machine, looking good out there. The number 3 on the PW, the 731 machine. Over and out. There's the 380 machine. PW, there's the 619 machine. Blaze making his way through. There's the 214. Now seeing the 829, I believe that was. It was Dayton Brown. There's the 208. There's the big number 4. I'm sure Ricky Carmichael would like to see Payne Piercy out here. There's the 17. And there's your leader once again, the big number 92, Ryden Williams.
Believe Ryden going to be seeing a white flag the next time around. Nice to get a little look through the entire field, yeah, especially here in these younger divisions. Like we said, never know, the kid in 16th place might wind up being one of the great riders of the future. And that's the beautiful part of this is yes, it is competitive. Yes, there's money, there's competition, there's intensity involved with this part of the sport, but it's also, it's still fun, right? It's fostering a love for the sport. And I mean, this is where the dream and the addiction honestly begins. These kids, they're going to enjoy this. They're going to remember, man, I remember when mom and dad and maybe my sibling and the dog, we all went down to Florida and we hung out, and man, I got to race in the middle of a NASCAR track. Like, it is just such a unique experience that these kids, whether they grow up to be superstars of the sport or not, will never forget. White flag waving, and Ryden Williams going to do this one more time.
Yeah, Zach, like you were saying, though, lasting memories that are made here. Not only does this shape these little fellas as riders, it also shapes them as people as well. You learn a lot of life lessons out on the racetrack. Some of the most important lessons you'll ever learn in life very well could come from the racetrack, and it is mainly about having fun at this age. It's mainly about getting out there, getting the seat time. Mom, dad, don't be too crazy about it, because it is just about working your way up through the ranks at this age and trying to get the experience, so that once you start getting on the bigger bike, you've been there, you've done it, you've been to RCSX, and you're ready to go for it. But speaking of ready to go, the number 92 is ready to go, and I'm sure he is ready to see a checkered flag as he is on his way to a main event win. Zach, 28 seconds ahead. Ryden absolutely flying. Ryder Barboa going to be in the number 2 spot. Rivers Rice now moving to 3rd. Maverick Duffy in 4th, and Wade Lloyd in 5th. And here we go.
Checkered flag coming out.
The number 92, Ryden Williams out of Brooksville, Florida, going to take the main event win. As the rest of our riders make their way through the line. That's going to do it for race number 12. Race number 13 going to be getting set to go, the college class. And there's a glimpse of them there. They are getting fired up. They are going to be ready to go, Zach. This is where we're going to get to see some of the best 18 to 24-year-olds go to battle.
Yeah, I love this camera shot right now. Look at that. Our man Mike getting the shot. Huge shout out to Mike Nichols, always going above and beyond, taking care of us here on Racer TV. And like it. I like this. The 991. He's getting fired up, getting pumped up. Always cool to see the different tactics, right? Some of the riders, cool, calm, and collected. They almost look like perfectly still, statue-esque on the line. Other riders, I know Ken Roxon was famous for it when he was younger, getting pumped up, clapping the hands, slapping the chest, slapping the helmet. Everybody's got their own strategy to what pays off, but man, we're going to find out which one pays off the most here in just a moment. Like you said, this is going to be a fun one. Curious to see. I don't believe this class is going to hit that pro section, but very confident that they could if it was opened up.
Yeah, no doubt. Jordan Renfro, a very, very fast rider out here with us from Lake Park, Georgia, 19 years old. But look at that, Zach. 30th place there in the heat race. We'll see what he's able to do in rebound here. There's some other big names here in this one. Diesel Thomas, Reese Wheaton. Most of these riders actually racing in that Futures race on Saturday at the big Supercross event.
Yeah, there's definitely several riders that have had a fair amount of track time throughout this weekend. We'll leave it at that. But Diesel Thomas was the guy to beat in the heat race. You can see him just in the center of the screen. Pretty good jump off the line as well. Let's see. It looks like it is. Diesel Thomas going to lead them into the first turn, but he's neck and neck with the number 7. Oh, who's it going to be? It looks like that might have been the number 7 grabbing the early race lead.
It is going to be the 524, I do believe. So
Thomas.
How about it?
Man, made it happen when it mattered most. Diesel Thomas. And looks like that was the number 7 of Ronald Johnson going to cross the line behind him. They were neck and neck headed into that second corner. Then it's going to be the 55 in the number 3 position. That's going to be Ignacio Diaz. Wow. The 5.24 machine. Thomas throwing that thing around. Yep, not going to hit that pro section. So I believe they'll have 12 laps, I think, here in this college boy class.
So taking a look here at the running, Diesel Thomas, Ronald Johnson, Ignacio Diaz is going to be in the 3rd place. Reese Wheaton and Dakota Bender, your top 5. And on screen right now, Diesel Thomas, the man to beat in the heat race. Diesel having a really stellar year in 2024. Felt like he kind of started to feel his flow and become a little more of a common name here at the front end of this sport. And man, he is picking up right where he left off in 2025. Diesel Thomas trying to control this college 18 to 24 early. Ronald Johnson on the number 7 was 7th there in his heat race, trying to make a big comeback here in the main event as he runs in the 2nd place position. Reese Wheaton aboard the 734 machine, just 18 years old out there on his Kawasaki, going to be your 3rd place rider. And then Dakota Bender in 4th aboard the number 39 Yamaha machine. 5th place now going to be Ignacio Diaz there on the number 55 machine. So some changing happening, some shuffling in the running order here early in this one as just 2 laps complete. 620 machine going down there. Peyton Jackson, tough break for him, 6th place in his heat race. Yeah, Peyton Jackson, a front runner. We talked about the difference between local and national. Really fast there on a local level and fast on a national level as well, but luck not going on his side right now. Diesel Thomas, though, this guy he's making his own luck right now, that's for sure. Executed that start to perfection and is trying to run away with it. Ronald Johnson hanging on to the number 2 spot with Reese Wheaton in 3. So we'll keep our eyes on Renfro. He's moving up through the pack, Zach. He was very, very strong in one of those heat races. Clearly the results don't show it, but one to keep your eyes out on, having a tough go at it here today, working his way through that backside of the top 10, but on screen, scrubbing his way to the finish line. Diesel Thomas, how about it, on the move?
The Diesel Thomas, doing exactly what he was wanting to do here, making a statement.
Fastest man on the track, lap after lap, the only rider in that 45-second range.
Yeah, and that's some of the fastest lap times we've seen all day as far as on that track without the pro section. Thomas, man, just really seems to have things figured out on that Husqvarna machine. You see the way he's able to handle some of these bumps, the way the bike stays planted through some of the ruts. Man, it really goes to show these riders, we talk about how fast they are, how fit they are, but their ability to be in tune with the motorcycle and to set the motorcycle up is also just as important and just as impressive.
Yeah, no doubt. Diesel going to have a lot of great people behind him, such as Monster, Belt, Dunlop, Tamer, FMF, Bruce, Ogio, Munn Racing, and Racetech, along with Novak. And just like you were saying, Zach, clearly Racetech has that machine running well, as now we start to see a battle forming, Zach. It looks like it could be a three-way battle here for that third-place position.
Yeah, going to see if we can pick that back up on the cameras here. Ronald Johnson, Wheaton, and Bender going at it for 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch a shot. We very well could have a new second place.
Might have been them just behind that camera shot. You're going to have to wait and see. We see him back on the top of the screen.
It did appear that the number 7 is holding on to it. Back on screen, though, is the 524 of Diesel Thomas. And here we go.
Wow. Look at this. The number 7 still hanging on to it for now. Oh, the Yamaha is all over him. They got a lap rider in between. Somehow all three are able to get through in that corner.
So Dakota Bender will be able to pick up that spot for that third place spot. That's going to put Wheaton down now into the 4th place position.
Well, Bender's not finished yet. He wants the number 2 spot and wants to try to chase down your leader, Diesel Thomas. Matching lap times almost between Thomas and Bender, just a few tenths the difference, as Thomas goes to put another lap in the books.
Yeah, going to be hard to catch up to Diesel Thomas at this point, able to get a 7-second gap. So without a mistake, they would really have to turn up the pace to be able to do it. Now taking a look, Dakota Bender checks in that 2nd place position. So he is around the number 7, as you can see on screen, your new 2nd place, Dakota Bender.
So Dakota Bender, not sure if he's going to have time to track this one down. Diesel Thomas just not looking like he's going to make a huge mistake and give this thing away.
Zach, 8.8 seconds was the gap, and he must have heard you talking about the lap times, because he dropped it down to a 45.8 there for lap number 7. Everybody else going to be around the 47-second range, at least in your top 5 positions. Seeing some faster lap times just outside of the top 5, but not quite going to be able to catch up, as seeing some gaps here all the way down.
Yeah, with the white flag waving now as well, he's going to need a mistake from Diesel Thomas, and I'm just not sure that it happens.
And here we go. Diesel going to make his way through the split line section. Just a few more corners to go. And Diesel looking cool, calm, and collected. Not seeing him look around. He is not worried where anybody else is. He is focused on it, looking over at the crowd. I'm sure the fans and family of Diesel Thomas has to be excited now, as the 5-2-4 machine takes the checkered flag. Diesel Thomas going to take the win here in the college 18-24 main event. Dakota Bender now going to check in the 2nd place position, with Reese Wheaton moving back up to 3rd. Ronald Johnson going to be credited with 4th place. And Cole Coker going to round out your top 5 here for the college class.
Taking a look at the backside of the top 10. Clayton Stockstill going to turn in the 6th place position. Jordan Renfro, a 7th place spot. Looks like Kai June Simons in the 8th place position. Blake Thomas and Nathan Jeffrey, your top 10.
So race number 12 comes to a close. Race number 13 now going to be waiting on the gate.
the Masters 50-plus class. This is always a fun one as well. Sitting on the line.
And taking a look here, Tony LaRusso taking a heat race win, as Carlo Cohen with a second place there in his heat. Third place, Galen Dixon, and then a fourth place finish here. Go ahead, Zach.
I was going to say, this is another one of those classes where you're seeing a lot of me, myself, my wife, my family as sponsors.
Yep, exactly. Good to see them all out here with us. A big turnout here for this one. Brian Carroll with a fourth place finish in the heat. And your fifth place, look at that, Barry Carson on board that RM Army Suzuki machine. Keep your eyes out for Barry on the number 31, always a heavy hitter. And taking a look, so that was your top 5 there for your Masters 50 plus. They're going to get locked and loaded here on the gate, and we're going to be turning them loose. Once again, we want to welcome everybody here to the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, the 16th annual running of the RCSX. Zach Herron with me, Jackson Burrell right here, and we're getting ready to go.
Thank you. There we go. Card is sideways, and let's see. Looks like a good jump from a couple of the Cowies. And is that Frenchie? That might be Frenchie out front. No, look at that. We had some big shuffling around. That's the 444 out front leading the way. That is Frenchie, Greg Paymart. All right.
Paymart, another one to keep your eyes out for here for sure. Let's see. Paymart 8th. There in his heat race, but no doubt Paymart has the skills to pay the bills. He is a national caliber rider here in this Masters 50 plus class, always battling for wins no matter where he is at. Today going to be no different for the 444.
No problems.
Man, he takes an uppercut there from those handlebars. Barry Carson and the rest of the crew going to get around. Tough break there for Paymart. We'll see if he's able to work back through the pack.
That is exactly what we mean in the sense of a split second can totally change your race. Gregory Paymart, I mean, he is no stranger to ruts. Something about these square edge bumps here at Daytona, they're catching the riders off guard. The number 4 now, Tony LaRusso, going to take over the number 1 spot. Watch out for the 82 as well of Earl May back there in the 4th place position.
And bad news if you're the rest of the pack. Tony LaRusso, the heat race winner, finds himself in the number 1 spot. The New Hampshire native on that New Hampshire Motocross Dunlop FXR factory connection and MX 101 backed ride, setting sail here as he has a 1.7 second lead here as he enters into lap number 2. Now going to be entering into lap number 3 as he starts to approach the finish.
He's not approaching it by himself, though. Got to talk about Galen Dixon on the number 18. He is not letting him get away. LaRusso, not necessarily within striking distance at the moment, but a small little bobble like that, and we could see Dixon right there battling for second, and it looks like Earl May has now made the move for the 3rd place spot.
Yeah, the Tallahassee, Florida native going to be making his way up. Look at that, Gregory Paymart going to move now into the 4th place spot. Greg having a great run now as he starts to work his way up through the pack. Taking a look at the times, it's 2.6 seconds between LaRusso and Dixon, then about 4.3 from Dixon back to May, and then to Paymart going to be less than a second with just 0.9 separating the two. Paymart very liable to make up some spots here. Zach, we'll try to keep our eyes out for him.
The guy does not know how to quit, and we love to see it because we got plenty of time left in this race. Could see him fighting with Earl May for a final podium position. Look at that. LaRusso, oh man, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lap riders right there, and he's slicing through the middle of them. There goes the 18 of Dixon, Earl May, and then Frenchie, Greg Paymart in the 4th place spot. Bouncing back after an early tip over. So costly, those first lap mistakes. Even if it's just a bobble, even if you don't totally fall over, it is just so costly. Got a red cross flag here in this section. I believe that might be the 67 Carlo Cohen going down. Hopefully Carlo going to be okay on that Yamaha, taking just a little bit to get back to his feet.
Zach, something me and you talk about a lot here on Racer TV is lap riders, and when you're the first person to get to them, it makes it a little bit harder on yourself because the riders don't necessarily know that they're getting lapped, don't know that anybody is behind them. And for somebody like Dixon in that number 2 spot, it could be a real game changer. That could really put you back in the fight there, as once the first person makes it by our lap riders, they know lap riders going to be making their way through, so they start being a little more tentative, say, okay, I'll let Dixon by because he has to be coming close here, as I've already got lapped by LaRusso. But yeah, we'll see. LaRusso so far slicing and dicing his way through the lap riders. It doesn't seem to be playing out necessarily the way that I was saying it possibly could. So let's see, 4.2 seconds was the gap between LaRusso there on the number 5, or on number 4, I should say, and then Dixon on the number 18. Going to be 7 seconds back to Paymart, who now overtakes the 3rd place position. So Paymart, although a tough go there on lap number 1, he works his way back up into a podium position. The Pennsylvania native looking good. Dixon going to be making his way out of Winter Haven, Florida, so he's going to be no stranger here to this Florida sand. That bike shoots sideways, no problem for him as he muscles it back in line.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if we saw the Kawasaki get a big kick, but man, he seemed to absorb it with no problem. Got the bike set up well, and yeah, how about it? Gregory Paymart might have gone down early, but was not given up here in this Masters 50+ class. But mastering things right now is Tony LaRusso. There he is on screen, the number 4. Another lap put down, closer and closer to a checkered flag.
Hey, no better time to run the number 4 than right here at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. And so far, it looks like good luck is on his side. It looks like things are paying off, as the number 4 still continuing to grow that lead, now a 5.6 second lead as they make their way around here for lap number 7. This time around, I do believe they'll be getting a white flag. Not much longer, and we'll know for sure as they work their way through the final few sections here before the finish. And there it is. So he crosses through the finish once again. Tony LaRusso still holding on to it. And I did not see a flag that time around. So going to be a little bit longer than I was expecting. No problems for the number 4, though. He is rocking and rolling.
I still like to see how much variety we're seeing in that split lane section. I thought we were kind of see everybody funneled to one side, but I've seen passes made both ways through here. And this section right here is actually proven to be very difficult. It seems like that rut into the first face, they're either rolling on the inside, and I'm sure that rut goes all the way through the next face, or they're carrying momentum around the outside right there.
Yeah, kind of wheeling into those, bouncing off of it. These riders are going to have to be very careful, make sure they don't get that front wheel over the top of that jump. We could be seeing some stuff like we saw this weekend in Supercross, so they'll have to be very careful. That's one of the more technical parts of the track, is when they wheelie pop off those jumps. As the number 4 makes his way back onto Racer TV, the New Hampshire native. And 8 laps complete so far, working on lap number 9.
So time starting to wind down here on Masters 50+. Oh, look at, whoa, God, going for a ride. I thought that one could have been it. Skimming past tough blocks.
And let's see, Zach, I do believe he should get a white flag this time around for sure, and he does. Tony LaRusso aboard the number 4 Yamaha machine takes the white flag. One more lap left to go here for race 14, the Masters 50+. And
one more trip around here, LaRusso. He's gone this far, just got to ride mistake-free one more time around. Much easier said than done, though, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So far, so good for him. Makes his way through about the halfway point of the track, maybe a little farther. Just a couple more sections to go for Tony LaRusso. Galen Dixon still holding on to second. Greg Paymart in that third place spot. Brian Carroll in fourth, and Barry Carson now going to round out our top 5. As the checkered flag gonna fly for the number 4, Tony LaRusso takes the main event win.
Well deserved after a great race. Tony LaRusso puts the hammer down and gets the win. Looks like it will be Galen Dixon taking the number 2 spot. Gregory Paymart going to hang on for the 3rd place position after an early race tip over. Brian Carroll crosses the line in 4th. Barry Carson going to round out the top 5. Looks like Earl May does cross the line in the 6th place spot. Alan Alford back there in the 7th place position. Steve Nagy actually jumps up, to the 7th place spot. Alford going to shuffle back to 4th. James Jetmar and Edward Bowell Jr., your top 10 as we turn now to Vet 30 Plus BC coming up next. So Vet 30 BC, looks like it was, we got Zachary Vito, we've got Scott Garrettson, and Mike Morris, the 133, who we've already seen at one point today, grabbed the heat race win. So should be fun to watch here. Everybody kind of taking those last second preparations. Super Mini 1 going to be coming up after this. Vet 30 Plus BC sitting on the line, taking just a second. Possibly had a rider go down there on the final lap. Want to make sure the track is clean and clear before we get ready to drop the gate on our next round. So should be fun to watch on this one, Jackson. We talked about the excitement in Vet 25, but Vet 30 BC, another one of those ones where a lot of these riders already rather accomplished in the sport. Looks like doing a little bit of track touch-up here while we've got just a moment.
Yeah, Zach, where do you go after you turn 30? Go straight on up to the Vet 30 Plus. So, yeah, like you said, going to be a good one here. Vet 30 Plus BC, race number 15. Race number 16, going to be your Super Mini 1 class, so going to be a good one for that as well. But for now, Vet 30 Plus BC. On the gate, locked and loaded, they get ready to set sail here on the RCSX track.
Here we go. You can see getting locked and loaded. Looks like one rider might have accidentally set his hole shot device off on accident, so we'll see how that affects things. Scooches way far forward.
And here we go.
Gate is down. Oh, man, hang on to it. What a save from the 41 right there. Zachary Vito, second place in your heat, and he wanted that hole shot bad. Going to shuffle back to about the 5th place spot. It looks like it is the number 2 of Aaron Connier out front leading the way.
Yeah, Connier looking good right now, as is this Yamaha ride. Trying to catch the numbers there on the Yamaha machine. There we go, the 6-4. Let's see. Let's take a look here. The 649, Jared Meister, the Canton, Ohio native, I believe, going to be running in that 2nd place position. Trying to take a look a little bit farther back.
Look at this battle for the lead already. The Yamaha trying to show a wheel. And, man, rockets around the KTM. What a drive for your new race leader. And that is going to be Jared Meister out front. Connier in the 2nd place spot. Zachary Vito. Chris Nisborski 3rd and 4th with Brent Giersentaner rounding out the top 5 here in Vet 30 BC.
Yeah, Jordan Hellman going to be in that 6th place spot. And then just behind him, we see Scott Garrettson, Ayrton Valdiviso, Rolando Garcia, and Shelby Rowland round out our top 10 positions. How about that? Shelby Rowland out here with us in this Vet 30 Plus BC.
Absolutely, yeah, not scared whatsoever. Slicing and dicing here with the rest of the Vet 30 field. And man, the Yamaha, that was an impressive pass, man. I mean, muscled pass through that section, got the power to the ground, and put themselves in the #1 spot.
Yep, so far so good now for the 649. Jared Meister going to be leading the way here at the completion of lap number 2. Lap number 3 underway here for our Vet 30 Plus BC. And it is the 649 machine that is out front, but he is going to have a challenger here for the number 41, Zachary Vito, wanting up into that top spot. We'll see. He's going to shoot to the inside. Oh, man, Zach, look at that. He dived in hard. Going to try to make a block pass. It looks like he's going to do it again.
Look at that, 2 for 2.
And he is scared of a little bit of rubbing, no doubt.
Absolutely not. Yeah, the number 41 machine, 31 years old, just moving up into this Vet 30 BC class. And he is looking for a fight right now, trying to take the battle to your race leader right now. And Vito just a little bit slower on the lap time, so he is going to have to find a way to maybe drop about half a second or so if he wants a chance to bring the fight back to Jared Meister. But if I was a Yamaha rider, I'd try to hit the ground running, because the 41, he's not looking to just make a pass. He might be looking to make a little bit of contact as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. He is really wanting up into that top spot. Zach, you can't blame him as he shoots to the inside here. Might have a little better luck with some of those inside lines there. And on screen, still going to be the 649 of Meister. Meister, so far so good, able to hold off at that 41 machine. Zach, he isn't backing down from the challenge.
Yeah, Meister actually doing a really great job. You would think the attempts of the number 41 might rattle him just a little bit, right? It's hard to not start looking over your shoulder, glancing down in some of these corners. Does not seem to be what Meister is doing. He's staying focused ahead and has responded to the pressure from the number 41. They make their way through a red cross flag section. Great job from both of our riders of keeping those wheels on the ground.
Yeah, of course, anytime you see the red cross flag, that does mean that these riders cannot jump. They have to have wheels on the ground, of course, no passing.
Hopefully that rider going to be okay. Could not quite see possibly the number 10, Chris Nisborski, which I hope not. Nisborski was up inside the top 5 earlier in this race. So, man, how quickly things can change out here. Track starting to get pretty rough. And, man, look at the crisscrossing here, Jackson. The battle is back on for the number 1 spot. Vito has tracked down Meister, and they are getting ready to go at it for the top step of Vet 30 Plus BC.
Here we go again, Zach. Are we going to see the number 41 push the issue once again?
Let's see. They've got to check up through this section, and Meister does a great job of not just keeping the wheels on the ground, but you cannot accelerate through here either. You have to make sure that you're staying safe, not gaining an advantage whatsoever. So great job from both Meister and Vito. They maintain that gap, get clean and clear of that downed rider. And now they get to go back to do battle. Now look at this. Meister not able to take that inside line he had been taking. These lap riders getting pretty thick. Seems like they're catching them in groups here, Jackson, not just one at a time. He's got 3 or 4 all in one corner at a time.
Yeah, going to have his work cut out here for him on these final few laps. Still a little bit left to go here for our Vet 30 Plus BC. Zach, a lot of changing around. It is Meister that leads the way. Vito in second. And then we have Aaron Valdiviso holding on to that 3rd place spot. Brent Geisentanner going to be your 4th place, and Aaron Cannoner going to round out our top 5. Robert Leonard, Shelby Rowland now going to move all the way up to 7th. Jordan Hellman in 8th, and then Tiago Voitre going to be your 9th place rider. And look at that, just as I was saying it, Tiago going to be able to move up. Cannoner going to move down to 9th now, and Darren Fortin going to move up into that 10th place spot.
Meister and Vito watching on screen right now. I've got to say, I am impressed with the Yamaha of Meister. He really has responded to all of the pressure. Seems like Vito's been able to track him down just a couple of times, and sure enough, the Yamaha finds a way to stretch it back out, even going through lap traffic.
Yeah, Zach, he has not backed down from the challenge all race long, whether it's been from the 41, whether it's been the lap traffic. He has been charging forward, keeping his eyes on the prize. And so far, so good for the 649.
Watching now, Vito not able to push the pace quite as hard here late in the race.
So taking a look here, 7 laps complete. Won't be much longer now until this race going to come to a close. Going to see, will the number 41 be able to make another charge? The 357 machine still holds on to that 3rd place position. And now going to make our way through the finish once again. I do believe, Zach, this is going to be a 10-lap race. 8 laps complete, so at the completion of this next lap should be seeing a white flag.
Yeah, getting down to the nitty-gritty here. The number 41 running out of time. Zachary Vito, if he wants to make it happen, he's going to have to do it now, and he's got a couple of seconds now that he's got to make up as well. So this is going to come down to the wire. You can see still charging hard, but the Yamaha of Meister really has put in a solid couple of laps the late stages of this race.
Yeah, he sure has. Able to open up around a 3-second gap or so. And look how fast those top 2 are going. Able to open up 18 seconds on the 3rd place. But as far as lap times go, everybody in the top 5, top 10 there, all pretty similar as far as lap times go. But somewhere along the line, there's been some big time lost between that 1st and 3rd place position.
There it is. White flag for your leader. One more trip around, and he will be champion here in the Vet 30 Plus BC. Got the hand guards on, and you can see Zachary Vito still charging hard way up over the front end of the bike, trying to absorb some of those braking bumps. Just looks like he's not quite got the intensity that he had early in this race. Maybe getting a little bit of arm pump, tightening up just a little bit. Meanwhile, Meister really looking solid, as he's got less than half a lap remaining here in Vet 30 Plus BC.
All right, and here we go. The 649 machine one more time around, and he gets a checkered flag. Jared Meister going to take the win here in our Vet 30 Plus BC division.
What a race. Great job hanging tough on the pressure there for Meister. And so we are enjoying some great racing, and we talked about it being the 16th annual Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. You know we had to bring him into the booth. We've got the GOAT, Ricky Carmichael, hanging out with us. Ricky, thank you. I mean, I think we all deserve or have to give you a big thank you. 16 years Supercross. This has kind of changed the game. It's gone from kind of a new thing. I remember when it first came out, everybody was kind of, how's this going to work out, to now this is a staple. Everybody's got it circled on their calendar.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me on today. Great to see everybody. And I'm blown away every time I see this event and what it's grown from the first time that we had it many, many years ago, and just the vision and what that looks like and where we want to be. I'm just so happy and so thankful that we have a great group and an internal team that tries to put on the best race and the best experience at a fantastic venue.
Well, Ricky, you're going to be in here for a great race for this one. The Super Mini 1, race 16 out on the track, and they are already off to a good start. What do you think about the track this year, Ricky?
Well, I like it. I feel like this is one of the years, like, we got the balance right, meaning as far as it's not heavy on one side of the stadium as it is on the other. So I like how it raced. It definitely raced well on Saturday night, and I feel like it's racing well here today for the RCSX and yesterday for the qualifiers.
Absolutely. As we watch right now, Super Mini 1 off and rolling, and it is Dane Pappas out front leading the way. A couple of other big names to be looking for, Grant McDonald and Easton Graves, second and third in those heat races. Dane Pappas, look at that, hanging off the back of the machine. This is how you do it.
I was going to say, I mean, it's unbelievable just how talented these young kids are these days. I feel like back several generations ago, they just didn't have the speed that they have now, and the technique and the talent. Not to take anything away from the older generation like me, but the depth is incredible, and that's what I love. I love watching these young kids on these mini bikes just hang it out and ride so fast. And again, the skill level is just incredible for me.
Man, and you can really see, we talk about this track and the way it's breaking down. This is national quality, right? They don't shy away from the ruts, the bumps, and you can see Dane Pappas getting a little sideways. These ruts, not only are they in the corners, they're extending all the way to the faces of the jump as well. Really can reach up and grab some of these ruts.
Oh, 100%. You got to be in it all the time. And it's funny, it's like we always say, be in the moment, be in the moment. But because this track is always changing, it's getting rough every single lap, and there's so many riders out there, you really do have to be paying attention. So when you go around a corner one lap and you know that it might be starting to get pushed out or get a hook in the rut or something like that, or there's a big kicker coming out, you have to be cognizant of that the next time that you come around to that particular section, so you can make an adjustment and hit the right line the next lap by.
Well, that's something that we hear you guys give a lot of praise to Cooper Webb about, right? And known for being able to adapt to the track throughout the night. Just saw in that one corner, Dane Pappas had problems a lap ago, switched the line up a little bit this time, able to get through a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, he's rolling right now, and I expected Grant McDonald to be up there. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, McDonald back in the fourth place spot. Chase Moynihan actually, boom, right there. Must have heard you.
I know. I don't know about that. Yeah.
McDonald now moving into the number 3 spot, and he's got Chase Moynihan just in front of him, 1.6 seconds ahead.
One thing, too, that we work hard and strive to do here at the RCSX is give these riders as many laps as possible. You know, like that was one of our missions from the inception of this race, was like, hey, we want people to come here and have a good time, but we want to give them their money's worth and race multiple laps. And I think that we've done a good job throughout the years with that, and especially this year.
Going to give you a rundown through the rest of the top 10. It's Gage Brown now in the 4th place spot, Easton Graves in 5th, Hudson Vagel, Jackson Vick, Drew Marson, Cash Anderson, and Brayton Greglow rounding out your top 10. Jackson, we saw Jackson Vick a little bit earlier, not quite the start he was hoping for, but he worked up inside the top 5, might be able to work up into a podium, but he better get rolling soon.
Oh yeah, you got to get rolling, because we talked about the laps. I mean, they do wind down fast. As many laps as they are, it's like they go by so fast. So, and again, you can get creative here with the lines. You got inside, outside. That was a great shot there of just giving you a perception of what it looks like from the bird's eye view.
And Zach, you mentioned that 5th place position there. Easton Graves actually holding on to that 5th place spot. We've already saw Easton Graves out here today, so he already knows what this track's looking like here on race day. We'll see if that helps him out any.
Yeah, it hasn't been long either since we saw Easton last, and so not a ton of changes between his last moto and this one, but nonetheless, not quite the start. He grabbed the whole shot and checked out in that first moto. Probably wishing he could repeat that right about now. But Dane Pappas firing on all cylinders here at the moment at the front of Super Mini 1.
Yeah, looking at the lap times here, and they're all like the top 5 are running very similar lap times. Top 6 actually. Top 5, pardon me. I mean, they're close, just kind of mirroring each other. So when you get to a situation like that, it's very frustrating because you lose at the beginning. If you don't get a good start, you lose so much track position. And it's hard to make that up when you're running relatively the same lap times as your competitors, the guys in front of you.
And we touched on this a little bit earlier, Jackson and myself. This is kind of the start of the Amateur Nationals for the full season. Right. The Anaheim 1, if you will, for the full year. So we've got some new faces and new classes, and everybody's trying to see where they stack up against the rest of the field.
That's right. We were talking about it in the announcer's box earlier. Like, this is the first race in these riders in the new class, whether some of them have aged out their previous class, or moving from a C to a B class, whatever you. So yeah, this is the season debut, if you will.
And Ricky, you mentioned Grant McDonald. He has now made that move up into the 2nd place position. Chase Moynihan still going to hold on to 3rd.
Moving up the ladder here. Still some time to go. That's a nice thing about being able to give these riders some extra laps or more laps, is it gives you an opportunity to come from behind.
Well, and you talked about not losing that ground early. 4 seconds back is Grant McDonald, but he's 4/10 faster than your race leader. So he's going to need a mistake from Dane Pappas if he wants a chance to fight for the lead. But anything can happen in these closing stages of the race.
Anything, and you start getting into lappers as well. And if you're Pappas, you got to do the best that you can when you start to approach these lappers, that you get by them at the right time.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of catching them in groups here. You never get just one at a time.
Oh, it's tough too when you catch them in groups, because they're racing for a position as well, and they don't want to just pull over and risk getting passed by the guy that they're battling with. So I can see both sides.
Yeah, especially not here at RCSX. You want every position you can get, no doubt. As we see your leader on screen, the number 35, Dane Pappas, having a good run. The California native trying to get it done here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I mean, Pappas looks. I mean, he looks like he's on a big bike. You know, just the way he rides and the style. And
Pappas a little bigger in stature. It looks like maybe hit a growth spurt over the winter a little bit, able to kind of manhandle this machine around.
Seeing a lot of block passing here in this one. They're really dicing it up out there, especially with these lap riders.
Getting dicey for sure.
That 12 to 15 super mini age, they kind of get a little attitude going, you know.
Bragging rights, man, right?
Yeah, it's about that age.
Yep. Whoa, hold on to it. I was down on the track, and it's definitely ruddy, some of those jump faces. So you're one of these riders. This can also be a learning lesson as well.
There it is. White flag coming out. 1 lap left to go. Big kick right there for Pappas. Tossed him up off the seat, able to hang on to it.
Oh, he's got a nice lead for himself right here. I think it's just looking forward. Make sure you have no mistakes, keeping clear of the lappers that you're going to have to get by to get to that checkered flag.
Yeah, Grant McDonald got to hang his hat on the fact that he's been able to maintain that 4-second gap, matching the lap times of your leader. But like you said, this is the best of the best, the tip of the spear, if you will. It's just so hard to make up time in what is a lot of laps, but is also not a lot.
Yeah, well, you give up that track position early, man. It's hard to overcome that unless you are clear cut, turning faster lap times.
And here it is, the final straightaway, and it will be Dane Pappas grabbing the win, a fist in the air. One of the best feelings, knowing you're going to chat it up down on the podium. And Ricky, you guys don't just give these guys a plate; you're giving them Boxo USA tools. You guys are really taking care of them.
Yeah, that's it's great to be able to have wonderful partners, not only with MX Sports and the partnerships that they have with great sponsors, but mine as well. With Boxo giving back, and it's definitely special for sure.
Yeah, a ton of great sponsors here. All the OEMs coming out as well.
That's right. I mean, dude, the first couple of years we had this race, there was not much OEM support, and just to see that progression and growth has been special.
Want to give a shout out to our top 5: Dane Pappas, Grant McDonald, Chase Moynihan, Gage Brown, and Easton Graves out of that Super Mini 1 class. As now we drop the gate here on 250C Limited.
Race number 17 out on the track, and it looks like the Yamaha rider, the number 19, going to take the early lead here in this one.
Michael Thompson in control of things early. Everybody stacking up in that big bowl corner. Looks like one rider went down. Oh, a big get off. Got a kick right off that lip and went for a ride. Man, hopefully that rider is going to be okay.
Yeah, that was a tough impact there. And first lap too, it's not really knowing maybe exactly where some certain bumps are on the track. Sometimes you got to ride a little bit more cautious, see what the track is going to give us and conditions and all that fun stuff. So hopefully he'll be all right.
So watching, it is the number 19 out front leading the way. We'll wait for him to come across timing and scoring, let you know what the rest of the top 5 is looking like. Looks like that's Deegan Cooley in the number 2 spot, Blake Mara, Wesley Maneri 3rd and 4th, and then Jaziri Easton in the number 5 spot.
Jaziri Thompson.
Yeah, Jaziri Thompson, okay.
There you go.
And then Jackson Horryluck going to be right there in the 6th place spot. John Laffin Jr. holding on to 7th. Kean Casey going to be in 8th. Carter Dennis in 9th. And Parker Weber rounds out our top 10 here at the completion of lap 1.
So watching that Yamaha, that's good little style here. We talked about the kind of the variety and skill level here in these C classes. Obviously, these guys here at the front, they're some of the top riders. You can see about to put a block pass on the competition, but especially as they start to work through some of the lap traffic, maybe a little more of a variance than you see in some of the B and A classes.
100% right about that. And these kids are, I mean, you could see their style. They're great. And a lot of these kids coming through the C class, they'll get into that intermediate class next year and do really, really well. So,
yeah, recognized a couple of names I saw earlier that were in the C class last year that had jumped up inside the top 10. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, seeing especially at such as Loretta Lynn's, we see a lot of those riders this year all the way up into the A class that were just in the C class a year or two ago. So good to see the riders moving up through the ranks. You got to start somewhere. A lot of people talk down on the C class, but this is where it all starts.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I guarantee you go down the list of amateur champions that have won in the C class. I bet there's a couple they've won a couple pro titles as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeremy McGrath might be one of those, right? Didn't he win a C class class?
Only a C
There
class.
you go. He's the king of Supercross. So don't nap on these guys' skills here in the C class.
And just like you said, Jackson, I mean, it's a stepping stone, right? Some of these riders maybe getting into the sport a little later than others, and just goes to show. And what I think is so cool is usually these riders maybe not quite as versed on the amateur circuit. So they're of the age where they can feel the intensity of it, right? They can sit there and they know how big of an opportunity it is, but it's still one of their first few times out here racing.
Yeah, I can really feel the weight of it somewhere like RCSX, no doubt.
Well, there's a lot on the line, you know, for these guys, and if you haven't been exposed to stuff like that, you don't really know how to react, and you can only go off, you know, what you've been told or what you've seen other riders do. But no matter what I've learned through my career and other things in life is like you just, you know, nothing really replicates the real thing, right? Being in there, being in that moment and these certain circumstances and situations.
Well, Jackson and I talked about it this morning, just this environment. You can feel it when you pull in. You can just, it's a big deal to just be here, to be on the gate. And so, yeah, all of these riders know exactly that. They know, hey, this is the time to perform. You never know who you may catch the eye off of. We all go back to talking about Ryan Dungey getting brought up out of the B class. And so there are people here watching. Everybody, all the OEMs are here right now. This could change the career of your racing career moving forward.
100%. I mean, I'll use an example. It's like Cody Schock. I mean, I didn't even know who the guy was a year and a half ago. Now he's gotten a podium, 250 East Division, or West Division, I believe. And then, you know, he's won a couple of heat races, and you just can see him evolving. And, you know, and he said it. He was never a really big, well-known amateur guy, and here he is. And that just goes to show you, no matter how good you are in amateurs or in the pros, I mean, like, you know, some guys just blossom at different times.
Yeah, seeing Cody racing the 450 class this week.
Right, that was cool. Yeah, that was really cool. I thought that was a cool play. He did well in his heat race, and I didn't get to see exactly what happened to him in the main. He got 14th, I believe, is what he finished up. I thought he might have done a little bit better than that. So who knows? I don't know if he had a problem.
Doing a little bit of gymnastics out there.
Yeah,
as well.
I saw that in practice. That was wild, dude. That was wild. It was good thing he didn't hurt himself.
Yeah, exactly. So back on screen is Michael Thomas, our leader, the number 19. Blake Mara still holding solid in second, and Wesley Menery going to be your third place as Justin Gamage now moves up into the fourth place position. That's going to put, actually now Jackson Harley-Luck going to move up to the fifth place position. Deegan Cooley going to move down to sixth.
Yeah, we saw Harley-Luck a little earlier today in some of our last few heat races, and he was really firing early this morning. But think about how drastically the track has changed since those first races this morning to the next time he's come out on the track. Totally new lines developed, not able to go quite where he was this morning. Adapting well, though, knocking on the door of a top 5.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about it. There we go. You can think about, you bring up a good point, is like what that track was like at the beginning of the day compared to now. Huge contrast.
Almost a different track. I'd say the tough blocks are the main thing staying the same out here.
Yes, sir.
And that goes back to what you were saying earlier, Ricky. You have to be able to adapt quickly as well. You can't take 2 laps here in these races to say, all right, the lines I did this morning aren't working. You've got to pick up that very quickly. And most of these riders do a good job of paying attention throughout the day as well and watching the faster riders and how they're changing.
Yeah, you got to be extremely versatile for sure, and like you said, adapt to the certain conditions, and that's what great riders are able to do. You talked about the Cooper Webbs, the Sextons, and the Tomacs, and the Lawrences of the world. Like you can put them in any situation, and a lot of times they just figure out a way to get it done and adapt to it all.
Man, I got to give you guys some credit. I love that split lane section. We see passes on both sides of it, both a Saturday night, but then here,
even here, it's working well here. And the funny thing is like you could have the same layout, same footprint, same measurements, and one year it'll work great, and one year it won't work at all. And it's just like, and like for the split lane here at the RCSX, it just happened to work out well, and we could do the same thing here next year, and it'll be probably dominant. One side will be more dominant than the other. Well, it's a tough balance to find.
And it's funny to see how one line benefits one kind of class division versus another. The 125C class earlier, getting the momentum from being on the outside, that second corner worked way better for them. But here on the 4-stroke side of things, you're able to get that bottom end power, and it's a little more evenly matched.
That's right, because you have that torque to get you out of the corner and get from 0 to 30 miles an hour quickly, rather than then that two-stroke takes a little more time to get there.
The number 19 taking the white flag, lap rider with a little glance over the shoulder. And Michael Thompson, 51.1. Same lap time as our third place rider, Wesley Maneri. Wesley 1.2 seconds back from Blake Mara. So we'll see if Wesley can put on the charge of a lifetime here in this final lap. Maybe make a pass for second place. But Michael Thompson out front by 4.4 seconds with about 3/4 of a lap left to go.
And some good racing coming up next. Race 18 coming up next. Going to be the 250B Limited. Then going to get to see our 65cc 7-9. And then the 250A Road. The Supercross Future is going to be coming up after that. So we're in store for some good racing.
Some good lineup right here. Next three races. All of them are good, man.
Absolutely.
We can't single out anybody.
Yep. And here we go. Checkered flag gonna fly now. Michael Thomas gonna get it done on the number 19 Yamaha machine. Takes the win here in the 250C Limited main event. Blake Mara going to come through in second, and Wesley Maneri going to be your third place finisher. Justin Gamage going to come through in fourth, and Parker Sheleski going to be your fifth place finisher.
Looking at the backside of the top five now, Jackson Hawryluk comes across the line in sixth. Parker Weber seventh. Deegan Cooley eighth. Joseph Naya jumping up to the ninth place position, and Mason Moody going to round out the top 10 as we now turn our attention to 250B Limited. Some names we are a little more familiar with here. Trinity Batchelor we saw just a bit earlier. Aiden Bailey. We've also got Brody Barth, of course, Christian Merriman, another one of those heat winners, and Christopher Harris, who Jackson we've already seen up front grabbing a win earlier today.
And it looks like we're going to get a little bit of track prep before we send these riders out. I was just thinking about that. I mean, on one hand, I guess it could be a good thing that they've already saw the track. On the other hand, a lot of those lines probably aren't going to be the same way. It's probably not going to be the fast line anymore. So what do you think, Ricky? You think it's an advantage or not?
I think it's an advantage for sure.
Yeah. It's hard not to be.
Yeah, it's definitely hard not to be for sure. I'm just blown away at how ruddy these tracks get. But I guess when you consider how many bikes are going through there lap after lap, it definitely it makes it challenging. But that's what makes Daytona so special. And that's why a lot of people, especially at the pro level, they want to win here because it is undoubtedly the toughest physically Supercross race to win.
Now, speaking of pro level, we've got the pro section reserved only for the A and B classes. Talk a little bit about that, the design into it, and what makes that section a little more complicated that we reserve for the top riders.
Yeah, I think that's a great feature what we're able to do there this year and give the SMX futures, or I should say SMX Next, right? I have to go to the principal's office if I don't say it right on Saturdays. So just to be able to give those higher level riders the opportunity of a more realistic Supercross track, and but keep the safety aspect of it for the guys that maybe don't have the experience to go into the pro section. So I like it. It was a fun little option, and I think it's working out well.
Yeah, it seems like it's not overly complicated, but if you're not able to hit your marks, it can cost you a little bit bigger on the back end, especially if you do it early. We talked about that first lap. You really got to hit things clean.
Yep, that's like you talk about hitting stuff clean the first lap. I mean, you go back to Saturday night in that rhythm lane. After the start, is so important to get that thing right early on. You don't get it right early on, you lose so much time.
Yeah, talk about being nervous. I'm sure these riders got to get a little bit nervous. They have time to sit here and think about it as we fix the track up here.
Yeah, especially if you get nervous, this is like your worst nightmare right here, right?
Exactly.
It's like, man, come on, let's drop the gate.
Some people love seeing the little bit of water getting tossed out, a little bit of prep, and some people are like, oh, I just studied the track for the last 3 motos. I had it figured out. And so.
Yeah, but that's where you have to learn to adapt. Like we were talking about in that last race. Great riders know how to adapt to every situation, and being in these moments too is you learn things.
Now, we touched a little bit on pre-race rituals. I go back to Ken Roxon when he was a little bit younger. He was beating the chest, beating the helmet. Yeah. Some riders, they're almost statue-esque, right? They're not moving at all. What was kind of your strategy sitting on the line in a situation like this? Did you have somebody talking to you, or were you just kind of locked in, focused on what you needed?
Yeah, I was just kind of locked in. Like, I didn't like to listen to music or anything like that. I just wanted to be like mellow, because I felt the more mellow I was, and I wouldn't override, and I wouldn't be like over anxious, so I was just kind of chilling.
So just a little bit of track maintenance going on before we get ready to drop the gate on 250B Limited. Back here in the Racer TV studios, Zach Herron, Jackson Burrell, and the GOAT, Ricky Carmichael, here for the 16th annual Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Ricky, we talked a little bit about the growth over these last 16 years. Do we know what the future looks like? Do we got any big plans, big surprises? I mean, you guys just keep seeming to get bigger and bigger. You've got more and more support year after year. What's the coming years in store?
Well, I think you want to evolve with the sport as changes come, whether bikes change, displacements change, whatever that might be, trends of what is safe, what is challenging, things of that nature. You know, just change with the times in a positive way and keep making this event better for everybody so they have a fantastic experience and enjoy themselves.
Now, we touched a little bit on the race coming up a little bit in just a few races. 258, the road to SMX next. Talk a little bit about the development of that. We've got the moto combines out on the outdoor side of things, and then SMX next here in Supercross. Man, that's really changed the game. I mean, some of the riders, you know, Landon Gordon, we saw grab a win Saturday night. How have you seen that change the development of riders making that step from the amateur ranks up into the pro ranks? Yeah,
I think it was awesome. It's definitely a step in the right direction. The reason that I believe that is because I think it gives these riders a realistic, not necessarily expectation, but a realistic look of what they're going to be facing when they make it to Supercross, rather than you go out and you think you know what it's going to be like. I know you ride with a lot of the old like current racers. They might ride with current racers at certain facilities, but nothing really replicates being in that moment. So when we developed the SMX Futures, I just thought in the Road to Supercross back in the day, that was to give these guys the experience in realistic situations, like, you know, being out there, Supercross, the fans are yelling, it's loud, and the race conditions are super real. So now when they go to Supercross, they kind of know what to expect and can prepare for that, not only to give them confidence, but also make them safer riders as well.
There's so many things that we, I think, as fans don't totally appreciate and grasp as far as what you riders have to deal with. Obviously, you got to go fast, you got to be in shape, but the environment itself, being able to deal with the fans, deal with the lights, the media, all of this is kind of an introduction for these kids saying, hey, it's more than just being skilled on the bike. You've got to be a good ambassador for the sport as well.
You do, and if you want to get paid well and you want the sport to keep growing, you have to represent the sport well and yourself. Most importantly, you want those sponsors, you want teams to look at you. This is a great opportunity for that, the SMX Next program.
Now, sitting on the line, we've got one of our B classes, arguably one of the proving ground classes as well. Not quite jumped up to the A classes yet, but this is where we see some of these guys full send. Diesel Thomas has been one of the favorites. Not sure whether Diesel will be in this 250 class. I know he's a big proponent of the 450 machines, but we talked about seeing some new faces. Wyatt Duff jumping up from a smaller bike to the B class.
That's right.
That's a pretty big jump to make.
It is. It's a really big jump, you know, but I think if you have realistic expectations and you're not trying to be, you know, you're not trying to advance so fast, and you just come in there and know that you have time on your side, even though it's in the B class, I think that it's still a plus. You know, if you're not coming in there with huge expectations to just absolutely crush everybody and you just kind of want to learn as you go, I think that kind of takes the pressure off.
Our man Mike Nichols getting us this shot here of these riders. Looks like everybody kind of staying cool and collected.
Cool.
Yep,
that's right.
Heart rates down.
They're about to get busy here shortly, though. Heart rate's going to go sky high. Oh, I love it, man.
I believe that's Kevin DePino right there on the 52, another rider jumping up to the big bikes. And it's kind of a little bit of an adjustment, right? Several of these riders, they're used to being on, you know, the big dog in the class, and then you got to get a little bit of humble pie, right? You take a step back and have to adjust, and it's not always just having the speed, but adjusting to those new machines as well. Body size, it all plays a role.
Yeah, I mean, learning as you go, and I say having realistic expectations, and I think that's the biggest thing when I was doing riding schools, and even for certain riders today, is like, you know, if all you can do is fifth, then just get fifth. But what you can't do is, if you're capable of fifth, get 10th, right? Because you make silly mistakes or whatever that might be. And I think sometimes guys put too much pressure on themselves, and maybe the expectations aren't realistic. So make your expectations something that, or your goal something that you know you can achieve. Yeah, it's going to be hard, but make it achievable. Don't make something. Don't make, you know, a goal that you know you can't reach. Right?
Right.
Then you set yourself up for failure.
It's a balancing act, right?
It is like anything, man.
You got to strive for it, but you also don't want to set yourself up for failure.
120%.
So watching right now, Jackson 250B Limited. Trinity Bachelor, we saw put an impressive performance in earlier, but he came up short of the win. I believe it was Christopher Harris that beat him. Both of those riders sitting on the line right now.
Yep, they're going to be ready to go out for battle once again. A 12-lap race here for the 250B Limited.
I like this inside gate area. The reason I like it because the first turn is so tight. And you definitely kind of keep yourself out of harm's way, especially if you get a good jump, because you take these guys, like say 1, 2, 3, 4 guys from the 5th guy from the inside. He only has 3 guys, 4 guys to worry about. Can you imagine starting over here by the starters box and you don't get a good jump? You have to worry about all those guys on the inside.
And it looks like that is the 82 Clayton Stockstill.
That's right, that's Stockstill, yeah.
Christopher Harris right next to him. So they're kind of feeling the same way as you, Rick. He says, I like my chances right here. And sometimes it's not the rider that leads them into turn 1 that ends up getting the early race lead, because, a big get off just off the gate drop. Man, those riders got collected. Harris, 5th from the inside. You called it, Rick.
Yeah, they got Wyatt Duff right there. He was on the inside as well. 3 or 4 gates there. It's just so many guys fade to the outside, and when you're on that inside like that, you can sneak through.
The young guns looking well right now. We've got Wyatt Duff and then Kevin DePino sitting 2 and 3. Look at that. Trinity Bachelor trying the split line. Like to see that. Not following, trying some things out.
Going different lines, alternate lines. Man, these ruts are brutal there.
Got some much-needed track work on some of these sections for sure.
Some of these dudes going to be feeling pretty fresh, where the track guys did some maintenance.
And this is what we saw Harris do a little bit earlier. He got the start, put himself in the #1 spot by the time he took the green flag. And by then, some of the damage was pretty much done. But this time, looks like the kids are not letting him get away. Wyatt Duff and Kevin DePino want a piece of Christopher Harris.
So look at that. Texas, Kentucky, and South Carolina in the top 3 spots. And almost the whole top 10 coming from a different state. That is very cool to see.
Seems like the reach of this event has continued to grow and grow as well. A lot more of the South and the Southeast early on, and now it's from all over the map.
Yeah, it's a stacked field. Man, Duff going for it. I love this overview shot right here. It really gives you the perspective, and you can see what lines are fast, what aren't.
Yeah, we act like that split lane only has 2 lines. They've each got probably 3 or 4 lines in them.
Yeah. Kevin DePino starting to push the issue as well back there in that 3rd place position.
Be curious to see Trinity Bachelor just losing touch of that top 3 a little bit, and this is exactly what we saw earlier. Jackson Harris really puts in a sprinter those first few laps, and by that point, he's able to maintain enough, even if it's just a couple of tenths slower every lap, he's got that gap built up.
He does. It's crazy. It's like Wyatt catches Harris on this side of the track, or doesn't lose as much time, but Harris has a massive advantage on this, would it be the turn 4 side of the track, NASCAR turn 4 side. Oh no.
Oh, and Bachelor getting caught up on that inside rut.
That tough block. Things are like Velcro, dude.
I swear. We touched on it a little earlier, and that's arguably one of the simpler corners. It's a flat corner, a little bit uphill, but, man, we've seen several people get caught up just right there.
I almost feel like sometimes the simple sections catch guys out, because maybe they lose laps of concentration because it's so easy, and then, boom, it catches them off guard.
Take a look at these lap times, a 104.61 for your leader, and then Wyatt Duff a 104.69. And they're the only 2 that are in that 104 range. Everybody else a 106 or better.
Dang, they're getting faster. Now they're dipping into the 103s, bringing the heat.
So Christopher Harris, fastest last time around, 0.3 seconds faster than anybody else on the track.
Now, we saw this in Christopher's race earlier, Ricky. He's not tripling out. He's been double rolling the inside all day long. Duff, however, was tripling a little bit further to the outside. Yeah. Think there's an advantage to one line?
Well, it's interesting, and I think that line might change as the race goes on. Maybe the inside's faster at the beginning of the race, but as that inside line starts to deteriorate and gets rougher, maybe it's better to revert to the outside. We go triple, 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 and hit the big berm.
So here we go, your leaders on screen, your first and second. Christopher Harris, Wyatt Duff going to battle.
Yeah, he's keeping him honest. I mean, he's not giving Harris much breathing room. Harris is still having to put in really good laps here.
Hey, same for Kevin DePino back in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, he's still in the hunt. He's lurking.
Riley Bootsy in there as well in the fourth place position, Zach.
Yep, Riley's doing well. It seems like it's just as much about not making mistakes. You talk about how close the top of these fields are. A few hundredths of a second, a tenth of a second there, but it's that one big mistake like we saw Trinity Bachelor. That's going to cost them big time. Going to be hard to march his way back through the field.
You talk about consistency and not making those mistakes, and I think one reason Ken Roxon, number one, he's an incredible athlete, but did so well and helped him win his race here Saturday night was because he was doing that first rhythm lane after the start, more consistent than any of the other riders. He's just kind of cool, calm. He didn't rush that section, but he did basically the same combination every lap, where you saw other guys, they'll go like double, triple, and then they'd mess it up the next lap. And Kenny was just rock solid through that rhythm lane all night long.
A little bit of what we're seeing here from the number 12 right now, hitting all of his marks, still in that number 1 spot.
If you're Harris and you can feel the pressure from Duff, I mean, Duff's still there lurking. I think the biggest thing is you just have to hit your marks here. Don't override, like you were talking. Don't make those mistakes. And if Duff's going to catch you, he's going to catch you. But what you have to do is focus on yourself and make sure you ride and hit every line that you want to hit perfectly every lap.
Well, and we see that from time to time too. Desperation kind of gets the best of them. Right. They want it so bad that they turn what could have been a second into a 12 or a 13.
That's right. That's what you can't do. And I think that's a learning lesson. That's where my parents really helped me out a lot, especially my mom is like, hey, you got to learn from your mistakes. You can't turn one mistake into 2 or 3.
Yeah, a tenth here, a tenth there. It only takes 10 of them, and then you've got a whole second,
That's right? Yes, sir.
So watching Harris, and Harris has changed that line just a little bit. We talked about how long these ruts are starting to extend all the way almost through that next little short shoot. Harris just moving to the outside. I mean, a couple of tire lengths, Ricky, and it could be a totally different terrain.
Right. I mean, it's so close, and the halfway mark right here. But just trying to see, I feel like Harris, after this split section, they go through those little mogul areas and then they turn right. Harris really hits that section, that corner in particular, very good. It's a long rut.
There it is.
Yeah. So we'll watch when he comes over to, again, after that split lane section.
They are flirting with that tough block.
Yeah, they are. Not Wyatt's going to the outside. I feel like Wyatt, in my opinion, should go try some of these more inside lines. I think that they're too fresh and too good right now. And I feel like he might be giving up too much time there. Like, watch right here. We can see this is where Harris makes up a lot of time. He hits this right-hander really well, carries a lot of speed. And if you watch Wyatt, he just not quite as fast. And it's that little area that Harris is able to make up the time he needs to pull a little half second or so each lap.
And another thing you can touch on, Ricky, at this level, you got to be in tune with the machine as well.
Yeah.
You got to set the bike up. Harris really seems to have that KTM planted. It's not jolting him as he's trying to exit out of the corner. It's just as much about being to set the bike up as it is ride it.
Yeah, the bike looks like it has really good balance, and meaning the front is balanced with the rear end. It doesn't look to me like it has too much pitch. It looks good in the braking bumps, like it's somewhat compliant there, and when you're able to keep the wheels on the ground, that gets you some speed.
Over a second faster that time for Harris over Duff, and Duff going to be about a second faster than Kevin DePino that time around. Starting to see a little bit of separation, about 4 seconds between Harris and Duff, and 6 seconds back to DePino.
Jackson, what's our lap times looking like for Trinity Bachelor? I know he's got to be riding like a man possessed after that early mistake.
A 1:04.8 with your leader Harris turning a 1:03.1 that last time around.
Yeah, he's got traffic too, so that's pretty. That's a really good lap time when you take it into consideration that it's not clean air.
Yeah, no doubt. Taking a look here at the rundown, it's Christopher Harris leading the way, Wyatt Duff, Kevin DePino in your top 3, Riley Bootsy in the 4th place spot, Trinity Bachelor in 5th, Jace Wolf in 6th, 7th is Aiden Bailey, Connor Rosiak, Brody Barth, and Clayton Stockstill going to round out our top 10.
Once again, watching Christopher Harris through that pro-only section. A and B riders, the only riders touching this section, and haven't seen the track crew touch this section either, Ricky. I walked out there a little bit earlier, and it's kind of deceiving on these Racer TV cameras. The ruts in the transitions, how deep they can actually get.
Y'all, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, you were on the track, you saw how deep they are. I mean, they are absolutely brutal. I definitely wish we could give you that version here on TV. It's hard to do. I talk about it, like the whoops. Each each Supercross that we go to, it's so hard to give that real life vision of what they look like.
Yeah, every now and again you kind of get a glimpse of it from the drone shots, from the high-up shots, but it's still not like being in person.
No.
Well, you might be able to see they're deep, but you can't see there's acceleration bumps all the way through them as well, right?
100%. However, being able to watch these races live is really cool. We were talking before I went on with you guys. Is I was able to watch the Minios nonstop, and then the Loretta's, of course. The coverage is fantastic here on Racer X TV.
Yeah, and Racer TV continuing to grow as far as several different races being covered. The Bagger Racing League, we had the New York State Championship race covered as well. So
the GNCC, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be GNCC we were there racing next weekend. I don't know what you're doing.
No,
but
I'll be in Indianapolis,
okay,
man.
Nice. Yeah, we were just there actually. We were about 30 minutes down the road all weekend. Came here last night, got everything packed up about midnight, and
there you go.
Headed back this morning.
All racing all the time. That's what they say.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, Racer TV. I need to correct myself. I called it Racer X TV. I got it wrong, man.
It's all sister
close
company.
enough.
Yep, everybody doing a great job there. The whole
it's good. The coverage is incredible. I love it. So even during Loretta's, it's on Racer TV all day long.
And that's an advantage for these kids as well. We're talking to some of them, and they're like, yeah, best believe I went back and watched film from last year.
Yep. Getting into some lappers here, sometimes that can help the guy that's in second, help them make up time. So this could be an opportunity for Duff. However,
yeah, it looks like
Duff Harris is rolling.
Just lost a little bit of time.
Yeah, a half second. That's pretty big.
Yeah, just like Ricky's been saying, just a little bit here, a little bit there has been adding up to be a lot for him now. 5.6 second gap. Half a second faster, like we said last time, for Harris than Duff.
There we see Wyatt Duff on screen, jumping over to the Yamaha team. And impressive debut so far here for the 444.
Oh, could you imagine if Harris would have got caught up in that?
Seen several things like that here today where the leader has just barely escaped on the last few laps.
Harris's last race, it was the final corner, and he just decided at the last second to tuck underneath, and the lapper washed the front end out. It could have completely taken him out.
Got to be coming up here close to the white flag.
Yep, looks like
there you go.
There it is, about to fly. The white is in the air. 1 to go for the number 12, Christopher Harris.
This is a money lap right here. Harris just got to look ahead. Very similar to what we were talking about for the race strategy on the last race. You got some cushion between yourself and Wyatt. Just make sure you keep yourself clear of these lappers.
Wow, guys, look at that. So Wyatt Duff actually turning a faster lap that time around than Christopher Harris. But Trinity Bachelor almost 3 seconds faster that time around than your leader, the only rider in the 105s.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Dude is rolling.
And how about that, Zach? You've been talking about quick. Bachelor.
Yeah.
He's able to get up into that podium spot. Man, that's the way to recover.
Well, and it's definitely worth noting. Obviously, you look back at the results. They don't give you the full tale of the tape. But Bachelor, you just got to wonder what could have been, right? And so nothing else. He can hang his head high, say clearly the speed's there, the fitness is there, but just going to come up short of the overall goal as Christopher Harris puts himself in the right position early, and now he is 1 corner away, less than a corner away now, sees the checkered flag, and it will be Christopher Harris grabbing the 250B limited win. He's fired up, Ricky.
Yeah, you could see the emotion, fist pump afterwards. That shows you how special this place is to win at.
Wyatt Duff comes through in the second place spot. Trinity Bachelor will hold on for a podium spot, 3rd place on the day for him. And let's see, Kevin DePino checks in, as well as the 404 of Riley Bussey. So that will be your top 5 here in the 250B limited race number 18.
Well, boys, I appreciate it.
Hey, we
Thanks
appreciate
for Thanks for having me on. Y'all do a great job. I'm going to go watch these guys. Going to watch the futures.
All right, Ricky.
I appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me on and inviting me on. Always love it. You guys do a great job. I like that number 4 right there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of number 4s up at the front today. Yeah,
I'm sure they run at number 4 because of Sexton. These dudes probably don't even know who I am. I'm so.
I don't know about that.
I was about to say I would bet on that one.
Well, we appreciate everybody. Again, thanks for having me on, and then good luck to everybody else the rest of the weekend, and stay safe.
Absolutely. Once again, folks, the GOAT, Ricky Carmichael, hanging out with us here on Racer TV.
All right, so we get set here for race number 20. All right, Zach, going to be a good one. 65cc 7 and 9. Me and you can finally take a breath now that the goat's gone.
I'm not even gonna hide from it. We had to stop and get a photo real quick. That was the man right there, Ricky Carmichael. I mean, and it's so cool because these kids sitting on the starting line, all of the fans in the pits, everybody, they're walking around, and it's like, hey, that's Ricky Carmichael right there.
Dude,
walking by.
Wait till they get on Racer TV and see who just announced their race, man. So cool. So much cool stuff happening here. As every year, this time around, it is the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Glad to be bringing you guys some action here on Racer TV. It looks like brief pause in the action while we get some things taken care of, and we will head back out racing once again. Race number 19, 65cc 7 and 9 coming up next. Taking a look at some of your heat race finishers. It was Cameron Buckman with a second place. However, Shannon Tarnow going to be the winner there in the heat race. And now let's see if we can find our third place. It was Levi Meyer, the one and only. Brantley Tursky going to be your fourth. And then in the fifth place position, it was Jarrett Tincher. So, all right. And we got a good one coming up, as our man Mike was saying behind us. 250A Road to Supercross Futures. Going to be coming up after the 65cc 7 and 9. So grab yourself some popcorn, stare into that screen, and watch the future stars of Supercross go to battle as they try to earn their spot for the big night show. Probably next year, Zach, I would say these riders that are in this 250A Road to Supercross Futures, they would go right now if we would let them. But I guarantee it, next year we'll see those guys and possibly gals in Supercross.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be fun to watch for sure, but this is going to be fun to watch as well.
And look at that, the 29 machine.
Oh, man, they thread the needle going into that first turn. It's a Cobra. Yep, the number 29. Great call there, Jackson. Who we got?
Levi Meyer, man. No surprise out front. The Okeechobee, Florida native on that Cobra Moto backed ride. Off to a good start here to this one.
So Levi Meyer, high flying and trying to set things off early. And trying to see what the number is on that machine in the number 2 spot. 52, it looks like. Maybe Patrick Pastro in the number 2 position. Good to see Patrick out there. Battling with the number 16. How about that? Hudson Workman. Possibly. Let me see. I think that's the number 16 on the bike. Making their way around. Tate Bush actually out front leading the way. Tate Brush, okay, on the 16 slash. I knew I saw a 16. Thought I was going crazy there, Jackson.
How about it? The Yamaha rider getting it done so far out of Atwood, Tennessee. And taking a look. So Patrick Pastro, like we were saying, from Austin, Texas, sitting in second. And then Cameron Buckman out of Huntington, New York, going to be your third place. Junior Giannetti going to be your fourth place rider, and Brantley Tursky going to round out your top 5. Connor Rodriguez in 6. Hudson Workman in the 7th place position, and he is going to be on the 16. Tate Brush going to be on the 16 slash, so that is where your confusion came from, Zach. Ben Johnson on the 8th there on the 194 KTM. 9th is Lewis Hawk, and then 10th is Trevor Gushoff. And that is a top 10 rundown as they run at the completion of lap number 1. Now they're completing lap number 2. Things appearing to be the same so far in our running order.
Yeah, Tate Brush slowly but surely, little by little, chipping away and stretching this lead out. Up and over the big wall jump they go.
And Zach, look who is making some moves. Mickey Fluhart and Boone Lloyd. Boone Lloyd is on the move. A 59 for him that last time around, so that is a fast lap. But how about Tate Brush, a 55.4 there at the completion of lap number 2?
Yeah, I tell you who else I'm going to be watching is the 7:53 of Cameron Buckman. He got second in that heat race, and he's in the number 3 spot right now. So best believe he's going to be trying to march his way forward. And then your heat winner, Shannon Tarnow, trying to see where Tarnow is at. I'm not even seeing him inside the top 20. So looking right now, yeah, not sure.
I'm not Levi Meyer. I guess that's the rider that went down, Zach. We still don't have, according to my calculations, he has not checked in at the finish line. A very tough break for Meyer. Man,
yeah, talk about 0 to 0 in a hurry, man. That's just such a bummer.
Man, hate to see that.
There is the 412. Recognize the gear there of Boone Lloyd.
Yep, Boone Lloyd on the move here in this one. Boone just 8 years old in this 7 to 9-year-old class. There's the number 4. That is Brock Norris on that 4 slash. The number 4 going to be Parker Irwin. The 804 machine now making his way through. There is that number 4 I was talking about. There's the 16. That was your leader, I do believe, making his way by.
Yep, Tate Brush is on fire right now. Got the Yamaha wicked up, and man, this is an impressive performance. He made some quick moves, got into that number 1 spot.
Yeah, Tate Brush going to be on the Atlas Yamaha Blue Crew back tride, and man, has to be making them proud right now as he continues to turn one fast lap after another. But as somebody that's turning one just a little bit faster than him, at least that last time around, was Cameron Buckman. Not by much, though. Very, very similar last times. Only about 0.2 seconds was the difference between those two, but 3.7 seconds going to be the difference in the gap between them. So going to be hard for Buckman to be able to catch up to Brush here without a mistake from Brush. And, of course, we would hate to see that. Hopefully Tate Brush going to be clean and clear. Cameron Buckman, he continues to pop off another fast lap after another, a 54.9 once again for him. Now we're starting to see that gap start to drop. Only 2.9 seconds separates them. And if Cameron Buckman, as soon as I just said it, I'll take my words back. If Cameron Buckman can continue to turn fast laps like he is doing, he very well can close that gap. Only 5 laps complete so far. And taking a look, this is an 8-lap race, so not much more time left to go in this one as we watch your leader on screen, the number 16 Blue Crew machine, looking great out there with those blue rims. Makes his way through the rollers. Now he's going to head back into the finish. This will make 6 laps complete, so only 2 more laps left to go here for race number 19, the 65cc 7 to 9.
Man, Tate Brush, I am impressed. Looking good. The number 16.
And he is brushing everybody off. He is good to go out here as he continues to make his way through these lap riders. Looking good.
Man. And I'm not just saying it because he's number 16, Jackson. He is looking impressive right now. And we talked, obviously talking with Ricky just a little bit earlier, the way this track breaks down. But one of the big things that's so different is, you look at the difference between the wheel size of a 65 versus a 250 or 450 machine. It's a pretty huge difference. In the same ruts, the same bumps, they're going to affect the size of the bike very differently. We saw one of our 65 riders get a big kick earlier on what was really not that bad of a kicker for some of these big bikes. So for Tate Brush to be able to pick out the lines that work best for him and this 65 machine, really impressive, and he's only got to do it one more time.
Yep, the white flag now going to fly for Tate Brush. One more lap left to go. Cameron Buckman still maintaining about a 3-second gap between him and Tate Brush, still popping off fast lap times, that time over a second faster than Tate Brush, 1.2 seconds faster to be exact, but like we said, a 3-second gap between the two. Patrick Pastruo going to be running in that 3rd place spot. Brantley Tursky holds on to 4th. Junior Giannotti In the 5th place position, Jared Tincher still going to be in 6th. Connor Rodriguez in 7th. Flynn Johnson in 8th. Hudson Workman in 9th. Boone Lloyd going to be in 10th. Trevor Gushoff going to be in the 11th place position. Jerry Urbanowski going to be in 12th place. Mickey Fluhart in 13th. Fernando Endo in the 14th place position, and 15th going to belong to Ryder Drake here on this final lap. And here we go. The checkered flag has flown, and it is Mr. Tate Brush that is going to take the main event win here for your 65cc 7 and 9-year-olds, as Cameron Buckman comes through with a 2nd place finish. Patrick Pasturo going to be your 3rd place finisher. Tennessee, New York, and Texas, your top 3.
Man, what a way to close out that 65, 7 and 9, and yes, that's what I thought I saw. We have got 250A, the road to SMX next, sitting on the line. Race number 20.
And this is going to be a good one, Zach. The main event here for the 250A class, the amateur pros. And there's going to be some heavy hitters here in this one. 2 heat races here for the 250A Road to Supercross Futures. Taking a look here at your winner, Diesel Thomas took a win in one of those heat races.
Yep, Landon Gordon in the other. Jonathan Getz, another one. Luke Fowler, another rider I'm going to be on the lookout for. We got our buddy Thor Powell there on the number 15.
Jordan Renfro, Wyatt Bass also as well, 4th for both of them in their races.
Gavin Betts jumping up to this A class as well on the number 72. Let's find out who's going to come out on top. The gate's down, and it's a Kawasaki leading them in and out of turn 1. Oh, that's Landon Gordon out front leading the way. One of the KTMs slid out big time. That might have been Luke Fowler.
Oh, man, tough break for him right off the start. He is going to have plenty of ground to make up if he wants to get back to the front of this pack. Landon Gordon going to lead the way there on that 18 machine. And Gordon, of course, winning Saturday night there at the Supercross Futures, having a great run at it, trying it once again here in this 250A Road to SX Futures.
Yep, SMX next, really the next step for most of these riders coming up. And Landon Gordon, like we said, not just a part of that, but standing atop the podium Saturday night in front of the crowd. And he's trying to do it all over again here today.
So taking a look here, Zach, Wyatt Bass going to be running in the 2nd place position. Jordan Renfro in 3rd, Gavin Betts in 4th, and Jonathan Getz going to round out your top 5. Diesel Thomas, Ronald Johnson, Evan Stice, Braden Elmerman, and Carson Milliken going to round out your top 10. Landon Gordon, the California native, having a good run at it so far. Wyatt Bass and Jordan Renfro still right there.
Yeah, how about it? Wyatt Bass and Jordan Renfro, both a good start. Definitely going to help them out a ton. Gavin Betts jumping up to that A-class this year. Excited to see what he's able to do with a good start as well. Jonathan Getz, and then the Diesel Thomas. Of course, Ronald Johnson, Evan Stice, Braden Ellerman, Carson Milliken, Kane Larson, all the way back through our top 10 and 11.
And Renfro has been able to make the pass. Oh, Wyatt Bass going to go to the inside.
How about that? Still waiting and watching. Looks like that may have been. I'm taking a look. I do not see. Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
a big get off. Who was that rider going down?
Possibly Wyatt Bass.
Was that Bass? Let's see. We see first.
There's Renfro. That was definitely Bass.
Wyatt Bass going down hard. Man, hate to hear that after such a solid run, and he is still down and exiting off the track. So now, looks like Gavin Betts going to pick up a position as well. Diesel Thomas, Carson Milliken getting shuffled around.
Like I was saying earlier, I know Renfro definitely has some speed. Been seeing him all over Instagram, and we're seeing it here finally in this 250A Moto as he runs in that 2nd place position. One that we know has some speed too, Gavin Betts, as well as Jonathan Getz. going to be hard to keep at bay here. Renfro going to have to make sure to hit all his marks. Landon Gordon, Zach, turning a 102.5. Jordan Renfro, a 105.3.
Man, that was multiple riders that went down. I saw a rider sitting on both sides of the track, Jackson, so few riders caught up in that. But Landon Gordon, yeah, the fastest lap that we've seen so far here today, and shouldn't be surprised to see it come from him. But touching on the 107, Jordan Renfro, like you said, an impressive sheet coming into the year. Joined us over at AMA Arena Cross on Friday, had a good result, actually went down at one point, so glad to see Jordan is okay and able to race with us here today. Gavin Betts putting up a good fight. Betts and Getz, hard to not get that one confused, as they are going at it side by side for the third place spot. Getz trying to make a pass. Diesel Thomas on screen right now checking in, and I believe that's Evan Stice behind him in the 5th place spot. Did you just see the line that Gordon did right there? Essentially manualed over one of those jumps. That was incredibly impressive. Looks like that might be the 834, maybe the 934 of Brian Medeiros that went down in that section as well, just off the side of the track on the Yamaha. Hopefully going to be all right.
As we watch your leader, the number 18, Landon Gordon, making his way through that pro-only section, and silky smooth, Zach, as he makes his way through a 103.34 last lap, and that is going to be over a second and a half faster than anybody else up on the track.
Yeah, Landon Gordon, I mean, it's really been impressive to watch him over these last few years. 2023, we saw him do some impressive racing in the super mini classes, jumps up to the big bikes, and man, he's been setting sail ever since then. He's on that Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki machine. Been working a lot with Will Hahn, Jacob Hayes helping him out some as well, and just impressive to see what they've been able to do with him on and off the track. A huge congratulations to that win Saturday night, and this is just another feather in the cap.
Yeah, no doubt. These are the riders we were talking about, Zach. Probably going to be going pro next year, definitely for that number 18. It is not going to be long, and you're going to be seeing him racing at the highest level.
Absolutely, yeah, and best believe he's probably similar to the way Drew Adams was in the past year or so, where if it was needed, they could call him up. I do think Gordon planning on doing the amateur circuit for the rest of this year, and then, yeah, best believe he's going to try to move up and join the pro ranks, whether that be with Pro Circuit Kawasaki or whoever. But man, yeah, hard to think that some teams will not be calling up for the number 18 with performances like this.
Yeah, no doubt. Having a good show in here on that Team Green Kawasaki machine, as he clicks off one fast lap after another. But Jordan Renfro now turning around the same lap time, a 104 for your top 3 riders. Of course, Landon Gordon going to be just a little bit faster, about 0.2 of a second faster, with 0.3 of a second faster being Renfro than Getz.
Man, Jackson, you have got to watch this section in the next lap. I have not seen anybody do what Landon Gordon was doing. He jumps up and essentially bounces right over one of those first few jumps, doesn't actually jump it, just skims it, almost wheel taps it with that Kawasaki. Incredible to see the way these riders are able to piece together the track. Double, triple, and does triple out. You're going to take that outside line. Got some lap riders up ahead of him.
Yeah, this is what Ricky was talking about. Just a little bit here, a little bit there, doing it every lap, lap after lap. Makes a lot of time by the end of the race, and we see that now. 12 seconds is the gap between first and second.
Incredible performance from the 18 at the moment. He saw the patience there as well. That very simple turn that has caused so many riders problems. He checked up a little bit, stayed standing on the pegs late, did exactly what he needed to do, and even pulled a tear off as he exited the corner.
All right, here we go. Getting to the section that you have been watching, Zach.
Yeah, watch this. Let's see if he's able to do it with the lap rider up ahead of him. Wheel taps it. It was a lot smoother the last few laps, Jackson, but yeah, no, got a little bit sideways there on that one.
No problem for Landon Gordon. He keeps that machine on 2 wheels, still charging forward, and letting him know to the halfway mark, I believe, was what that flagger was signifying there, making the X there, and he was 15-lap main event here for your 258.
Got to say, I am impressed with the 107 of Jordan Renfro, matching the pace and hanging tough right now, but be on the lookout. Diesel Thomas has now moved into the number 3 position. Jackson, can we see what the gap is between Renfro and Thomas?
2 seconds, 2.6 seconds, and Thomas turning almost a 2-second faster lap time that last time around for lap number 7. So Diesel Thomas definitely going to be on the move. Let's give you a rundown here of some of the riders. Gordon, Renfro, and Thomas, your top 3. Gavin Betts, Evan Stice in the top 5. Jonathan Getz, Carson Millican, Carson Mainquist, Braden Ellerman, and Ronald Johnson going to be your top 10. Reese Wheaton, Russell Bucheri, Peyton Jackson, Michael Corcoran, and Carmichael Guile going to be your top 15 riders here as just over the halfway mark. Watching Landon Gordon on screen this time around, going to take that inside line, make his way past some of these lap riders. And Zach, he really doesn't have a sense of urgency, which he should not, as the gap back to second place is 15 seconds, but really calm, cool, and collected, making sure he finds exactly what line he wants to with these lap riders. Really seems to be looking ahead way through the pack here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't just look ahead. You got to look far ahead, but you better not look behind if you are the 107 of Jordan Renfro, because the rear view mirror is full of the Diesel. Diesel Thomas trying to make the pass and take the second place position away. We'll see if we can get the cameras on that battle. There it is through the split lane, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh, some block passing going on a little further back as well. Believe that was Getz
and Stice.
Yeah, Getz, and I believe it might have been Carson Millican, actually. It looked like it might have been
Possibly.
KTM. Millican and Stice both been racing the Arena Cross Series as well. Certainly well-versed in the art of the block pass.
Hey, they might have learned a thing or two. And just like that, Zach, not able to catch it on screen, but Diesel Thomas overtakes that second place position. Jordan Renfro now going to move to third.
Yeah, hate we missed that one on camera. I felt like that would have probably been a pretty good fight. But let's see what Renfro's able to do. Can he respond and match the pace of Diesel Thomas? Might be a little too late to catch Landon Gordon, but Gordon, we have seen mistakes happen late in this one. Saw a close call in this very section a little bit earlier. So Thomas going to keep pushing the pace.
Well, he must have made the pass right there at the finish line when they came through. 0.04 seconds separated the two.
So basically side by side. That's not even a full bike length.
Yeah, definitely not.
Gordon, great job of soaking up that big roller, putting these rhythms together. I mean, that's textbook riding style, and you can even tell in the posture of Landon Gordon. Got a very straight back, the elbows are up. I mean, this is a rider who is in shape. He's very fit, got the endurance, and man, got the bike setting up well for him as well. We're going to hold this shot, I believe. See there. Nope, not quite yet. Look at the gap that has been opened up. Wow, what a fight. And I think you're right, Jackson. I just caught a glimpse of it. I think that is Jonathan Getz battling it out with Evan Stice. There is Diesel Thomas, Jordan Renfro right behind. Let's see, hang this shot for just a second. Oh, missed it just a little bit. I believe that was Evan Stice and Jonathan Getz going at it for that 5th place position.
Yeah, taking a look there at Landon Gordon, he's so central on the bike, leaves the way that his posture is, the way he rides that machine, leaves so much room for that machine to dance underneath him. And he makes sure that he keeps his body very central, and just watch that machine move underneath of Gordon.
Oh, got a little kick there, yeah, but he was able to absorb it, right?
Exactly. Able to case a jump like that. Not many people can do it, and of course, I'm sure he is very thankful for that Team Green ride as well for something like that.
Yeah, the suspension definitely a big part of that as well, but body positioning absolutely huge. If he was hanging off the back of it, it would have smacked him in the rear, probably tossed him right over the front.
Exactly. No problem here for Landon Gordon, though. 11 laps complete, working on 12 of this 15-lap main event.
Tucked into that far inside line. We saw several of our other riders avoiding that deep rut. Gordon actually using it to his advantage and able to get through it with relative ease. I'm sure after racing Saturday night, things probably looking a little bit less intimidating for Gordon out here today. Man, that was quite a track we had for Daytona Supercross. And just like Ricky said a little bit earlier, a beautiful track that we have here this weekend or this weekday, I guess I should say, for RCSX. A lot of balance, a couple different technical spots. Great to see, and man, tough luck. It looked like that might have been Thor Powell that was down in that pro section.
Thor Powell now going to be outside the top 20, sitting in 27th, but looking at the lap times, everybody else is around the 1 minute 20 seconds to 1:27 around him, but he's at a 1:06, so tough break there for Thor Powell.
Man, hate to see it. Thor, multifaceted rider, doing some GNCC, and now I believe full-time committed to the motocross and supercross grind. Another rider that was racing Saturday night as well. Several of these riders out there raced already this weekend between Friday night, Saturday night, and then right here today. But man, only one looking to grab 2 wins Saturday night under the lights. And he's trying to do it again here today, add a championship. The 250A Road to SMX next on the track, and Landon Gordon doing a great job. Those of you that don't know, Landon also got I believe an older brother, Revin Gordon, extremely fast on a motorcycle as well. And so got to believe maybe there's a bit of an advantage to that, right? Being able to have a family training partner. I'm sure those guys do a lot of work together, and man, both of them extremely skilled.
Yeah, look at the Lawrence brothers, and it always seems like little bro out here in motocross always having just a little bit of an advantage. I'm sure absolutely drives big brother crazy, but nonetheless, it's working out for Landon Gordon, whatever it is, as he is 26 seconds ahead, turning a 3 second faster lap, there we go, than Gavin Betts that last time around. Gavin Betts a 1:07.1, Jordan Renfro a 1:09.0, Jonathan Getz a 1:06, however, so Jonathan Getz going to be closest to Landon Gordon as far as lap times go, still going to be about 2 seconds off.
Watching one of our riders on screen, looks like one of the Triumph riders there. So cool to have Triumph involved here now and their support. Whoa, hang on to it, Landon. Got a little high up in that berm.
I'm pretty sure that is Reese Wheaton. So he is in the... Nope, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. But either way, Landon Gordon is definitely way up into this pack.
Yeah, Landon is picking him off right now, and the pace really hasn't changed that much for him. Seems like he knows he's got a good handle on the lead, not taking any unnecessary risks, but at the same time certainly not laying down and just cruising things in.
Yeah, no doubt. This is the final lap, 14 laps complete here in this 15-lap main event. I do think that is Wheaton. If so, that would mean we are to the top 10 here, that Landon Gordon has been able to lap, man, just a step above the rest. Won't be long till we'll be seeing him on the main stage. But as for today, he takes a win here in the 250A Road to SX Futures at Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross.
Wow, what a performance, shutting down the haters and executing from start to finish. The 18 Monster Energy Team Green rider, Landon Gordon, gets the job done and grabs the win. And we are still waiting on second place, Jackson. Quite a gap built up over that 15-lap race. It does look like it will be Gavin Betts jumping up to the number 2 spot. Man, congratulations to the 72. A solid performance for him. Looks like Jordan Renfro will hang on for that final podium spot. Both of those riders probably pretty pumped up about that. And looks like it'll be Jonathan Getz in the 4th place spot. Carson Milliken crossing the line in the 5th place position.
So race number 20 comes to a close. Going to have just a little bit of track work, it does appear, at least maybe here in this pro section. And race 21 going to be coming up next, the senior 40-plus class. So a little bit of track work here today as we get ready for race number 21, the senior 40-plus class. A great race there from our 250A Road to Supercross Futures. Landon Gordon taking the win, but a lot of battling going on behind him. Gavin Betts second, Jordan Renfro third, Jonathan Getz your fourth, Carson Milliken, like we said, fifth, and now taking a look just outside of that top five, it was Russell Bucheri in the sixth place position. Seventh place, Braden Ellerman. Eighth place was Diesel Thomas, and then Carson Mainquist right there in the ninth place spot. Peyton Jackson in 10th. Reese Wheaton rounds out the top 10 with an 11th place finish. Michael Corcoran in the 12th place spot. Carmichael Guile going to be the 13th place finisher. Noah Schuring in 14th, and Kane Larson round out your top 15 here in the 250A class. And as we put a little bit of water down and do a little bit of track maintenance, once again I want to thank everybody for tuning in here on Racer TV to the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, RCSX as we like to call it. Make sure to follow us on Instagram at RCSX Daytona and use the official hashtags, hashtag RCSX and hashtag DVSX for tomorrow's Daytona Vintage Supercross. This is the 16th annual Daytona RCSX. Upcoming tomorrow, going to have the 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross, and as well as the 11th annual ATV Supercross. Going to be live for that all day long here on Racer TV. Today, Monday, as well as Tuesday, March 4th, and it looks like our next race going to be off and rolling. Race number 21, our senior 40-plus class, and they are off and rolling. All right, as they make their way around, it is going to be the Kawasaki rider that is out front. A pack of Kawasaki riders, actually. First and third going to belong to those two Kawasaki machines. We'll see if we can catch exactly who that is. Not going to be long, and we'll know for sure as they make their way around the finish line and around timing and scoring. Taking a look at the heat race results. The first place finisher was Brad Smith. Second place was Tony LaRusso, which we've already got to see Tony go to battle today, taking a win in his main event earlier. Third place belonged to Shane Kelleher, and then fourth place was Michael Mercer. And fifth place in the heat race was Michael Davis, and we are racing here as these two Kawasaki's are bumper to bumper. Oh, and problems for one of those riders. That was Brad Smith having some problems. And Michael Mercer going to be leading the way. Tony LaRusso in the second place spot. Brad Smith going to hold on to third after a little mistake there. And then Michael Davis and Barry Karsten going to round out our top five. Shane Kelleher right there in sixth. Seventh going to be Greg Paymart. Eighth belongs to Jeremy Cook. Ninth is Ricky Fallon. And then 10th going to belong to David Furno. And look at that, a fast lap time that time around for Brad Smith. Brad Smith actually going to be your leader, man. So I have had those Kawasaki machines mixed up. The Thomasville, Georgia native, the number 85 machine, advances to the top spot with a 47.2, the fastest lap time on the track. Tony LaRusso still holds on to second in the Yamaha. However, the Kawasaki riders have swapped. It is Michael Mercer that holds on to that third place spot. Michael Davis in fourth, and Shane Kelleher now going to move up to fifth as Barry Karsten moves down to sixth. Greg Paymart in seventh, Jeremy Cook in eighth, Tag Spiker now in ninth, and David Furno in that 10th place spot. And man, oh man, we are racing as Shane Kelleher on screen. Having some company there from Barry Karsten. Karsten not giving up yet. And they make their way through now. 3 laps complete. Karsten on screen there with Kelleher just ahead. And catching a glimpse of the 181, Michael Mercer. There is your leader now on screen, Brad Smith, on board the number 85 machine. Tony LaRusso still going to be holding on to that second place spot. He's only 1.6 seconds behind of Brad Smith. And here we go, making their way through once again. Going to be your leader, Mr. Brad Smith. Brad turning a 46.9. Tony LaRusso a 47.1. And Michael Mercer a 49.7. Brad Smith going to be the fastest person on the track once again. All right, so still watching your leaders on screen, the Kawasaki ride of Brad Smith and the Yamaha of Tony LaRusso. Brad Smith going to be 40 years old here in this senior 40-plus class, riding for MTF, KMS, FMF, Dunlop, and Scott. And man, they have to be proud of him here today as the number 4 of LaRusso makes his way through the pack in true Ricky Carmichael style here at RCSX. Been having some fun here with our senior 40-plus as Brad Smith gets a little bit shaky there through that one, but he is good to go on 2 wheels and charging forward still. There at lap 5, about half a second faster than LaRusso, but LaRusso only 2.3 seconds back. Anything is possible here. Michael Mercer still holds on to 3rd, but he has some stiff competition behind him with the Rhode Island native of Shane Kelleher. Shane always showing up here at the Nationals, and he shows up to win, no doubt about it, so he would be one to keep your eyes out on, as well as Barry Karsten. Karsten traveling all over. Of course, Karsten from New Jersey out here with us this weekend in Daytona, or week I should say, in Daytona here on a Monday in Daytona Beach, Florida, here at the Daytona International Speedway. And no possible better place to be, no better way to spend a Monday than right here on Racer TV, watching some live action of RCSX. This is race 21, the senior 40-plus class on the track. Coming up next going to be the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17-year-old division. For race number 22, race number 23, going to be the 85cc 10 to 12. And could this be a pass for the lead? And it was. So while I was trying to tell you guys what's coming up next, the number 4 said, I'm what's coming up next. Tony LaRusso overtakes the lead. And man, absolutely flying. Tony LaRusso turns a 1 second faster lap time that time around, and it was enough to seal the deal. Brad Smith still holding on to 2nd. Could we see a charge back here from Brad Smith? Michael Mercer still holds on to 3rd as Shane Kelleher in 4th, Barry Karsten in 5th. And how about the number 4 machine of LaRusso? Riding for New Hampshire Motocross, Dunlop, FXR Factory Connections, and MX 101. Off to a great run here today. If he's able to do this, this will be his 2nd main event win of the day, racing multiple classes here this week at RCSX. And making his way through some of the rougher sections of the track, a very rutted out corner there. All about keeping that momentum and drive as they make their way through the final few sections here before the finish line. And it's still going to be the number 4 that is leading the way. This is an 8-lap race here. Well, all right, and while this race finishes up, we're going to throw things down to Zach Herron, who stands by on the podium.
All right, guys, down here on the podium, 3rd place in that 250A class, Jordan Renfro. Jordan, man, you were bound for some good luck, and we needed a good start as well. You executed that, and we see where it got you. Take us through the race.
Yeah, you know, everybody was dodging that inside gate, and I've got trust in myself on the start, so I picked the inside, and we made it work. We came out I think we came out maybe 4th or 5th, came through to 2nd, and then rode like 4 laps and was hammering down. Felt good. good, and then clutch went out. And, you know, we rode the rest of the moto with no clutch, ended up getting passed twice, and that was kind of a bummer to just kind of hand second to him. But, you know, we just got to figure this clutch thing out. Same thing happened in Arena Cross when I kind of took a nose dip and messed my nose up. Clutch was out and just nose picked something. Ended up passing out. This is actually Friday. And then Sunday came out, College Boy. We started dead last, came through the pack, was in like fourth, had all three of them in front of me, ended up landing on a rider, and got 3 stitches, and then got right back geared up, came back out for the heat race, and now we're racing today, and we ended up with a 3rd. So, you know, I'm happy with that, happy with making it work through kind of just storms and mountains, and you know, we've been really hammering down. I've been off the bike for a good 5 months since Loretta's, and I was actually going to hang the boots up, and Josh and a bunch of other family members were like, hey, you know, you got it, you just got to put the work in. So I've been hammering down for about a month, living at GPF, and I've been working my butt off with Josh over there, and yeah, we definitely got what we've been working for. So we're just going to keep going to work, and we'll see where it takes us for sure.
He's beaten, he's bruised, but he's not giving up. Jordan Renfro grabbing a 3rd in 2:58.
All right, thank you very much for that. Zach going to round up the rest of the crew, and it sounds like we're ready. We'll throw it back down to Zach.
All right, guys, down here on the podium, Gavin Betts, your first national in the A class, and you're in the 2nd place spot, man. Not a bad way to make the debut.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. It's my first national. We went to Daytona, and first main event, we're on the podium, we're on the box.
Now take us through how you got the job done. We saw you up front off of the start, put in a good position early. Take us through the rest of the race.
Yeah, I got a good start, and I put myself in a good position. I think I got past one time, but he ended up going down, and then I was in 3rd and made a last couple lap charge and got into 2nd.
Now talk about the jump from going from the B class to the A class, especially on a national level. Clearly you've got what it takes, but was it a bigger jump than you expected? These boys are rolling.
Yeah, it was a pretty big jump. I've been riding with most of these guys like my entire life. We all move up at kind of our own pace, but I somewhat knew what to expect, but it was definitely an eye-opener.
Well, Gavin Betts making an impressive debut here in the A class.
And there you heard it from Gavin Betts. Out on the track is our Schoolboy 2 12 to 17-year-old class, and it is Trinity Bachelor that leads the way over Chase Lawton and Grayson Townsend. Also want to give you the results there from that race that just finished. Our senior 40-plus, Tony LaRusso did take the win over Brad Smith and Michael Mercer. Shane Kelleher and Barry Carson were your top 5, but for now it is race number 22 that is out on the track. And before we get into it, it sounds like we have the last interview with Zach Herron ready to go. Zach, take it away.
Now standing by with your winner, Landon Gordon, a flawless race from start all the way down to finish. You had a great night Saturday night, and you kept the momentum rolling here on a Monday. Take us through how you got the job done.
Yeah, I'm having a great time here at Daytona, and yeah, I feel like my riding's really good right now, and I feel like I've picked up a little more speed at the RCSX race, but yeah, I'm super stoked. Executed that race well, and yeah, I got one more to go, and yeah, let's get it done.
All right, Landon Gordon, congratulations. You're champ here in 258.
Yeah, definitely picking up some speed for sure. A great job there to Landon Gordon, absolutely flying. And that's the up-and-coming future of the sport that we have to look forward to. Also, some of the up-and-coming riders going to be here in this Schoolboy 2 class. Trinity Bachelor still going to be leading the way over Lawton, but for how long is going to be the question. About a 1.2 second gap between your first and second. Grayson Townsend, like we said, holding on to 3rd. Riley Bussey going to be in that 4th place spot. Tanner Dorman in 5th. Tommy Doble going to be in 6th. Ethan Durach going to be in that 7th place spot. Logan Hecker in the 8th place position. Chase Inglewick's going to be in that 9th place spot, and Brady Olson going to round out our top 10. Wyatt Duff going to be in this one as well in the 11th place spot. And now looking back here on screen, that is going to be the 2:18 of Trinity Bachelor aboard that gas machine that you are seeing on screen right now. Trinity going to be on that Hunter Racing, Thor, Sandbox, Factory Connections, DDS, Parts Unlimited, Alpha 100%, and Sport Support back to ride. And doing a great job for them now as he still leads the way here at the completion of lap number 6. And there it is, halfway through, says the flagman. So going to be a 12-lap race here for Schoolboy 2. Zach returns from the podium. Zach, man, a great podium there.
Man, I'm telling you what, those guys were fired up. You want to see how much it means to grab a win to these riders. Just go to those podium celebrations, whether it's David Eisner hanging out with all of our champions in our other classes, or, of course, the podium celebration for that 250A road to SMX Next. Man, it is really impressive. And, yeah, this means a lot. We talk about this race being circled on the calendar, and for good reason. Everybody putting it all out there to try to grab a #1 plate. And Trinity Bachelor, man, slicing and dicing, had a lap rider just in front of him, putting up a fight against Chance Lawton.
Yep, he is going at it. Trinity Bachelor having a good run now, going to be 4.7 seconds ahead, and it did not take him long to stretch that lead out. Chase Lawton holds on to that second place position, now 4.3 seconds behind. Grayson Townsend, however, is right there trying to battle for that second place position as he is only 0.6 seconds behind of Chase Lawton.
Yeah, Grayson Townsend, one I'm going to be watching on the number 87. Joined that SLR Honda team last year. Really has started to make, oh, and look at this, your leader goes down.
Wow.
Problems for Trinity Bachelor. Just a little fast to that inside line. And if you look just behind, that is the battle for second place. Lawton and Townsend are wheel-to-wheel 1 and 2 with a lap rider in between them now. Huge shake-up at the front of Schoolboy 2.
A huge shake-up. So we do now have a new leader, the number 50, the 50 slash, I should say, of Chase Lawton. Going to overtake the lead as they cross through for 8 laps complete.
And I'm telling you what, Townsend just about a 10th slower on that last lap, but he did kind of get hung up by a lap rider. Look at how hard he is charging to the rear wheel of Lawton. The number 87 wants this #1 position. Up and over the wall jump they go. This is going to get exciting. Split lines through the split lane.
And Zach, he's maintained that gap lap after lap. Grayson Townsend is not going anywhere.
Now we are, what, just past halfway here in this race, correct?
Yes, we are. Look at that, Zach.
Wow.
Wow, a rider hung up in the rear wheel. That is going to really shake this race up.
Man. It just, you never know what's going to happen, and we talk about looking ahead. We talk about looking at other riders and trying to predict where they're going to go. That was not Lawton's fault whatsoever. That rider just got a little out of control. Meanwhile, right place, right time, right way to do it. Grayson Townsend.
Grayson Townsend is going, gone. Zach, he's been applying pressure all race long, and it pays off for him as he overtakes the lead here on lap number 10. Trinity Bachelor now going to inherit that second place position. So Trinity Bachelor still in the running here for a podium position. Riley Bussey going to be in that third place spot. Tommy Doble in fourth, and Chase Lawton checks in now in that fifth place position. So Chase Lawton not quite as much ground as I would have thought lost there.
Yeah, Trinity Bachelor, I was pretty surprised as well. Looked like he had gotten hung up for quite a while, but only actually lost about 1 or 2 spots and picked them right back up. But, man, what can you say? The 87 of Grayson Townsend. I know he does a lot of training and riding out at the Mesquite Moto Complex and does some time out at the Game Moto facility as well. Great family. He's got his brother hanging out with him, I believe, down here this weekend with the rest of the family. Super nice people, and jumped over to that SLR Honda team. Has been a long-time Kawasaki rider. Made the switch over to the Honda, and got to see him in his first race on the red bike. Really looked comfortable, and he's only improved from here. Big things, I think, in store for the 87.
Yeah, no doubt. And, man, possibly a win here today in store for him. 10 laps complete here in this one. Not much longer to go. We'll see. Can Grayson Townsend aboard that number 87 Honda machine take the win here in this main event? The white flag flies. 1 more lap to go. About 50 seconds of racing for Grayson Townsend.
Man, and this is why you don't give up. Just a few laps ago, Townsend wasn't even in a podium position. Now he's got control of the championship just with about 3/4 of a lap left to go. Townsend scrubs off the big wall jump. And, man, awesome to see. Tough break for Trinity Bachelor. You know he's not giving up yet. This section right here is treacherous for these riders, so just got to get through clean. Look at how long that rut is, Jackson. It goes all the way over those next 2 rollers. I mean, basically an entire straightaway where they're stuck in one rut, but no problem for the SLR Honda, the 87. One more jump, and he's going to see a checkered flag. Grayson Townsend going to grab the Schoolboy 2 12-17 win.
Now we wait for your second place to check in. See, is it going to be the number 218 machine as he crosses over the line? Timing and scoring updates, he does hold on for a second place. Chase Lawton going to be able to advance into third, so Lawton still with a podium finish. Riley Bussey going to be your fourth place finisher with Tommy Doble rounding out your top 5. Tanner Dorman checks in 6. Last time around, and it is Logan Hecker that holds on for a 7th place finish. Wyatt Duff 8th. Ethan Barak, your 9th place finisher, and Brady Olson rounds out your top 10. So about 2:30 here in Daytona. The sun is shining, not very, very hot here by any means. A cool Daytona day, I guess you could say, below 70 degrees. We're going to add a little bit of water to this track, do a little bit of maintenance, and we will be headed back racing with race number 23, the 85cc 10-12. So taking a look there, roughly about 43 main events going to be happening here today. A huge day of racing at the Daytona International Super Speedway here for the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross for 2025. Of course, the 16th annual RCSX here in Daytona. And of course, tomorrow we're going to have the annual Daytona Vintage Supercross, the 7th annual, and then we will also be having the 11th annual ATV Supercross happening alongside that Vintage Supercross race. So all kinds of cool stuff happening here this week in Daytona. Going to have Bike Week going on all week long just outside of the stadium, down the main drag. Everybody making their way down here to the Sunshine State for a week-long vacation filled full of motorcycles, dirt bikes, and everything two wheels.
Yeah, like we said, Jackson, you call it Daytona Dirt Bike Week if you wanted to, because there are so many things to do down here. Great stuff from Friday all the way through Tuesday. And then, like we were talking about, if you're a fan of Racer TV, we're going to pack things up and head right on out to Talladega. Pretty cool. We're going to go straight from Daytona to Talladega, just like the NASCAR circuit, and going to be doing some GNCC racing out there this coming weekend as well. First time for the GNCC Racing Series.
Don't know how we're going to do it, but we are going to do it. We're going to pack up everything here and head on down to Alabama. Of course, packed it up from a GNCC race. Didn't get done putting out our cameras till about midnight, Zach. So a big shout out to the Racer TV crew making sure that we televise this RCSX. Of course, all for free on racertv.com. Of course, you can find us on YouTube at Racer TV as well. Make sure to throw us a like. Make sure to subscribe. And, of course, turn on your notifications. We'll let you know when the races are going to be coming up. As you see, one of our dozers making its way across the finish line here, getting things scraped off, getting some of these ruts out, getting some of the breaking bumps, Zach.
And and it's not, you know, people see this and they're like, oh, they're making the track easy again. They're touching it up. They're not full re-grooming it. I promise you. You and I walked the track last night at about 11:30 p.m. That was a fully groomed track. Absolutely beautiful. Looked like Picasso had painted it. This, they're just touching a couple of the high spots. Some of these things, there's a fine line between rough and dangerous. And this track crew, like we've said, is fantastic. They know exactly what that line is, and they touch it up just enough to where we're able to get a few more races in. The track's going to continue to break down, but we're not going to have big bad dust clouds. We're not going to have muddy spots. Really top-notch job from our entire crew here at RCSX, and we want to give a huge shout out to all of those that helped make this happen. Of course, this is the 16th annual Daytona Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. We'll have the 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross going on tomorrow, as well as the 11th annual ATV Supercross. Going to be a ton of fun to watch, and you guys can catch all all of the action right here on RacerTV.com. But our amazing sponsors here for the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Supercross, it's going to be Rocky Mountain ATV MC, of course. Boxo Tools, giving all of our champs, man, if you haven't already, go on Boxo Tools Instagram and check out the prizes they're giving away. Of course, if you're following RCSX, they've got some collaborative posts with them as well. Man, that makes me want to get out there and race just for the chance to bring one of those home. So cool. Fox Racing, of course, back with us once again. Thor and Parts Unlimited, as always. FMF Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Kenda Tires, Cometic Gaskets, Dunlop Tires, Oakley, Arma, and Moto Tees. And speaking of Moto Tees, Jackson, you already know we got to make a trip over and get our hands on a Moto Tees t-shirt so everybody knows exactly where we're spending. This might be my favorite Monday of the year. Yeah, no doubt. Check out Moto Tees online. You'll be able to get the event t-shirt there as well online. All kinds of cool stuff coming from Moto Tees, the official retailer of pretty much everything dirt bikes. So make sure to go check them out. Of course, a big shout out to all of our OEM support: KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Cobra, Honda, Suzuki, and of course Triumph here with us this year. So a big shout out to all of our OEMs. And of course, some good vendors as well: Mad Moose Media, Factory Connection, 7 Cycles, Cernix/MX Tires, and of course On Track Schools here with us this year. So a big shout out to all of those guys for making Daytona Amateur Supercross, brought to you by Ricky Carmichael, happen and a success here in 2025. Man, a ton of fun we've had so far, and like we said, just about another 15 or so races to go, so plenty of racing action still in store. You can see bikes getting fired up, and we're going to be getting ready to go racing once again with our 85 10-12 class race 23 sitting on the gate. And as they get those machines fired up, we'll take a look at some of our heat race finishers. It's going to be 2 heat races here in this one, and we'll try to find your 2 winners. It was Anderson Waddell and Tim Lopes. As we get ready to go, Sawyer Geek with a 2nd place finish in his heat race. Then your other 2nd place finisher was Colt Whitaker. The 3rd place positions belonged to Chase Brennan aboard that Suzuki machine, along with Austin Keller there on the 23 KTM. And we get set to go. Everybody doing their pre-race rituals, trying to get all the nerves gone. And it's about impossible to on the gate there, Zach. Once you get took off a little bit, the nerves start dying down just a bit. Yeah, I was about to say, if you've got a pre-race ritual that gets rid of the nerves entirely, please send me a direct message, because I'd like to know. We get nervous here in the Racer TV truck, let alone sitting on the starting gate. And to your point, I feel like if you're nervous, that means you're getting ready, right? Like you said, as soon as the gate drops, the butterflies fly away and you get into race mode. But this is the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. You should be nervous. This is a huge stage, a lot to prove, and some of the toughest competition in the entire country. Yeah, these riders looking out into the grandstands here of the Daytona International Speedway, and here we go. They're going to head straight towards them as they go into turn number 1. And a huge hole shot there from that KTM machine. Wow, that was a great drive from that KTM rider. Did not get to see the number on the front fender. Might be Austin Keller, possibly a 23. Not 100% sure. So let's see for sure. Going to be the Suzuki ride of Chase Brennan there, holding on to that 3rd place position. Now trying to make a move up into the 2nd place spot. These riders wasting no time. They know how important it is, especially when they see your leader already starting to tick away. No, it's the 127. Who we got? It is Joseph Vicari that is going to be leading the way there, the 12-year-old. Getting it done so far aboard his KTM. Wow. 12 years old and riding like that, that is beyond impressive. Yeah, no doubt. All of these riders are going to be somewhere around 10 to 12 years old here for this 85cc division. And seeing plenty more riders making their way through. Carter Gray, a name we know, sitting in that 2nd place position. Chase Brennan holds on to 3rd. Sawyer Geek in 4th. And Aiden McKitty going to hold on to that 5th place spot. Anderson Waddell, Caden Nightingale, Tim Lopes, Tiago Gross, Race Matson going to round out your top 10 here at the completion of lap number 1. Take a look at this. The Suzuki rider, the number 3, trying some different lines out. Goes way wide after the split lane section doesn't pay off for him, and it looks like it might cost him a spot.
It sure does. Let's see the number 18 of Sawyer Geek trying to make some moves. He's got the inside line, and it looks like it is enough to secure that final podium spot. So back through the line once again now, 2 laps complete here in this one. So this is going to be an 8-lap race here for race number 23. Race 24 going to be our Mini E. Race 25 going to be the 450C class. But as for now, it is all about this race number 23, the 85cc 10 to 12-year-old division. And so far, it looks like our top few spots going to stay the same. Joseph Vicari is still leading the way over Carter Gray and Sawyer Geek. Whoa. Chase Brennan right there as well. And
wow,
what do we have going on?
Yeah, that was a pass for second place. Your second place rider, Carter Gray, got a little, looks like maybe cross-rutted, headed up that face, and that allowed the third place ride of Sawyer Geek, to move up into that number 2 spot. So Geek and Gray going to change positions. Meanwhile, they're trying to chase down Joseph Vicari. One rider having some problems in that bowl corner. Your leaders are able to get around clean.
Chase Brennan still holds on to 4th. Tim Lopes now going to move up into the 5th place spot.
Man, Vicari, I mean, talk about doing damage early. He's not necessarily just running away with it, but, man, he has put himself probably a second or 2 up. No, try 4 seconds the last lap around. Man, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing on that Suzuki, though. The number 3 of Chase Brennan getting around, I believe, Carter Gray.
And he sure did. The number 3 going to be able to get around the 698 of Gray.
Man, feel like we've been calling more Suzukis than we have in quite a while up at the front of the field.
Yeah, no doubt. A good showing here at RCSX for Suzuki for sure.
Gray's not pumped about it, though. He is trying to get back around. They both funnel to the in to out line in the split lane.
Zach, we heard up on that 250A podium, one of the riders talking about racing most of the people in the group for quite a long time. Same deal here for these 85cc riders. No doubt Chase Brennan and Carter Gray probably have had battle plenty of times here before this race.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, Gavin Betts, the rider you were talking about there, and what he said that I took away from it was we all move up at our own pace, right? Sometimes the kid who was the fastest in the 54-6, it takes him a while to be able to show what he can do in the 65-7-9, so on and so forth. So it just goes to show these guys might be in this order right now, but give them 5 to 10 years when they're on 250s, maybe in the 250B or A class, could be a whole different rider. We could see, we got Cade Nightingale back in the 8th place spot, Waldell back in 7th. We know these riders are capable of leading, and we also know the depth of these classes now. All probably top 10 riders are more than capable of winning, but it's a matter of being able to perform on this stage at this level every single time.
Yeah, that is the hard part about it, Zach. A lot of names in here that we know definitely capable of it. DePino going to be in this one. Wellsian, Ballinger, all kinds of names. Gross, Matson, Nightingale. Nightingale starting to make some moves now, sitting in 8th. Anderson Waddell in 7th. Tim Lopes moves to 6th. And Aiden McKitty going to move up to the 5th place spot now. So we see this battle on screen still between the number 3 and the 698 machine.
Yeah, Gray is not giving up whatsoever. I love to see the fight from the 698. And look at this, we got a battle for the lead now as well. Sawyer Geek has tracked it down from 4 seconds to a second, and I think it's even less than that now. Working their way, getting ready to just about another turn, and then they'll come back across the stripe, really battling with the lap traffic as much as one another. Your leader tucks to the inside. Geek pulls the tear off just a little further around the outside.
Yeah, Geek turning the fastest lap there on lap number 6, a 48.6 versus Vicari's 49.5.
Drops it by another half a second, Jackson. We got a battle for the front of the field, and could that be it? Oh, he was peeking up the inside.
We're definitely going to see some moves being made one way or another here soon as they start to get side by side. Let's see. Vicari goes to the outside. Geek to the inside. Is it going to pay off? Vicari gets a little bit into to the lap rider.
Oh, it is a drag race, the 127. Oh, let's see. The 18 cuts underneath.
Blocks him out.
What a pass. That was nothing more than line selection, but he's got to check up. There's a down rider just in front of him. Side by side once again with a lapper in between them.
So how about that? The number 18. Oh, wow.
A little bumping into another lap rider. Got to do what you got to do here.
It has not been a smooth run here for our first place of Sawyer Geek. The Wyoming, Jackson, Wyoming is where Sawyer makes his way out of there on that number 18 KTM. And continuing to turn a fast lap after another, about a second faster than anybody on the track that time around. Sawyer Geek definitely headed forward, but Vicari not going to let him go as they are still just a couple bike lengths from one another.
Well, and that's what I love about all of these athletes. They know how quickly things can change. So you see them get past, they're not giving up. They regroup, they re-lock in, and they come out swinging. But right now, look at this. Geek starting to put a bike length or two between himself and the 127 of Vicari.
And here we go, back on screen is your leader taking the white flag this time around. One more lap to go. About 50 seconds of racing here for Sawyer Geek and Joseph Vicari. Could we see Vicari make something happen here on this final lap? Going to be hard to do as Sawyer Geek absolutely flying here in this one.
Taking a look in the background of these shots, I do believe the battle between Chase Brennan and Carter Gray settling down just a little bit, 1.9 seconds. But Tim Lopes actually is 0.3 seconds behind Carter Gray. Carter Gray on the bubble, 4th place at the moment. Lopes trying to put him on the back spot of the top 5. Oh, almost comes together with a lap rider, your leader. He cannot afford to check up whatsoever. He's got to get around this lap rider. Final corner left. Man, talk about a fight, tooth and nail it will be. The number 18 of Sawyer Geek grabbing the win in 85, 10-11.
A good race in that one there for race number 23. Geek going to take the win over Joseph Vicari there in the 2nd place spot. Chase Brennan crosses the line now in that 3rd place position aboard the number 3. Tim Lopes, 4th place here in this main event with Carter Gray rounding out your top 5. Aiden McKitty checks in 6th. Anderson Waddell going to be your 7th place with Caden Nightingale in 8th. Race Madison in the 9th place spot. And Tiago Gross going to be your 10th place finisher. 11th, Waylon Ballinger, Chance Olberg in 12th. Keki DiPino going to be your 13th. Gavin Welsian checks in just now in 14th. And Austin Keller rounds out your top 15 here for the 85cc 10-12. And we get ready now for race number 24. The Mini E 4-8, the loudest class of the day coming up next, Zach.
Man, the bikes might be quiet, but you are right, Jackson. The racing is just as loud as ever. So we'll wait to see who it's going to be grabbing the early race lead, and we have seen battles in this class come all the way down to the final straightaway.
And here we go, here we go.
So parents taking a step back. Card goes sideways.
And we're off and rolling. Let's see who it's going to be through this first turn first. Looks to be a Cobra machine out front. 2 Cobras going head-to-head. The number 14 and the 349 machine. That is Robert Fender aboard the 349. The 14 going to belong to Ryder Drake. Drake now going to have the lead.
So Ryder Drake taking the early race control. Fender trying a different line out. Whoa, and Fender had some company. I don't think he expected that pass right there. Oh, man, but look at that. The momentum actually favors the in-to-out line.
3 wide through there at one point.
Yeah.
How about that?
And your leader playing it smart at the moment, trying to avoid these super deep ruts, especially with these small wheelbases. You can see how much it can take away momentum from these smaller riders.
So here we go, a freight train of them making their way through. Seeing battles all the way through the pack as now we see the number 14. Ryder Drake making his way to a green flag. And Boone Lloyd going to be in that 2nd place position actually. So how about that? So Ryder Drake in first. Boone Lloyd going to hold on to that second place spot. Carter Renneker going to be your third place with Robert Fender in fourth. Caden Rogers rounds out your top 5. Cole Jessup going to be in sixth. Wade Lloyd, your seventh, with Ryden Williams in eighth. Maverick Manzer in ninth, and Grayson Clark going to round out your top 10 here in the Mini E 4 to 8-year-old class.
Good line choices here. Multiple line choices as well. Boone Lloyd not following your leader. Ryder Drake trying to check some different things out. You never know what could actually wind up being beneficial for you. And so taking a look down the line, a couple of names. Mason Manzer on the 44. Looks like we've got Mickey Fluhart on the number 1 back there in the 14th place spot. Hey, one of our GNCC riders, Deegan Deal, back there in the 15th spot.
How about that?
Yeah, coming out and racing with us. Yeah.
Making his way all the way out of Virginia. Zach, it's so cool to me to see where all these riders are from, coming all across the country.
And look at that. There was the pass. What a pass made. Man, that was textbook from Boone Lloyd. Switched it up, got a good drive up the inside, and I mean, he was accelerating out of the corner before he even got into the rut, and just, yeah, quick in and out and put himself in front of the 14 of Ryder Drake. So Boone Lloyd, your new leader in Mini E 4 to 6, or 4 to 8, excuse me.
So this is going to be an 8-lap race here for these riders, 34 in total out on the track. Like we said, race 25 going to be your 450C class. Race 26, Mini Senior 2. Race 27, 450B. Race 28, 125. 29 is your women. And then race number 30 going to be your Open A class. So we've got a good lineup coming up. Once again, going to be an 8-lap race here for the Mini E. Taking a look, your leader, Boone Lloyd, going to be able to overtake Ryder Drake that last time through. We'll see. I believe that is Fender still holding on to that third place position, and it is. And Boone Lloyd, a 101.5, man, a blazing fast lap time. Yeah,
as I'm watching, Lloyd really just seems to continue to be on the attack, up on those pegs for a lot of the track. Another one of those riders, I mean, this is clearly the Stasic generation. We talk about learning to stand up deep into the corners, how to help with the braking bumps. It's just so impressive to see the racecraft and the riding ability that these guys have as young as they are, because you go back just as much as honestly 5 years ago, and you look at the style of the, obviously the Mini E class, relatively new as well, but just these mini bike classes, the riders were not riding like this, Jackson. It's so impressive. These kids, you pay attention, they're doing little scrubs already. They're starting to check up the air time just a little bit. They understand the premise of how to scrub before their bikes are even capable of doing it.
Yeah, no doubt. They have such good balance at such a young age. There's so many incredible things that they can do, especially here at the national level, and you're getting to see just that with Boone Lloyd out on the track, along with Ryder Drake and Robert Fender, Mickey Fluhart, Caden Rogers, all right there, as we see your leaders making their way through on screen.
Then we touched on the bike skills, but also these electric motorcycles as well. I mean, love it or hate it, electric motorcycle technology is here, and I don't think it's going anywhere, Jackson. And these bikes are a great option for a lot of families. Many of these riders riding both electric and gas 50s, but to have the young kids start out on bikes like this, learn the way the throttle responds, learn how to ride these kinds of bikes, I think it's a really genius idea from all of our manufacturers. We've got a lot of Cobras out there, some KTMs, some Husqvarnas, and so really impressive to see the technology available now for these Mini E riders.
Hey, speaking of Cobra, Boone Lloyd going to be on that Cobra Elite, Fly Elite, Dunlop Minton Cycle, Roost MX, T-Rex throttle backed ride, and he is showing exactly what those Cobra machines can do. One of the few that some of these riders that are maybe not quite in a place at home where they can ride the loud 50cc or 65cc machine, they can ride these Mini E machines right there in their backyard, nobody able to hear. So several different cool things about these Mini E classes.
Yeah, there are benefits to it, and it's hard to understand if you're not in a position to where you need to understand. But like you said, Jackson, sometimes the sound of a Cobra 50, it's just not plausible. Maybe they have the land, maybe they have the space, but the noise is something that some people don't want to listen to. And so these electric bikes, they almost cut that away entirely. But it's a new piece of technology. You think about the transformation from 2 strokes to 4 strokes, you know, several years ago. I don't want to say it's going to be exactly like that, but it's certainly a new opportunity. We have big bikes that are electric now as well, and people are starting to find out why they're getting so popular, because they really are a cool alternative if you want a different kind of motorcycle.
Yeah, they definitely are, Zach. One other cool thing about them is you can choose how much power they're putting out, and so maybe your rider just beginning, you can make sure that machine's just not blazing fast and be able to tone it down a little bit. But then if you're somebody like Boone Lloyd, you can really allow a lot. And look at this, Zach, beating the handlebars. Could that be one of our top riders? I hope not there on one of the Cobra machines. We'll keep our eyes out here on timing and scoring. See if we see any of our riders falling. Maverick Manzer losing a few positions, now going to be in the 8th place spot. Still going, though, so that's good to see. Caden Wood in 7th, Caden Rogers in 6th, Cole Jessup in 5th, Mickey Fluhart, Robert Fender, Ryder Drake, and Boone Lloyd, your top riders. As Boone Lloyd makes his way through on screen. Got the luscious locks flowing. I like the style of Mr. Boone Lloyd as he comes through for another lap complete. And this time going to be taking the white flag, so one more lap left to go here for Boone Lloyd.
Boone Lloyd trying to bring it home. Man, you get a little competition there from that lap rider going down the straightaway. 96 of Maverick Duffy, I believe.
He said, my Mini E's pretty fast too, man.
And he said, wait a second, I might not be able to last the whole race, but I'll race you down this straightaway.
Yeah, why not? Ryder Drake still holds on to 2nd, with Robert Fender still in that 3rd place spot. So our top 3 spots secured so far. 8.5 seconds between your leader Lloyd and your 2nd place of Drake. Then about 2.5 seconds from Drake back to Fender. Caden Wood now going to move up into that 5th place spot. Maverick Manzer moves up to 6 now. Caden Rogers going to move down to 7th. Cole Jessup going to move to 7th as well. Isaiah Benton moves up to 9th. And Ryder Barbo going to be your 10th place. Ryden Williams in 11th, Tegan Tucker in 12th, Jeremiah Voigt in 13th, Carter Reneker in 14th, and Grayson Clark rounds out your top 15.
There it is. Boone Lloyd crosses the line, takes the win in Mini E 4-8. What a performance from Boone Lloyd. As now we get ready to set our sights on 450C race 25.
Going to be a good one here. Taking a look at some of our scores.
We got Parker Weber there grabbing 2nd in his heat race.
Yeah, William Marcula going to be your 3rd place finisher there in his heat. Looking for your 1st, it was Austin Gore aboard the number 24 machine, taking that win. And taking a look now for your 4th, it was Logan Rayleigh. And your 5th place finisher there in the heat race, let's see, going to belong to must be blind, Zach. Can't find it, but we will here in a few minutes.
What are we looking for here?
For the 5th place?
5th place is going to be right here. We've got Jal Martins. I was holding the paper, folks. It wasn't Jackson. That was on me.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, getting at things.
All right, folks, so here we are, 450C, and let's see what we've got in store. Touching up just a couple of parts on the track, no problems with that. Then we are going to get ready to drop the gate. Let's see here. Looks like we've got some of our race officials touching up a few spots just in front of the gate. Looks like they're trying to move some of the rocks out of the way. We want to thank you guys all for hanging out with us here on RacerTV.com. Once again, the 16th annual running of the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. A big shout out to the man himself, Ricky Carmichael, for hanging out with us here in the booth. Always so much fun to get the get the opinions of Ricky. I mean, really been fun to watch him develop. Obviously, the guy knows how to go fast on a dirt bike. I still think to this day he could run with some of the top riders if he jumped on a bike right now. But to hear him as a broadcaster and an announcer as well, it's really fun. He's able to break things down in a way that very few people are qualified to do. And so always nice to have him come join us in the booth. Glad to hear that he enjoys watching some racing on Racer TV as well, whether we're out at Loretta Lynn's or whatever it may be. And like we said, tons of great events coming up on Racer TV throughout the year, including tomorrow we've got the Daytona Vintage Racing going on. That's going to be a ton of fun to watch. All the dads out there, all of our older racers, if you really want to just... Don't get me wrong, the racing is cool. The racing is intense. It's a lot of fun. But to me, this is just as much of it's like an interactive museum, if you will. Seeing these bikes on display, seeing the parts and the pieces that get put into bringing some of these incredible machines together, and the history of it. I'm a history buff myself, and to not only see the history of our sport, but to see the capabilities of those machines from quote-unquote back in the day, live, in person, and in action is so much fun. I don't want to say that it's not as intense of racing, but it's maybe a little less pressure, if you will. I think there's a lot more out there to have fun and to just have a good time than there is anything else. But maybe some pressure and certainly some serious business on the line right now. 450C, cards up, cards sideways, and the gate is down. Good jump from the inside. It's a Yamaha and a Cowie battling it out, and I believe that might be the 139 of Cooper Bergeron grabbing the early race lead. Man, not to pat myself on the back, but that was a good call. Cooper Bergeron makes it happen on the Yamaha. And I'll be honest with you guys, this might not be good news for the rest of the field. Bergeron really had things working for him a little earlier today, and I think he had to work his way from around the 5th place spot to that #1 position. So Bergeron making some moves early. Little bit of redemption on the line for Nathan Albrecht. He's back in the 3rd place spot. Another good start for the Suzuki rider, but something happened to him on lap 1 in one of his earlier races. We'll see what the 257 is able to do. Looks like maybe the 131. Wait and see when they come across the stripe. Parker Cook on the number 60. The Kawasaki back in the 3rd place spot, followed by the 730, the 991, the 33. Give you a top 10 rundown as they come across the stripe. Cooper Bergeron, Nathan Albrecht, Parker Cook, Preston Caruso, Ryan Gardner, Robert Leonard, William Markula, Adam Reese, and Jazuri Thompson. Your top 10, Wyatt Juraminski in the 10th place position, with Austin Gore back there in the 11th place spot. So very interesting to see. We'll have some riders pop up in the front in some of these classes, and then some of the guys that we've already seen running in the front not getting the start and finding themselves not just outside the top 5, but even outside the top 10. So on track right now. Hey, look at that. Nathan Albrecht makes a move up to the #2 spot. Of course, Nathan, the son of J-Bone, Jeremy Albrecht. Jeremy, a longtime mechanic in the sport, a legend of the sport, still helping us now on the race direction side of things, doing some work with the AMA, but Nathan putting in a good result right now. Cooper Bergeron, though, stretching things out, not trying to battle, doesn't want to get into a fight on track. He says, I just want to get a good start and run away with it. Trying to do it right now. The Kawasaki of Parker Cook back there in the 3rd place spot. A solid start for him as well, but he's got company with Ryan Gardner starting to creep up. So race 25 out on the track. Means I believe just about 10 races to go here today for the main events. Going to be a ton of fun. See how things all shake out for the rest of these races. Track. I feel like the track has almost reached a point where it's not changing a ton, even after they do some track prep, the lines that develop are in very similar spots as they were a little bit ago. Obviously, it is still changing, you know what I mean here, but not quite as drastically as we saw probably within those first 5 to 10 motos. So back across the start stretch goes Nathan Albrecht. And the number 60, I don't think he was very fond of getting shuffled back to the third place spot. Parker Cook has responded to the pressure from Ryan Gardner and is now trying to bring the fight to the Suzuki. Different lines through the split lanes. Let's see who it pays off for. Gardner going to have more momentum coming out of this corner. Can he put the power to the ground? No, not quite close enough to Albrecht, but he pulls within about a bike length. Once again, different line choices. Albrecht on the inside, Gardner on the outside. Or excuse me, Cook on the outside. Gardner just behind at the moment. He's saying, you know what, you guys get into a battle, make a mistake. I'll try to get a BOGO action here. Move my way into the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, your leader is gone. 9.8 seconds already opened up by Cooper Bergeron. Quite the performance here in the 450C class. There you see him on screen, tucking to the inside, and Bergeron really doesn't look like he's doing anything crazy special, taking his time, but man, clearly he's got something working his way, putting the power to the ground on that Yamaha and making it work for him. There is the fight for second. Cook and Albrecht. Really seems like Parker Cook liking those outside lines, not following the rider just in front of him, which is a good call, but it's a give and take, right? You're going to take more time and more distance to cover when you go to these outsides, but you do come out of the corner with a little more momentum. Just seems like he's not quite close enough. Let's see what they do through this split lane once again. Albrecht goes outside to inside, Cook inside to outside. Man, Albrecht actually a really good drive through that section. Picks up just a little bit. A true back and forth yo-yo type battle. Position's not actually changing, but that gap ever changing here in the 450C class. It was 10.3 seconds the gap from first to second the last lap around. We'll see as they come across the stripe. Nathan Albrecht now 12.6 seconds back. So Bergeron really starting to get comfortable out front, not doing anything too flashy, and I'm sure probably getting some pit boards or some signs from the mechanics area saying, hey, you're good. You don't need to worry about protecting insides or worried about somebody sneaking up on you. You've got a nice gap built up. Has got to be getting close to a white flag here shortly. 7 laps complete. I believe this will be a 10-lap race for 450C. And all of our friends watching on racertv.com, don't forget something as simple as clicking that subscribe button makes a huge difference for us. Lets us know that you are enjoying your coverage here from Ricky Carmichael Supercross. Leave us a comment as well. And we will be right back here tomorrow morning covering the Vintage Day action. Like I said, so much fun to watch. Just to look at the bikes. I mean, honestly, they could just line up on the front straightaway, and I'd be happy walking around, oohing and eyeing at all of the amazing things. I know Megawatt Matt Watson here in the house announcing with us, and impressive collection he's got himself. And man, he sits up there, and I think he just starts spotting bikes that he's like, I might want one of those. And so a kid can dream. I'm not in a position to get one, but I can certainly look at them all day long, and excited to see that, as well as our ATV Supercross. You know, it's so impressive to see the 1% you know, the best of the best. We get to call some of the top ATV pros at GNCC and our top ATV MX riders as well. They're absolutely insane. The speed, the skill, the style that they have on these machines, it's impressive. I don't care who you are, and excited to see that racing tomorrow as well. But right now, Cooper Bergeron, impressive in his own right, just about picking up 2 laps a second, now 13.8. And that was the checkered flag, so we missed him taking the white. Cooper Bergeron going to take the checkered flag here in 450C. What a performance from the 139. I mean, that is textbook domination here from race 25. Parker Weber going to cross the line in second. Nathan Albrecht in the 3rd place spot. Parker Cook and Ryan Gardner, your top 5 in 450C. Behind him, looks like it's going to be Preston Caruso, Landon Bilyeu, Wyatt Jereminski, and Zuri Thompson, with Robert Leonard rounding out your top 10. And looks like race 26 sitting on the line, Mini Senior 2. Cooper Johnson going to be one to watch in this one. Chase Moynihan. Looks like Nolan Ford going to be in this one too. Gage Brown. Taking a look, man, I mean, those are Cash Anderson. Yeah, some big names here in Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15, just a little bit older than our Mini Senior 1, I believe. Card sideways, gates down, and we are Mini Senior racing. Who's it going to be? Nolan Ford with a great jump, the big 44. Perfect execution of that first turn. Closes up. Oh, one rider getting caught up. 2 riders now. Man, just wrong place, wrong time, as rider got just a little bit high in the berm. We talked about finding that kind of middle ground, those inside ruts super deep and chopped up. The outside berms starting to get a little loose, a little powdery, and man, they can reach up and grab you. And unfortunately, caught one rider, and behind him, 2 to 3 others got stuck up. But man, no problems at the moment. Nolan Ford leads the way. The 72 just behind Chase Moynihan, and these are some of our favorites. Looks like that might be the 31 of Easton Graves there as well. And I believe Graves has actually made the pass into the number 2 position with another rider in 3rd. That's Gage Brown. So Nolan Ford, Easton Graves, Gage Brown, and Chase Moynihan. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cooper Johnson rounding out the top 5. Jackson Vick in the 6th place spot. Kylan Stewart, Renzo Marchioni, Anthony Pasella, Reed Cohn, and Brayton Wills throughout the backside of the top 10. This is going to be fun. Look at this. Easton Graves, man, he is flying, almost smacks into the back tire of Nolan Ford. This is going to be a dogfight right here. Both of these riders extremely confident, extremely well prepared coming into the season. And as we kind of take a little zoom out approach, there is a big picture to all of this. Most of these riders are going to be running these same classes throughout the year at multiple amateur nationals, and going to be facing a lot of the same competition throughout the year. You best believe, we talk about getting a mental heads up on some of the competition in pro motocross and supercross. It's the same thing here in amateur racing, especially elite amateur racing as well. They know, hey, yep, I'm probably going to see you at the spring nationals, maybe going to see you out at World Mini, going to see you at some of the Loretta's qualifiers and then Loretta's itself. If I can go and shut you down right now, especially if I can chase you down and pass you, might just have a little bit of a mental upper hand coming into some of the other races throughout the season. But if you're the 44 of Nolan Ford, you can also say, hey, if I was right there in front of you the whole time and you couldn't do anything with me, maybe going to give him a little bit of confidence throughout the rest of the year as well. It all starts here, the first round of amateur nationals right here at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Through the split section, Ford pops the front end up and over that jump. Easton Graves still right there, 0.86 the gap the last lap around. We'll see what it is when they come across the finish this time through. 0.83, so 0.03 of a second being made up by Easton Graves, and that is not a lot. And I got to be honest, I can't forget about Gage Brown right there in the mix as well. He is just out of this. Look at that, Easton Graves. Oh my goodness, what a launch from the Husqvarna. That might have been the biggest send off of that wall jump I have seen all day long. Oh, Nolan Ford comes together with a lap rider. Graves has to check up. Wow, what a close call for Nolan Ford. An amazing recovery. Oh, and that might have been Gage Brown. No, that was not Brown. Okay. Whew, we got chaos going on up here at the front of the field, and that was Nolan Ford, I believe. Nolan Ford tucks the front end in that left-hand corner, just gets caught up in a little bit of the thick stuff, and hands the lead over to Easton Graves. What a heartbreak for Nolan Ford. The pressure was being applied 4 laps. He had sat there and pushed and pushed. Ford maybe just thrown off of his game just a little bit from that incident with the lap rider, tried to save it, and then a corner or two later he found himself on the ground. Man, just such a tough break there. Easton Graves applying that pressure just like he meant to, and it worked out for him. He picks up the number 1 ride. Gage Brown sitting in the second place spot now with Cooper Johnson. Nolan Ford does pick it back up into the number 4 position, but going to be almost impossible for him to work his way all the way up back to Easton Graves. So Easton Graves here just a few laps away. Probably going to be seeing a white flag in maybe another 2 laps or so. And Graves trying to charge hard here. Gage Brown is not letting up at all, though. We talked about Graves applying the pressure to Nolan Ford. Well, now it's Gage Brown applying the pressure to Easton Graves. You see him right back there behind. There he is, working his way through the lap traffic, the exact same. This is getting tight here at the tail end of this race.
Yeah, Zach hopping back in. It looks like Gage Brown with the fastest lap time that time around, a 48.2 versus Easton Graves 48.6. Round just a little under 2 seconds separate the two.
Well, let me catch you up here, Jackson. It was Nolan Ford on the 44 who had the early race lead. Almost got together with a lap rider, had the save of the day, and then unfortunately 2 turns later, tucked the front end and went down, handed the lead over to Easton Graves. But Gage Brown been right on the rear wheel of Graves all day long, and then Cooper Johnson back there in the 3rd place spot.
So there we go. Let's see, 8 laps complete here in this one so far. Race number 26, Mini Senior 2. Coming up next, going to be your 450B class for race number 27 of the day. Going to be a good one there for the 450B class, but for now, Mini Senior 2, hard at it here. All of these riders between 13 and 15 years old. Taking a look. This race is going to be a 10-lap race, so just under 2 laps left to go. Now going to be 1 as they should be taking the white flag, and there it is. Easton Graves gets the white flag, and we are racing now side by side with that 817. The lapper really giving him a hard time there as he tries to make it around.
Yeah, it's been tough here. I mean, I don't think the lappers are doing anything intentionally, but there's been a couple of close calls with these leaders and some of the lap riders.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure, Zach, I mean, we talk about the lap riders a lot, and I'm sure there's a lot of times where you don't realize that is the guy. I mean, you just think it's a rider trying to make a pass on you, and then you're like, whoa, maybe that is the leader. So I definitely see how stuff like that happens. I don't think it's necessarily malicious. But Easton Graves, the one having to deal with it either way there on that number 31 Husqvarna machine. High up on that berm. You could really see how steep that berm was down there from that camera shot. And now the checkered flag gonna fly for Easton Graves as he takes the Mini Senior 2 main event win. And now seeing the rest of the gang making their way through. Gage Brown with a second-place finish. Chase Monahan finishes out the podium with a third-place spot. Cooper Johnson, your fourth. Nolan Ford going to be able to recover for a fifth-place position. Jackson Vick comes through in the sixth-place spot. And let's see, Sam O'Leary, seventh. Kylan Stewart, eighth. Brayton Willis and Anthony Pasella going to round out your top 10 for your mini senior 2. And here we go. The 450B class, race number 27 of the day, gets set to go. The revs are up now, and the gate is down.
450B off and rolling. Look at this, one of the gas riders sliding and gonna just barely hang on to the early race lead, the 708. That is gonna be Will Canagleer.
Off to a great start here in this one. Going to have one of our KTM riders there in that second place spot. He has some company, though, as the two Yamaha riders try to make their way up to the front of the pack.
Yeah, we got Riley Bussey, Austin Schaefer, Chance Lawton in this one, Cole Coker. I believe I saw Grayson Townsend in there as well. So some heavy hitters here in 450B.
Yeah, no doubt one of our premier classes here at RCSX. And they are going to get to run this pro section here, as we've been calling it. And here they go, headed into it now, up and over the wall jump. Looks like they've been able to touch this one up just a bit. They go double, triple. And your leader going to go triple, triple into the corner, as does second and third.
Yeah, like you said, Jackson, actually touching that spot up just a little bit. First time we've really seen that all day.
Yep, I do believe the very first time we have saw that. So let's get a look at our running order. Chase Lawton in the second place position. Austin Schaefer now going to be running in third here in this one. Cole Coker going to be your fourth place. Jet Collick, your fifth place. Riley Bussey holds on to sixth. Christian Merriman, your seventh place. Cade Bradley, eighth. In ninth is Braden Carpenter. And then Sebastian Paxar's going to be in that 10th place spot.
Yeah, not great starts for the Kawasaki. Jaden Wolf, Grayson Townsend back there in the 13th place spot as well. But man, the 708. I'm interested to see what Lawton's able to do here with a good start. And then Austin Schaefer as well. He did not have a great performance earlier today after a bad start. We'll see whether or not Schaefer's able to work through the field.
How about it? Chase Lawton now going to advance up into the first place spot. Will Canniger going to move down to third as Austin Schaefer overtakes that second place spot. Jack Kellogg going to be in the fourth place spot now, and Riley Bussey going to move up to that fifth place position.
It looks like Coker, Merman, and Bradley 6, 7, and 8, but there it is. Chase Lawton on that number 50, with Schaefer not far behind at all. But we've seen this size gap right here, Jackson, maintain in several of our classes. Not really a breakaway ride, but just far enough out to where you're able to take the lines that you want. You're not under any immediate pressure. Lawton doing a great job right now and running just a little bit quicker on that last lap than Austin Schaefer.
Yep, a 1:04.2 there for lap number 2, with a 1:05.0 being Austin Schaefer. So yeah, good run that time for Lawton. 1.4 seconds was the gap last time they made it to the finish. We're going to see what it's going to be this time when they check in. And let's see. 1.7, so only 0.3 seconds gain that time around. Will Canniger going to be 1.5 seconds back in that third place spot from your second of Austin Schaefer.
Man, look at Lawton dancing his way through that sand section. Stays up on the pegs, plants really well in that kind of flat. It's kind of a flat corner, but it's also a weird, like you turn on an uphill incline. We've seen it reach up and grab a few riders, Schaefer, and they're starting to pull away from the 708 just a little bit. He's not completely losing touch with them, but Lawton really putting some solid stuff, some solid lines together. It did look like we had a tough block getting knocked out into the track.
Yep, right in that inside line. Gonna have to have some heads up riding there for that till we can get that out of the track. On screen, the number 50 machine makes his way through the line once again. Now going to be 4 laps complete for your leaders. 1.6 seconds going to be the gap between first and second. 1.7 the gap between second and third now at this point. And Zach seeing the whole B class hitting that triple section, at least our top riders.
Yeah, I think these riders are all more than capable of doing the rhythm. It's about being able to do it consistently as that section breaks down. We saw Christopher Harris a little bit earlier. He was one of the first ones that says, you know what, I'm not going to take the risk. I'm going to double single out, whether it's to the inside or to the outside. And so a little bit of touching up, a little bit more fresh track there for him. Yep, all these riders are going to send it triple out.
Yeah, cool to see the different lines change out throughout the day. Chase Lawton taking some good lines now as he rides that outside line up and over what's now becoming a Dragon's Back.
Yeah, right. Crazy how that section has developed throughout the day. We saw Landon Gordon doing some of that wheel tapping a little bit earlier, and everybody was like, hey, you know what? I think I should start doing that.
Yeah, that's exactly what has happened here. Lawton picking up some notes there. Come through once again, maintaining around that 1.6 gap there back to Schaefer. Of course, Lawton making his way out of Rhode Island there on that 50/ Yamaha machine. Oh, and down he goes.
Talking about that corner, it seems so simple. Oh, gets a little bump there from the 708. But it throws your balance off just a little bit. We saw him kind of drag the foot, further knocked his balance off, and the number 50 found himself on the ground. So now Austin Schaefer puts himself in the number 1 spot. Little Pedro, as they used to call him. Well, little Pedro's all grown up, and he's leading the way here in 450B.
Yeah, big Pedro getting it done here today. Overtaking that lead, and on his way to 6 laps complete. 12-lap race here for this one. So when they come around, going to be halfway through, and they are officially halfway through with this one.
Taking a look a little further through that top 10, looks like Coker has now worked his way into the 8th place spot. Townsend now up to 9th. Braden Carpenter now the final rider inside your top 10. So some shuffling around there in the back end of the top 10.
So taking a look here at our times, Austin Schaefer going to be the fastest person on the track that time around, a 104.0. Will Kanigher in that 2nd place spot, a 105.5, and Riley Bussey holds on to 3rd on the 404 machine. And taking a look here, Riley going to turn a 104.7 that last time around.
Man, Schaefer really looking good on the KTM. The 361 backed by SOBMX, 1 ICW, Dunlop and MX tire. Seems like he knows he doesn't have to really rush either. I mean, not a huge gap, 4.1 seconds across the stripe this last time, but not having to protect any lines, and that makes such a difference.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, clean air for him. 4.1 second gap back to Will Kanigher. And if Austin Schaefer can keep putting down these lap times, he should be in good shape. As now making his way through lap number 8, going to be about 4 laps to go or so here for the 450B riders.
Schaefer putting in the time, and it's paying off.
A long day of racing here, Zach. A lot of these riders now on their 2nd, 3rd main event of the day. And one thing to note, it is definitely warming up here in Daytona, no doubt. Still not what you would think here for Daytona heat, but nonetheless, definitely warming up out there to what these riders have been seeing for most of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you think about where we are in the country, this is probably one of the warmer spots of the entire U.S. of A. So several of these riders, probably been a few months since they've had to deal with conditions like this, even if it is the 70s, maybe the mid-70s. So impressive to, and it's also just a testament as to who's been doing the work, right? These guys put in long motos, they're wearing hoodies, they're doing the time, and it pays off for them here in races like this. So Schaefer just maybe going to see a white lap here in about another 2 laps or so.
Yeah, Schaefer definitely looking for that white flag, hoping that will come out sooner than later, I'm sure, as he holds on to that lead position. And look at that, Will Kanigher starting to drop the time now Will going to be over a second faster that last time through with a 2.9 second deficit between him and Schaefer.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you can kind of see the white gear just starting to creep into the shot. There he is, making his way. Oh, and tapping the front end of that lap rider as well. We talk about the benefit to not being the first rider to catch up to lappers. Not sure if that has anything to do with it, but man, definitely not giving up is 2 seconds now, the gap, and that certainly was not the 4 seconds it was just a few laps ago.
Yeah, definitely not now. Like you said, just down to 2 seconds between them, and still turning faster than the leader lap times there for Will Kanigher. So he can keep on keeping on. We could be seeing a battle for the lead.
Watch this, going wide. Man, he's getting kind of close to some of these lappers. You can tell he is really pushing the pace. Kanigher trying to find a way to catch up to Schaefer, and he is. I'll be the first to say it, Jackson. He is starting to creep in here with a few laps to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a barn burner here for these two going into these final few laps. 9 laps complete. Working on the 10th lap here in this 12-lap race. Austin Schaefer leading the way as of now, but Will Kanigher definitely on the move, and now not seeing Kanigher in the picture, Zach.
Yeah, he must have gone down. Big change in the gap. We'll have to wait and see, and there it is. Kanigher going down, getting caught up with a lap rider. We see it once again, Jackson. You just never know. It's so hard to predict where some of these other riders are going to go, especially in these rhythm sections. And unfortunately, the 7:08 of Kanigher going to get the short end of the stick, find himself on the ground.
Yeah, tough break for him here in this one. Tough break for that lap rider as well. Going to be out of this one as well. So Austin Schaefer now got smooth sailing as he has a 9.6 second lead over your second place. Riley Bussey.
He's back to being comfortable at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of laps left to go. Just needs to limit any mistakes. I mean, something as simple as what we just saw with Kanigher could easily have happened to Austin as well. Sometimes having a little bit of patience, knowing, hey, I'm going to check up a little bit. I'm going to wait till I have a good opportunity to make a pass. Might lose a little time on the front end, but certainly going to pay off dividends on the back end if you're able to make it all the way to the finish. And man, he's only got to do it one more time. White flag coming out, Austin Schaefer.
One more to go here for your 450B race number 27 of the day. Riley Bussey still holding on to that second place spot. Chase Lawton has now made his way back to third. Jet Kellogg in fourth. Will Kanigher now moving out of the top ranks as he has had a rough lap there. Grayson Townsend, however, though, Zach, going to move up to the 5th place spot. Christian Merman going to be in 6th. Will Kanigher now in the 7th place spot. Cole Coker, Cade Bradley, and Jaden Wolf, your top 10.
Yeah, Townsend only about 0.8 seconds behind Jet Kellogg as well, so could see another position gain before it's all said and done, considering he was close to 15th on some of those first laps. Really just shows the pace is there, but even like we said when Ricky was in the booth just a little bit earlier, it's so tough. You go back, you look at the results, you really don't get the full scope as to what happened in the race. You know, if let's say Townsend does get a 5th place spot, you think, 5th place, that's okay, but it doesn't show the incredible ride that it took to get there. But one thing that will show an incredible ride, Austin Schaefer, 450B, going to grab the win. And it looks like Riley Bussey going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Lawton going to bring it back for a 3rd place spot.
A good race there for your 450B main event. And coming up next is going to be race number 28. The 125 12 to 17-year-old division. All right, I believe Jordan Jarvis going to join me here for this one. Jordan going to get the headset on. How you do that, Jordan? I'm going to take a look here at our heat race here for this 125 class. And I believe only going to be one heat race for this one, so we should only have one winner, and it was Tanner Dorman took the win. Your 2nd place was Tristan Pruitt, Caden West 3rd, and 4th and 5th. Let's see here. Kevin DePino, and your 5th place, Ethan Romero. All right, so a little bit of track work going on Got to put a little bit of water down as well. And like we said, Jordan Jarvis going to join me. Jordan, what have you been seeing out there? How you doing?
I think the track looks gnarly. I've caught a couple of the A motos and stuff like that, and these holes, these kickers are getting some people. But typical Daytona, you got some great racing, you got some great talent from all over the country here.
No doubt.
Beautiful weather this year.
Yep.
Not too hot, not too rainy, thankfully this time. But no, it's been great. I love coming here. I only live an hour from here, so it's hard not to come.
Nice. So how's the heat been lately around here? Has this been the typical, or is it a little cooler than what it's been?
No, this weekend's been beautiful. It's been a little bit cooler than it has been the last couple weeks.
Nice.
We've actually got up into the high 80s already. So it's showing that summer is coming very quickly here in Florida.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, about 68 degrees out there right now. And going to do a little bit more track work, and we're going to be going into the 125 class. Jordan, glad to have you here with us. And, of course, Jordan going to be staying around for our women's moto that's going to be coming up next. And looks like going to do a little bit of track work. Going to leave that pro section along as only fixing it up once a day. And here we go.
Gotta love the 125s. The sound.
The sweet sound of 125s, the sweet smell here from the Racer TV trailer. And look at that, the number 94 absolutely firing off here in this one. And let's see who that's going to be. That is Tanner Dorman, your heat race winner. So Dorman picking back up where he left off. And did I lose Dorman?
Yeah, something happened in that corner over there. I'm not sure, but that is the number 7 that just pulled out in the front.
So that's Tristan Pruitt, second place in the heat race. Go figure. And so now he's going to have control of this one. Man, tough break for the number 94. He looked like he was really on rails there for 1 second. And a huge pile up there.
Whew.
Oh, man.
That's the one thing with Supercross that's so unique is the ball turns.
Yeah.
Absolutely chaos in pro or amateur.
Yeah.
Never fails.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting to see that firsthand here in this one. The 28 race of the day. No matter how much they fix up this track, Jordan, I'm sure you can attest to it, they're not going to be able to fix it back to the way it was. It is definitely going to be rough for the rest of the day.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, that always worked out best for me. I could not ride a smooth track. This is where I would shine. This is where I do my best. And it looks like that's the same for Tristan Pruitt. He's looking to change that 2 from the first moto in the heat race into a number 1, and he looks to be doing it pretty confidently. He's already pulled out a pretty decent-sized gap considering it's only going to be the second lap.
Yeah, he sure has. He's really hopping, skipping through this rough section, so I definitely think you're right about him liking the rough stuff out here. When you're racing at this national level, Jordan, you know that's what really separates them. If everybody has a smooth track, everybody can go fast. It's when you start getting those ruts, those braking bumps, you really see people start to shine.
Yeah, you see their comfort on the bike, and you see the off the bike training, the strength and the mobility that comes into play for it. And this track is absolutely going to work you with all the braking bumps and the holes and the kickers and everything like that. It's really, really upsetting the bike and really testing your strength.
Yeah, upsetting the bike for sure. We've been seeing it all day long. Some of these riders having, sure enough, a hard time. And look at that. Tanner Dorman now going to be in the second place position. He sits 3.5 seconds behind. And Tristan Pruitt did turn the fastest lap there on lap 2, though. So we'll see if Tristan Pruitt can hold on to this one, or if the number 92 or 94, I should say, going to be able to march up. Caden West holds on to 3rd, Ethan Romero in 4th, and Christian Humphrey going to round out our top 5. Wow, what about that, Jordan? Absolutely railing that corner there.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely trying to open that gap up a little bit more. I'm sure, obviously, he doesn't know exactly who is behind him, but I'm sure going into this race, he knew who he had to beat, and I'm guessing that he probably has an idea who's behind him. So he's definitely trying to open this gap up more, because once they start getting a little bit farther into the race with the lappers, it's going to be all that much more challenging trying to get through them and make good lap times, so with minimal mistakes.
Yeah, no doubt. That is one thing we've been talking about all day, is these lap riders. They are definitely going to be getting into them here, especially here in this 125 class. And we'll see how the number 7 is going to do, and it's so far so good. He has been absolutely flying. 4 laps now complete.
But Tanner Dorman in second actually turned a faster lap time that one by about, what, a second?
Almost a second and a half, 1.3.
So that's exactly what Tanner Dorman needs to do, just keep chipping off at that gap. He doesn't need to do anything super, super reckless right now. Still got what, 4 more laps?
10 lap race here for that one.
So he got 6 more laps. He's got plenty of time. Just needs to be patient. Once he gets back, once he gets onto the back end of Tristan Pruitt, a little bit of pressure goes a long way, especially when you're trying to find ways around lappers as a leader and you're getting pressure from behind too. It's very, very easy to make simple mistakes that can turn into major ones.
Yeah, and this could be the start of it, as now we're getting into some lap riders, and it looks like that is not the only lapper they're going to have to deal with. One thing we've talked about, I'm sure you can attest to, man, the 94 is really right there. Oh! I thought that was the 94 for 1 second.
Tanner Dorman says, watch out, I'm coming through.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying. One thing about it, once the lappers see one rider make it around them, they kind of know that they're in the danger zone. They need to watch out. So I'll interested to see if the 94 will have a little bit of an advantage.
Oh.
Wow. Side by side now into this corner. The number 7 going to push him up high. Tristan Pruitt. Woo. Tanner Dorman going head-to-head, side by side through this section. Dorman going to have the inside, but look at that.
Love a little rubbing, racing.
A little bit. I said that the number 7 had, or the number 94 had the inside. The 7 made the inside his, and he's going to overtake the lead. So we're going to get to see him go head-to-head here in this one.
That is some great defensive riding, but I would be, that was smooth. I was going to say, I'd be a little concerned if I was Tristan Pruitt. You know, you've got Tanner Dorman coming up behind you who's faster, and as we can see, he doesn't mind a little rubbing. I would have been a little nervous for what was coming, but that was a clean pass all the way around. I was going to say that Tanner Dorman might finally have some room to breathe, some fresh track, but the lappers are not going to let that happen.
Yeah, right back into these lap riders. We'll see. Dorman is pushing really hard. Man, that rider having a little bit of trouble there, getting cross-strutted up that one. Definitely not hard to do out here on this RCSX track. A rough one here today. As we get another lap complete. Now 7 laps complete here in this 10-lap race. So just 3 more laps to go for Tanner Dorman and Tristan Pruitt.
Ooh, this is a big group of lappers that Tanner Dorman's coming into. Ooh, that's right on the edge of the track.
Tanner Dorman turning a 47.3. He was the fastest person on the track that time around. He now has a 2.5-second gap. So I would say Dorman really just needs to make sure that he keeps this machine on 2 wheels, doesn't push it too hard, because he's got just a little bit more speed.
Yeah, he just needs to be smart and not do anything super risky. He said, I got the whole shot, I want that win too, and that's exactly what he's making happen right now.
Hey, he is going to
Pruitt just needs to stick right there. Anything can happen.
Exactly. He needs to be right there to capitalize on it if it does.
Yeah, if he's not careful, 3rd place, Caden West might come in and show a wheel.
Yeah, sure enough. Caden West having a fast lap time as well, a 48.8. And there we go. Tristan Pruitt going to speed up a little bit that time around. A 49.1 for him, a 48.3 for Dorman.
And a 48.1 for Caden West.
Yep, so Caden West on the move, Jordan.
Looking for that silver. He's definitely looking for that silver.
No doubt. Brady Olson going to be right there with a 48.8. Making his way all the way out of Texas. 2 New York riders in that 1st and 3rd place positions. Oregon holding on to 2nd. So good to see all the different states out here battling it out in Florida. So 8 laps complete. Now on their way to 9. They should be getting the white flag, I do believe, Jordan, and they do.
Yep. You got it.
So 1 more left to go here for the 125 class, race number 28. And then going to have 2 heavy-hitting classes up next.
While, Tanner Dorman has got a very comfortable lead right now. I think I saw in the back of the TV, I think we've got a battle for 2nd right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right here. We got a good battle going on the very last lap. Talk about some pressure right there.
Yep, Gas and Husqvarna going to have a face-off here in this one. Caden West aboard that number 20 Gas machine. Tristan Pruitt going to be on the number 7 Husqvarna.
There is no better motivation than a white flag when you need to get around somebody.
No doubt. It even gets me going up here in the announcer's booth. You know that's when they're going to start making some moves. Everybody's going to have one last-ditch effort, and one person that doesn't need it, Tanner Dorman, going to take the main event win here on the number 94 machine in the 125 12 to 17-year-old class. Race 28 comes to a close with Tristan Pruitt in 2nd. Caden West finishes out our podium with a 3rd-place finish. Brady Olson comes through in 4th, and Christian Humphrey going to be your 5th-place finisher. Benjamin Moya, Justin Schuff, your 6th and 7th. Zane Martin in 8th. Nolan Murphy in 9th. And Mitch Pierce in the 10th-place position. So that, my friends, will do it here for race number 28. Now it's time for race number 29. Zach gonna hop back in here with us a little bit, it looks like, and gonna have a good one here for our women's class.
We got our own resident expert here in the women's class. Jordan has somebody that sat on the line here. What's the strategy? It's late in the day, track's a little beat up, right? Sun's shining down. What's your opinion? Some people, they want the early motos. It's never going to be easy out here, but maybe not quite as rough as we'd see it late in the day. What do you think about the timing of day here for this women's class?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best advice I have is get a start. You know, I like the late motos. I'd never been a strong starter. So for me, what I would tell myself going down the line is obviously the whole shot would be ideal. If not the whole shot, get close, right? Second, maybe third at worst would be what I was hoping for, because it is a very short race for the most part, and it's not the easiest to pass. Sometimes you do have to bump and bang a little bit to make a pass happen, especially to make it stick. But getting out front and at least getting up close is, you know, as good as you can get, minimizes the risk of getting tangled up in a dumb first turn crash or something. So when the track is rough like this with as many holes and kickers and stuff like that, it's just to be as consistent and safe as you can and make passes as quick as you can without the risk.
Right, absolutely. And we touched on this earlier. We might see some track work going on, but it's not about to be smooth by any means. They touch a few spots up, but and you touched on it, the difference between being fifth and having all of those riders around you, both in front and behind, the risk goes up so significantly as far as things that could happen. Not even talking about your own mistake, right? Yeah. You can unfortunately catch the consequences of somebody else's misfortune, and we've seen that a couple of times today as well. Lap riders coming together, and the lead rider might be doing everything totally fine, and unfortunately they find themselves on the ground.
Yeah, just the smallest mistake unfortunately can cost you your entire race.
Now taking a look on our lineup, we've got some heavy hitters here. Obviously Lachlan Turner, we've got to give a mention to Haley Vasallo. Oh, okay. So Lachlan not going to be on the gate with us. Nicole Voorhees. We've got Adrian Spiker, Winter Mead. I mean, these are some serious ladies about to do battle. Oh, look at this great shot here just in front of the gate. Our man Mike's getting creative, Jackson. I like this.
Yeah, he sure is. So taking a look, Zach, Hannah Hodges took the heat race win. Second place was Lillian Pettis. Our third place in the heat race belonged to Shelby Rowland. Our fourth place was Kiana Kurtz. And then our fifth place, let's see, belonged to China Greenwell. I absolutely hate Lachlan Turner not able to be here. I've been getting to see her at some of my local tracks in Georgia. She just now moved to Tennessee, and man, she has absolutely been flying, no doubt, but tough break for her. We've got plenty of racing to go, though, in our women's class. Got some big names here. Hannah Hodges, good to see her back out and about here in Florida. Hey, a Florida native out of Pearson, Florida. And then, of course, Lillian Pettis, the Alabama native, just 16 years old, Zach. She is a force to be reckoned with. And Hannah Hodges is going to be 26, so going to get to see about a 10-year age gap play out here in this one.
Yeah, got a bit of variety here as far as experience and age goes, and as far as riders, that I'm sure probably a couple of first-timers here at the RCSX, several that have been on the gate many times before. And like you said, Hannah, a little bit earlier, the gate, the start is always important, right? I mean, it almost sounds redundant to say it, but here especially, we've seen a gap develop in the first 3 to 4 corners and then maintain for the rest of the race. So I completely agree with what you were saying. It's late in the day. We kind of know where the bumps are going to be. We know where the ruts will develop. Get up there early, because sometimes it's the first 5 minutes or so, not even 5 minutes, honestly, probably the first 2 minutes of the race could determine how far you're able to get up by the end of it.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot at all. You know, once you build a gap like that, this track is difficult in different ways. You know, none of the jumps, I would say, are super difficult. If you were to add the pro section in, obviously that would add some difficulty to it. But the difficulty right now is staying smooth and staying consistent through the brake bumps and the ruts and stuff like that. And it's such a talented class right now that it's hard to make time up. So if, you know, this goes for most classes right now. Yep. You know, there's so much talent in the sport at the moment. If they get the gap that early, it is really, really tough to close that, because the leader is setting the pace right now. They're setting the pace, and second, third, fourth, you know, they're falling into what the leader is doing. And it's really hard to break out of that rut.
Yeah, I don't really think that there's anywhere where you're going to make up a second all of a sudden, short of somebody else making a mistake.
Jordan, I know you know a lot of these ladies here in this women's class. Is there anybody that might not be on our radar here that should be, then maybe not having the week that they had wanted to so far?
I mean, I was pretty impressed with Lillian Pettis in that first moto. She just got on big bikes.
At just 16.
Yeah, like a month ago or something. I think her first race, I guess first real race that I noticed anyway, was the King's Cup in Georgia. And the first moto, she got a good start. She was battling right there with Hannah right off the line. No surprise, Hannah gets a whole shot, right? She's always someone you can expect to be up front on the start. But she stayed right with Hannah. She actually ended up closing the gap up a little bit before she had a mistake or faded or something. I'm not sure what happened, but she was right there for a little bit, so that impressed me. Hopefully, since the track might be a little bit better now that it's not one of the last motos of the day, hopefully she won't get quite as tired so soon if that was the case, and we'll see a better battle for this one.
Hey, one thing's for sure, the women's and WMX classes are in great hands with a lot of these ladies. And, I mean, just look at the list here. China Greenwell, Shelby Rowland, Piper Harris, Haley Vassallo, I believe I said that right.
There you go.
Caitlin Harris, Hannah Hodges, Ava Runkles, Risley Diaz, Kiana Kurtz, Nicole Voorhees, Lillian Pettis, Adriana Spiker, Kristen Washington, Winter Mead, Brittany Mosher here in this one, Katie Nalder, and Cynthia McCowan. And at the home track, also get to see quite a few of these here in Georgia, some of the Georgia natives, so glad to see them out here with us. Katie Nalder, a very fast lady as well. All these ladies very, very fast, like I was saying, the women's side of it in very good hands with these ladies.
Yeah, and it's not just quality, but like you just said, it's quantity too. I mean, that's well over 10 names. I believe we've got 18 or so entries here in this race, and that means the battles, they're going to be going all the way through the top 10. There's going to be a lot of fight for the top 5, and we've seen some riders maybe not quite able to go the full distance, but man, they can put in some sprinters early. They get a good start, they do damage early, they can hang on and battle for some podium spots, for some top 5s. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen and a lot of racers that can make it happen out here today.
Absolutely. I was never good at sprints, so on a short track and a short race like this, I always really struggled because I wasn't the best starter and I'm not a sprinter by any means. Give me a 35-minute moto and the fastest lap will probably be towards the end.
Right.
So that's something, if you're a fantastic starter, you have such an advantage here at Daytona Supercross because it is a shorter track, it is a shorter race, and the starts here are one of a kind. I think I've only seen 3 starts where there wasn't someone down somewhere.
Yep.
So huge benefit if you're able to get a start and get out front and get a second or 2 in there before everyone starts spreading out and it gets a little bit easier to start putting heaters down.
So still touching up just a few spots. Jordan, obviously an accomplished women's racer in your own right, but you spent a lot of time here at the RCSX. Yep. Talk a little bit about what you have seen as far as things have changed from your first year here, which was what? What was it? We're at the 16th annual now.
I was here on 85s, okay. So probably 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. Yeah. So I've been here for quite a while. I feel like I've been to most places quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. I mean, it's what we touched on earlier. This is kind of the kickoff for the amateur national scene as well. A lot of these riders in all of these classes, whether it's 85s, 250Bs, the women's class, they're going to be crisscrossing around the country over the next year, racing a lot of the same competitors, multiple different races, classifications of races, road to Loretta's. I mean, there's a lot of similarities as far as the amount of people that are going to be doing battle throughout the year, and it all starts right here. Did you take this as an opportunity to maybe get a little mental edge on the competition as well?
Oh, absolutely. This is, when I was doing this, it was crazy. It was here, and then initially, you'll get a kick out of this one, Mill Creek.
Yep.
Before that went away, but it was here, Mill Creek, and then Daytona. So it was you get off the track and you load up and you're basically on the way to Alabama from Mill Creek. So it was super hectic, super busy. Still is now, because now we're going from here to Freestone to Springading.
Yep.
So it's a very, very fast-paced couple weeks. You get 3 of your big nationals out of the way pretty quickly. But how you do here typically sets you on a note for the next couple of races. So if you do really well here, you're coming into those next couple of races with a good confidence. And also your competitors, they know you're going to be someone to mess with and someone they got to look out for. So it's always nice having that little edge on everybody, knowing that like, hey, we got to.
Yeah, they put in the work. Yeah, they're ready. And that's what we kind of call it, the A1 of the amateur circuit.
Yep.
You know, everybody's had their off season. Maybe so-and-so moved to this facility. So-and-so got on this bike. But you never really know how things are going to shake out until you drop the gate for the first time. So not necessarily always telling, right?
Yeah.
Maybe somebody has a bad race to start the year and they come out swinging for the rest of the season. But this is just as much mental as physical, as you're well aware.
Absolutely.
Having a little bit of an upper hand going into those next couple nationals in the upcoming month or so, definitely going to be strategically maybe a little beneficial.
Yeah, and this race specifically is different than some of the other spring nationals. Daytona is a very tight. It's got a Supercross feel to it, but it's tight. It's got bowl turns and stuff like that. So if you do end up kind of getting a little aggressive, bumping and banging at this race, then you're really going to get into your competitor's head, because then you get back to a normal motocross track where there isn't as many bowl turns, but you know they're not someone that's going to give up easy.
Hey, how hard is that, Jordan? Talk about that a little bit. When you grow up with a lot of these women, you've raced them for a long time, when you know somebody's fast, when you've been beat by them a lot, and then just trying to get that out of your head, trying to say, I'm the person that can do it, I'm the person that can win out here. How hard is that?
I thankfully haven't had too many issues with that.
Yeah, you're pretty fast.
I wasn't saying that, but thank you. No, I feel like for the most part, I've been pretty strong when it comes to the mental ability, not ability.
Just
the mental
mental toughness.
I've never really. I mean, obviously you have races and you get into tussles with people, and you want to. There might be some blame going on there, but for the most part, I always kind of settled myself down to a point where I was like, okay, I kind of put myself in this position. I might not have caused it, but I could have avoided it.
Yeah.
I could have gotten a better start. I could have, all these what ifs. It's tough. It is tough.
It is.
Motocross is one of the toughest sports out there. Not just physically, but also mentally. How many people, you look at football or baseball or something like that, if they're not off, or like if they're not on and they're a little off, you lose a game. If you're off in motocross, you're going to endo, crash, land on your face, possibly break a bone.
And that gets scary too, because some days you don't necessarily feel on. You're like, man, the last time I felt like this, it didn't end well. So that's just the two opposite ends. You've not had much trouble with it. I'm the exact opposite. I'll let people get into my head. So I'm sure that some of these ladies are dealing with it too. Some big names like Hannah Hodges out there, probably kind of hard to get in your head. Hey, I can be that person too. But one thing for sure, Hannah thinks she can be that person. She has been so far in this heat race. They're getting these machines fired up. We're about to go racing, Jordan.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for this start. Let's see if Hannah can pull out another hole shot like she did in the heat race. I know Lillian Pettis was right there. She was fighting for it, so it was close. So let's see if she can get the whole shot this time.
Here we go. All eyes focus on the gate. The gate is down. Let's see who it is going to be here into turn number 1.
And it looks like it's Shelby Rowland, and then Hannah Hodges and Lillian Pettis. This is Lillian right here on the inside, number 76. If she can make this pass, and she did. She got around the number 172 of Hannah Hodges. So that's going to make things interesting, because now it's a race to see who can get around Shelby Rowland first.
Yeah,
Oh, and Lillian goes down.
Oh, man, a tough break for her to start this off. One of our top runners here in this one. So Shelby Rowland out front. Shelby definitely a veteran here in this game. 35 years old, out of Tennessee on the 110 Racing FMF Dunlop and SOBMX back to ride. And she has some company, though, from Hannah Hodges.
I do have to give a quick shout out to, I think, who's in 4th. That's Britt Major. I got to meet her a couple years ago. She does the Canadian races as well, so she's all over the place, too. Great to see her out here. I know she's got a little bet with a friend of ours going. If she gets top 5, she gets ice cream. If she gets outside of top 5, she has to buy our friend ice cream.
Who was that again?
Britt Major. She's in 3rd, actually.
She is. She's going to be getting some ice cream for the days over for sure. Katie Nalder holding on to 4th. just like I told you right before the start of this race, Katie Nalder, a fast local lady where I live.
Absolutely.
Nicole Voorhees, am I saying that right? Do you know
are.
her? Yeah,
Yep.
Nicole Voorhees holding on to that 5th place position aboard the number 92, making her way out of New York. Great to have her with us. Adriana Spiker holding on to 6th place out of Temecula, California. Caitlin Harris in the 7th place position out of PA. And then Kiana Kurtz, China Greenwell, and Lillian Pettis in the top 10. Pettis able to hold on to that top 10 position.
That's a tough break for Lillian Pettis. She looked good that first lap. She put that move on Hannah Hodges, which is exactly what she needed to do. Get Hannah sweating a little bit, get her nervous. That was who Hannah needed to look out for. But we have a battle right here of like 4 or 5 girls. So that's awesome to see. Here's the number 76 of Lillian Pettis coming into the frame.
She's on the move.
She's on the move. And there's another one right there, 245 of Haley Vasallo. She's a younger girl coming up too. She's just getting on a big bike, so it's awesome to see that the next generation of girls is coming in, and future's looking bright.
Yeah, we kind of have 2 generations here, the ones that are above 20 and the ones that are below 20. And what's cool to see is how everybody is still here, such as Hannah Hodges. It's so good to have her out here with us, Shelby Rowland, and like you were saying,
I want to say that the top 3 are all older than 25, so that's cool to see.
Yeah, veterans. They know exactly what to do.
We might be veterans, but we're not old.
No,
okay? I'm about to turn 24. Don't age me yet. You can't get rid of me yet. I'm gonna be around forever. I'm gonna bother you guys forever.
Hey, I hope we're out here when we're 75 years old, still racing at RCSX. And some troubles there. Was that Voorhees having some troubles? Wasn't quite able to tell. That was one of our lap riders there for sure. One of our top 2, as we see the 172 of Hannah Hodges.
Cutting through the lappers, making it look fairly good, pretty seamless, not too many mistakes, which is what you want. This is exactly the kind of ride that you need to win a race and a championship here at Daytona.
Yep, so far the fastest lady on the track, Hannah Hodges, a 50 that first time around, or for the lap 3. For lap 4 it was a 51.5. Shelby Rowland turning a 52.6, so around the 2nd difference there on those lap times. And then look at that, Kiana Kurtz back in that 4th place spot, turning a 52.7. So she is going to be on the move as well.
Lillian Pettis is moving up a couple more spots, so we like to see that. I'm sure she's hoping to get inside the top 5 before this race is over.
Yeah, no doubt. Just outside of that top 5, China Greenwell, Caitlin Harris, Lillian Pettis now up to 8th. Nicole Voorhees in that 9th place position, and Haley Vasallo holding on to that 10th place spot as Kristen Washington now moves up to 11th.
Local girl right there. Kristen lives right here.
Daytona, Florida.
Number 445, Shelby Rowland's having a really good race. She got to start. That's what you need. A start can do you wonders.
Must have been listening.
Absolutely. I'm giving good advice. You should be listening. I can't follow my own advice.
Those who can't do announce, that's what they tell us.
Yeah, well, yeah. Everyone asked me, I had someone ask me questions about like what they need to do on the start. I was like, I can tell you, but don't watch me. I can do it perfect in practice. When it comes to the race, I fall apart, apparently.
Yep, what is it? Do as I say, not as I do, right?
Yeah, we're good at telling them what they need to do.
Yep.
If you want whole shot advice, go to Jamie Asadio.
There we go.
Really? Okay.
I've heard. All right. Hannah Hodges having a good run in this one. Pulling off just a little bit, but nothing that is unclosable. And definitely needs to make sure no mistakes are had. Only about 8 seconds ahead of Shelby Rowland. Brittany still holding on. Oh, now Kiana Kurtz has moved up to that 3rd place spot. So we have a new podium here as Kiana Kurtz moves up on that 94 Husqvarna machine.
Lillian Pettis moved up another 2 spots, so she's right there.
And China Greenwell just ahead of her, moving up as well. So it looks like Lillian Pettis pushing China Greenwell up through the ranks.
Realistically, I think Lillian has a possibility of getting up to 4th.
Well, and if you take a look, Lillian Pettis in the 6th place spot, 1.6 seconds back, then 3.5 seconds, then 1.2 seconds, and she's running relatively close lap times. I mean, it's not impossible to see her knocking on the door of the podium. Things go in her favor.
So watching your leader on screen here. 1-7-2. Hannah Hodges on that Troy Lee Designs Maxima Power Band Guts, Backyard Designs Asterisk, Scott and Pro Circuit back Gas Ride.
Ooh, that was a risky line.
Yeah, Hodges, you can see her take a little glance over.
Yeah,
she knew that was going to cost her some time.
That was a little risky of a line. Still worked out though. She's got a good lead. She's got some time to play with. She's not worried. That's the kind of race you want right there, where you can just cruise.
Yeah, Hannah Hodges consistently turning one fast lap after another, a 52.1 that time around. Shelby Rowland still holds on to third. Kiana Kurtz in that third. Shelby Rowland holds on to second. Kiana Kurtz holds on to third.
Kind of surprised to see. It looks like Hodges running almost clear goggle lenses. You'd think maybe with the sun setting just a little bit, maybe go with the tint. I know some riders don't like the tint though.
Yeah.
So
I personally cannot stand it.
Really?
Yes, I'm clear goggles all the way, no matter what the conditions are.
I actually, at the moment, I'm wearing Scott. I wear the amplifier lens. I like that a lot. That makes things a lot easier, especially on a track like this where the dirt is a little darker.
Right.
It helps me distinguish stuff a little bit more.
One good thing about it too, it makes you look very cool as the 172 takes this white flag here. Hannah Hodges with the clear goggle lens, as we were saying.
Yeah, I'm going mirrored every time just for the cool factor.
I can't do mirrored.
Oh, got to.
Do mirrored. It distorts the way certain things look.
That's right. I got bad eyesight anyway, so.
Oh, so you're just doubling down on that one.
We're just going off feel.
Hey, if you can't ride good, you gotta look good.
Why do you think you always beat me, Jordan? It's the mirrored lenses.
Oh, yeah.
Excuses.
No. He's absolutely right. It was the mirrored lenses.
Hannah Hodges right now still taking that line though. Doesn't care who's in front of her. She's like, I like that line. So
Lillian Pettis now going to move up to the 5th place position there on the number 76 Husqvarna. The Alabama native moving up through the ranks.
And take a look at this. There it is. The checker flag waves. Hannah Hodges gets the job done and grabs the win in our women's class. Looking like it will be Shelby Rowland and Kiana Kurtz rounding out the top three. What are you seeing, Jordan?
Not mistaken. I want to say Lillian just moved into 4th.
We'll see here in just 1 second.
So Rowland does check in 2. Kurtz in 3. And yep, wow. Good spot.
CS veterans can do it.
Hey, absolutely.
We can do it. We're not that old yet.
Old is a state of mind. That's what they say.
Brittany Moncher going to come through with a 5th place finish. China Greenwell a 6th place. Caitlin Harris a 7th place finish. Katie Nalder holds on for 8th place. Nicole Voorhees a 9th place finish. Haley Vassallo, your top 10, as now we are already off and rolling with the next one.
Big
That
crash.
was Gordon.
This is our open 8.
And that might be Tom.
Oh, no, it wasn't?
No, wow.
Okay,
All
wow.
right. That might have been the other. I think that was Getz, actually. I recognize the yellow gear, but Thorpe.
Another one.
Wow, look at this. Pile-ups all over the place here in the Open A class. Landon Gordon not having the qualifying effort he was hoping for, but I am glad to see. Looks like Thor Powell, a little redemption here. We saw him go down pretty hard in that 250 class earlier in the pro-only section. Gets a start and is running in the number 2 spot. But man, Landon Gordon once again up front early, and this could be bad news for everybody else.
Yeah, no doubt. So they're going to make their way now to the finish line through timing and scoring. We'll give you a full rundown of who we got, but for sure out front is Landon Gordon.
Oh, is that a fight?
Wow, definitely looking like some disagreements there.
Oh, man. Renfro having a few stitches as well. Hate to see him back on the ground.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I don't want to speculate. I couldn't quite tell what was going on there.
No, I couldn't either.
They might have just been getting some help.
Yeah, very well.
They were getting some help for sure. No, that's absolutely right. But it looks like Gordon doesn't need any help from the looks of it. That was an odd first turn crash. That was first and second.
It looked like somebody might have gotten hung up in the bars and they weren't able to turn, because the one rider just kept going straight.
See, I would have done good on that start because I wouldn't have been up towards the front. I would have made
right underneath.
I would have made out great on that.
There's
one.
definitely a strategy to that. Let's see as our top 3 check in. Okay, so that's Gavin Betts up front once again off the start. Betts, his first amateur national here in the A class, and he's trying to put 2 podium finishes together. A good run for the 72 so far. Wheaton in the 4th place spot. Looks like Max Lewis in 5th. Russell Bashiri in the 6th place spot. Logan Mortberg on the Triumph in 7th. Corey Karsten, Carmichael Giel, and Russell Allen, your top 10.
So this is race number 30 of the day, the Open A-Class. The Open standing for these riders can ride any size machine they would like out here. Looks like Gordon going to be aboard the 250 machine as well as Powell. Now seeing Gavin Betts back there in 3rd.
Nice response from Wheaton after a tough 250A moto. And got to think there probably was some frustration for Renfro, man. It's been an up and down weekend all day long, and the downs, they've been really down. Whoa, weight getting a little off balance there for Gordon.
Throttled that thing out of there.
He was just trying to see if he could drag bars. That wasn't a mistake. He was trying to look cool.
Meant to do it, yep.
Oh, yeah, meant to do it.
He's dragging bars off those facings as he comes scrubbing through the finish line. Now going to be 3 laps complete here in this one.
That's how you know you're feeling good on a bike. You know, he just made a slight mistake right there. Didn't let that affect him none. He's still whipping. He's still scrubbing. He still looks like he's out there just riding by himself.
Well, and he's probably already forgotten about it. That's the other thing,
absolutely.
is their ability to just shake things off. Close calls that you ask them about them after the race, they're like, maybe. I don't really know. I don't remember. And so it is impressive to see what these guys are able to do. The battle's on.
Wow.
Thor Powell and Gavin Betts just about half a second separate them the last time across the finish line.
I'm not sure. I don't recall them having that big of a lead. He's got almost a 6-second lead on lap 3. That's oh, we got a pass.
Yep, Gavin Betts does make the pass happen around Thor Powell. The 2 Yamaha riders going at it. Betts out of New York, Powell, a Florida native.
And look at that kick they're getting before they settle back into that rut there. You can really see how rough this track is getting. And this is going to be one of our longest races of the day, the 2 A-Class races. 15 laps, the 2 longest here at RCSX.
I want to say, I saw another pile up again, but I got to give a shout out to the Suzuki in the back. Corey Karsten.
Karsten, yep.
Doesn't matter where you go, you will see one Karsten, if not both.
Karsten and Suzuki's, they're peanut butter and jelly. That's what we said earlier. You cannot have one without the other.
We get both of them this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Thor Powell trying to respond here to Gavin Betts. Taking a look, Gordon making his way out of California. Betts out of New York. Powell out of Florida.
Yeah, Betts putting a solid ride together right now, really putting the power down. It seems like Thor trying to cut down in some of these corners, and you see that back end start fishtailing out, costing him just, a 100th here, a 10th there, and it's starting to allow Gavin Betts to slip away.
I did talk to Thor before he went out for that moto, and I asked him, I couldn't see exactly what happened in that crash, but he was limping pretty good, and I was asking him what was going on. He said he's got a pretty big bruise on his upper thigh right now, so I'm wondering if maybe that's having a factor that's playing into it, because I did see him, he's turning around and looking behind him. Thor, I'm going to have to yell at you for that. You're my little buddy. I love you. But we race ahead, right? You start looking behind you, you start making mistakes, and you start realizing that they're getting closer and closer, and that makes more mistakes. So maybe it's working for him, because he looks like he might be catching back up a little bit. So maybe just a bad lap. Yeah,
definitely been a bit of a yo-yo. We'll see as they, last time around, 1.4 seconds. So it's kind of steadied out to about 1.5 seconds. Powell trying to figure out a way to get back to the 72 of Gavin Betts. Betts having some solid performances in the B class over the last year or so. Was one of the riders up at that New York State Championship race. We had a High Voltage Hills MX live on Racer TV. I believe he got a couple of state titles out at that race, and talked to him on the podium a bit earlier, and he's like, yeah, man, we made the decision, jumped up, put in some time on the off season, and I'm ready to come out swinging here in the A class. And he wasn't joking.
No, he's swinging for sure.
Yeah.
It looks super comfortable. Sometimes you hop up into the A class, you let the nerves get the best of you. You're one step away from being what you grew up watching on TV, what you wanted to be. So obviously it's a big step. You want to do good. That's exactly what he's doing. It doesn't look like this is anything new to him. It looks like he's the the season bet.
And one of the things that he said on the podium that kind of stood out to me was the fact that he's been racing a lot of these guys his whole life.
Yeah.
He's just now moving up to the same class as him. And he says, you know, we all jump to different classes at our own pace. And that's a maturity thing right there. Not feeling rushed to get into the A class because, oh, this guy or this guy that I know is in it says, hey, we're going to take our time, have a great career in the B class, and then when it's time and we're ready, we're going to move to the A class. Thought he was going to try to make a moon landing there off of that wall jump,
that was
sending it.
Hard landing right there. But no, absolutely. I think whatever decision he made, it looks like it was the right one because he's coming out here and he's running second right now in the Open A class. That's impressive.
10.7 seconds, the gap between Landon Gordon and the rest of the field on that last lap.
Getting second to Landon Gordon, that's not bad.
Not bad whatsoever.
Landon's on another level right now, racing the SMX next.
Yep.
On Saturday, winning that, and then you come out here and you're running right there with him. So not a bad day.
Not only did he win the SMX next, he was saying there on the podium with Zach that he felt like he's even getting more speed here at RCSX, and I definitely can see that becoming true as he now has an 11.5-second lead here with still half of the race remaining.
Well, like we said, Gordon doing some training there with Will Hahn in the Troll training program, and really seems to have taken a step up in that fitness department. And Landon, not a very outspoken guy. He's not going to really tell you a whole lot, but his riding style, I feel like, says a whole lot. And the confidence, it's clearly there, Jordan. He's got great posture all through. You can tell he's fit. He's able to push all the way to the checkered flag and clearly feeling the flow right now.
Yeah, you can really see how much he's enjoying this, how much he's enjoying riding right now, and he's enjoying the Daytona track. He looks smooth. I'm not really seeing any mistakes out of him, which is obviously what you want. But now we're going to really see how tested he is when he comes into these lappers that are coming around here, probably next half lap maybe.
Yeah, he is just continuing to put down not a crazy fast lap time, but just about a second or so faster each and every lap, and that is how that lead has opened up so much. Just very consistent here with this one. Let's look at our top 10 rundown. It is Landon Gordon, of course, Gavin Betts, and Thor Powell in the top 3. Russell Bukhari going to be holding on to 4th. Corey Karsten in the 5th place position. Reese Wheaton, Peyton Jackson, Max Lewis, Diesel Thomas, and Carmichael going to be in that top 10 positions.
Now, one of the things that I'm noticing is I watched Landon Gordon go through some of these jumps. He hit the wall jump just about as hard as Gavin Betts did earlier, but the way his bike absorbed that hit, the front end stayed super plush. Didn't see the head bob down, anything like that. He's really got that Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki working for him and is able to hit things as hard as he wants and know the bike's going to be able to handle it.
For sure. He, like you said, he's working with a great group of people, and also he's working with, some old pros. And I want to say, I vaguely remember a lot of riders would work on riding a BMX bike, work on getting the idea, the feeling of absorbing it, and letting the bike do some of the work, and your body doing some of it as well. So that's probably coming into play a little bit, having a trainer that's older that was kind of probably in that area, and we're seeing it right now, and it's working.
Yeah, I got to chat with Will Hahn a little bit at AMA Arena Cross on Friday, and he was like, yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work with, working with both Landon and Revin, his brother, as well. And he's like, man, just watching these kids grow, watching them build the entire program, it's not just about what we can do on the track. Talking to Ricky Carmichael about this earlier, one of the beauties of the Supercross Futures now moving to SMX next is the fact that it teaches them the whole package, right? That what race day is like, proper nutrition on race day. They have these like meetings where people like Mike Bonacci there with the Club MX team, all of these huge influential people are able to say, hey, here's what you should do before the race. Here's what you should do the week before the race, the day of, the hour before, and able to help them put together a full race package beyond just starting gate to checkered flag.
Yeah, no, it makes a huge difference when you have that much knowledge and a crew around you. It makes the day obviously feel less stressful, but it just makes you feel more confident as a rider all together. Even if you're not riding yet, like if it's the morning before or something like that, you just have this confidence radiating from you because of an awesome team that you have around you.
Yeah, no doubt. And you can see it paying off right now for Landon Gordon. 10 laps complete so far, on his way to 11. Really putting the power to the ground. Man, the one thing I notice every time I see Gordon on the motorcycle, he really lets that bike do what it needs to do without his body moving a whole lot, able to stay pretty central on the bike. It reminds me of some of our top pros. I'm sure everybody knows exactly who I'm talking about. And the number 18 looking very good. Landon Gordon, the California native, trying to get it done here in Florida back-to-back. Main event wins here in the A classes. That would be a good day for the number 18.
And you see Gordon checking up right there. That's some heads-up riding. He saw that rider, or that flagger, excuse me, kind of fiddling with the red cross flag. Wasn't sure if he was trying to put it out or not. Gordon said, you know what? I've done the damage. I'm not in a hurry at this point. Let me just check up to be safe. Might be somebody on the backside of this wall.
Let me tell you, though, it's an instant reaction. Like, it's hard sometimes when you go to local races or, you know, just even some amateur nationals and stuff like that. Flaggers like to, obviously they're standing there all day, but they like to fidget and move around and stuff like that. And they typically do that when they have the flag in hand. So you see, you know, the flaggers are obviously meticulously placed so we can see them, but you see them start to move with the flag, and it really throws you off because you think they're getting ready to throw the flag.
Yeah, even just looking around.
Yeah. It can be hard sometimes, but I'm sure that's probably a little bit of what he saw as well, because I was kind of confused. I'm not sure what was going on right there.
Yeah, we had a yellow flag getting tucked away. There was clearly a rider down just before that, but were they moving to a medic flag, or were they trying to clear the track? So
yeah,
and like we've heard before, nobody wants to lose on a technicality, right?
No.
A penalty, something like that.
No.
Much better to play it safe rather than sorry. And Gordon doing a great job of keeping that racer intelligence up even late in this moto.
Well, to go kind of to your point there, Jordan, just if you haven't raced before, it's hard to understand the kind of level of they just know everything that's going on around them. It's like they have eyes in the back of their head. They take so much in, and I'm sure for Landon Gordon, although it looks like he is absolutely flying, I'm sure things are coming to him at his own pace, not quite moving so quick on the bike, you know what I mean, like as far as mentally.
Absolutely. There's so many things that we train ourselves to recognize without even really knowing it, and that's, honestly, that's just racecraft right there. That's good racecraft. We're so focused on what's going on in the track and everything like that, but there's certain things that can break through that focus at just a snap of the finger. Yep. You know, whether it's a flag or maybe a mechanic or something, anything like that, it really gets through to us pretty quickly because we've worked on it for so long. But for the most part, you won't distract us. You know, that's why you go to outdoor nationals and stuff like that. You got people with chainsaws and horns and all kinds of stuff. And it doesn't bother most people. I mean, granted, a lot of them are wearing earplugs.
But it's not like the earplugs completely deafen you. You still hear the motorcycle. You still feel it's awareness, I guess was the word I was looking for. And just like that, it don't look like Landon Gordon even looking at the flag. Without a doubt, he saw that white flag. He knows one more lap to go. This
is when the focus gets a little tough, is when you see the white flag.
Yeah, start celebrating.
I'm right here. It's mine. I worked for it. I did everything I was supposed to do. And then it's like, maybe I need to focus a little bit more.
And at the high level, you hear a lot of people talking about breaking that. When they start slowing down, that's when things start going bad. That they need to just keep charging, keep going like they have been all race long. If they try to take a break, try to take it easy, that's when mistakes can happen. So I'm sure Landon Gordon just trying to keep on keeping on, do what he's been doing all race long, continuing to stay right around that 104. One thing I've also noticed, Jordan, is he has started slowing down just a little bit towards the end of this race, rightfully so. A 19.7 second lead last time they came through, so starting to kind of settle in. He takes a look over his shoulder there. He is going to be excited as he only has one more corner to go.
It's a very fine line that you have to ride when it's the last lap and you've got a big lead like that where you can take it easy. It's a very fine line whether you go too slow and might really end up risking it, or too fast and end up throwing it away.
He rode the fine line today. Landon Gordon aboard the number 18 Team Green Kawasaki ride. Gonna take the win here in the Open A main event. That is the second main event win for the day for the Kawasaki ride of Gordon. Gavin Betts comes through with a second place finish. Russell McCary finish out the day with a podium finish in third. Thor Powell able to hold on to a fourth place finish. Corey Carson, fifth place. Diesel Thomas now makes his way through timing and scoring in the sixth place position. And now we wait for the rest of the gang to make sure. Last time around, it was Reese Wheaton, and he checks in Reese Wheaton with a seventh place. Peyton Jackson comes through in eighth. Braden Ellerman in ninth. And to round out our top 10, it is going to be Max Lewis, and that is going to do it for our Open A class. Man, what a race, Jordan.
Absolutely, and that's going to end it for me as well.
All right. Well,
I had to hang out for the Open A.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming up here and hanging out with us.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course. All right. So now we're going to get ready for our next race of the day, our 65cc 7 to 11. Kind of get to see the big boys come out again to play, Zach. This is going to be a good one.
They're all good ones, Jackson. That's what we've learned so far today.
Said it every race.
Doesn't seem to matter. I mean, it's just, and it's not just us saying it. They are proving it every time the gate drops. Just kind of like what Jordan was just saying. The level of the sport now is so impressive. From the 65s, the 50 riders, the micro E riders, the 450A riders. It's the best of the best. I mean, Ricky said it. The first few years, we didn't really know what the future of this event was going to look like, and then sure enough, they continue to keep on the grind. They keep putting in the work. They get more and more sponsors and OEMs and manufacturers involved with it. More and more people getting involved on bigger and bigger levels. All of a sudden, this is a can't-miss event. People from all over the globe, all over the country know, you know what? If you want to prove what you've got, you need to do it right here at the RCSX.
Yep, and there is a few hungry riders there on the line wanting to prove just that. Look at that. The 52 and 52 slash going to line up right next to each other. Still seeing those big national championship numbers up on these bikes. Man, they're wanting to let everybody know I have made it to the big show, and I am here now for the big show here at RCSX. And there is the number 16, Zach. We've had our eyes on all day, blazing fast there in his other main events.
Yeah, Tate Brush has been on fire so far today, and looking good aboard that Blue Crew machine.
Ellis aboard the 40. A thumbs up from the 36 and the 777. Thumbs up for the rest of the gang. They're letting us know they are ready to go to battle.
It's hard not to want to give Mike the thumbs up. He's just a good guy here. Mike working his way down the starting line. And, yeah, these kids, 7 to 11 years old, so a bit of a wider range here in this 65 class, but nonetheless going to be extremely impressive.
After that Open A class putting a hurting here on our track, we're going to get things cleaned back up here for our 65cc 7 to 11-year-old class. And let's see here, Zach, I'm going to go through, take a look here at some of our heat race finishers. And it does appear we had 2 heat races here for this one. Oh, actually, possibly not even a heat race here for this one. So just got the lineup here. And we'll see how it's going to go. Levi Letty, Anderson Waddell, Shannon Tarnow in this one, Cameron Buckman, Connor Rodriguez, Raylan Seagraves, Brooks Linehan. Let's see, Levi Guy's going to be in this one, as well as Cannon Zabanik, Aiden Held, Tate Brush, of course, Hudson Workman, Brantley Torsky, Max Green, and Levi Meyer going to come out once again, Hudson Cohen. Jack Sarcino going to be out there on the 36 machine. James Ellis in this one, as well as John Everett Patrick Pastro. And it looks like Ryan Ciceretti going to be in this one, as well as Weston Otto, Billy Cassidy in here with us, as well as Tucker Tix. Junior Giannetti going to be in this one. And looks like Joe Fiera going to be in this one as well, the Claremont, Florida native, with Racing Kyler, Tucker Adams, Fort Addington, and Destry Tucker. So they wait down on the starting line, looking up at the big World Center of Racing sign here at this beautiful Daytona International Speedway course. The 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross going down right now live here on Racer TV. Glad to be bringing you guys today's coverage. Jackson Burrow alongside Zach Herron. Man, we've had a great day so far. The time is now approaching around 4:30. I haven't saw sunlight all day long, man.
Yes, Yes, we have been. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what you're seeing on screen. It's been that dark all day long for us here in Racer TV truck and trailer, but still think this might be one of the best seats in the house. We get no full scale, all the track, all the angles, and man, been an absolute ton of fun. And guess what, Jackson? We get to do it all over again tomorrow. Vintage racing as well as ATV Pro Supercross. You guys do not want to miss it. From the first gate drop to the final checkered flag, and you're going to get it all right here on RacerTV.com.
Yep, we have the best seats in the house. We're bringing you the best seats in the house as well. A first-hand look here at the RCSX. Of course. Here we go. Let's see. The 65cc 7 to 11. Who's it going to be with a whole shot? A Cobra rider. Multiple Cobra riders up there in those top two positions.
And 54 going to grab the early race lead. The 52 up there as well, but it is a couple of Cobras. 254 and the number 3 side by side.
Racing Kyler there on the 254 machine. Levi Guy's going to be aboard that number 3 machine. And we're going to take alternate lines here. Through the split lane we go.
Oh, look at that. Geis gets the upper hand through the split lane, takes over the number 1 spot, but for how long? Oh man, I thought they were going to come together. A little check up from the 254.
So 2 Cobra Elite riders out front here. A lot of support from Cobra here in our mini ranks. Of course, anybody that don't know, Cobra just here in the mini ranks, so they have got things figured out, Zach, but so does the rest of the OEMs as well. KTM and the boys, they have some of the nicest 65cc machines that there is, and all of them, Yamaha as well. Nobody had a lack of power out here by any means, so it's going to be cool to see these guys go head-to-head once again here today.
Yeah, the technology and power now in this 65 field is insane. There used to kind of be one brand that dominated, and then, like you said, Cobra jumping up from the 50 ranks into the 65s as well, and man, they picked up right where they left off with the 50s up front. And like you said, the KTM group, Husky, Gas, doing a great job. And then Tate Brush, not sure if he's the lone representative of the Yamaha community, but grabbed a win earlier today, showing that that bike is more than capable as well.
Yeah, no doubt. As we watch our leader, Levi Guy's here on the screen. And here we go through the finish line now for the completion of lap number 2. And the number 3 machine, Levi Geis, off to a good lead. A 2.9 second gap now back to Racing Kyler there in that second place position. Up and over the wall jump they go through the starting line. And now down a mile or 2 of bad road as they make their way towards the finish line. A couple more sections to go here in lap number 3. And starting to see some riders here about 2nd through 5th going to be right there together. Oh, one rider getting called up, and he does not drop the machine. I'm sure anybody that rides has felt that feeling when the machine's going down. You're doing everything you can to pull that bike up. It is so hard, but he was able to do it. He's back off and rolling.
Trying, and man, sometimes it seems like things just aren't going your way. But the 52 of Pastro really making an impressive performance right now on the 250, or chasing down the 254, I should say. Meanwhile, Geis trying to get away.
I believe that was Ferreira, Zach, having the troubles there. Levi Letty just behind him in 6th. Just ahead of him, though, in 4th is Anderson Waddell. John Everett Pasturo takes over that 3rd place spot on the Husqvarna machine.
Yeah, it's so cool being able to do some of these different events, whether it be Loretta Lynn's, the Mini Olympics here at Racer TV, and getting to see a lot of these kids at different events around the country as well, whether it be World Mini. Saw John Everett Pastro out at the main event at MX207, and man, these kids, like you said, they're dominant on a local level, and then you see them show up and have them perform on a national level as well at something like RCSX is so cool to see.
Yeah, just like we were saying earlier, put these guys on a local track there and liable to hang with the top pros that are hanging around. As we watch on screen, it looks like Anderson Waddell, and he has moved into that 3rd place position. That's going to put John Pasturo into that 4th place spot now.
Yeah, can't be surprised with that. Waddell, a name we knew we were going to see a lot of in this race. He's able to work his way forward, and we'll see whether or not he can chase down Kyler.
All right, you're seeing the rest of our crew make their way by. Man, look how fast they're going. Trying to read the numbers, but can't hardly. The 777, the 123, the 57, 9, 12. 194, the 28 machine, the 16 machine, 771, and the 40 machine all making their way by, absolutely flying.
Yeah, the pace is there all the way through the field, Jackson. Jordan Jarvis said it best. That's why it's so important to be in the fight within the first minute or two of the race, because if you're not, the field's going to ride off from you. These guys are all fast. All of these kids are on good equipment. They know how to grab wins, and if you give them an advantage, they're going to take it and turn an inch into a mile.
Yeah, here at the national level, so hard to make that ground back up. These riders virtually impossible to track back down if you lose too much time. And just like you're saying, that you cannot let that be an option for yourself. Anderson Waddell sitting in that second place position now, 3.3 seconds behind of Levi Geist. John Everett Pasturo going to be 1.9 seconds behind of Waddell. Racing Kyler moves down to the fourth place spot. Only 0.07 seconds separated the two at timing and scoring.
Cannon Zabnik back there in the fifth place position, or seventh place, I should say. We'll see whether or not he's able to get around Letty and Ferreira. Another rider we usually look to see towards the front of the field.
Yeah, Ferreira now actually going to pick up a spot against Racing Kyler. So Kyler now going to move to the fifth place position. That's going to put the 221 Gas machine up in a fourth.
Look at this, Waddell trying to bring the fight to Geist. Different lines through the split lanes. Oh, and this might be it. Side by side. Oh, that may actually not be Waddell. Hard to tell because it looked like, I think that was a lap rider. But once again, for that short section of track, he said, I am going to race this guy.
Yeah, Waddell not far behind, though. When they came through, only 1.7 seconds. So he should be in the shot somewhere. Is that him? But no, that's the same rider you were talking about, I do believe. So we'll see what the gap's going to be this time around. Maybe gaining a little bit of ground as the white flag comes out. One more lap to go. Zach, that is a big sin for these guys, especially with lap riders on each side of them.
And what happened? Waddell jumps back now. We have lost 674. Pastro moves up to the number 2 spot. So big shakeup.
8th place now for Waddell.
Wow. So quickly things can change here in the tail end of these races. Levi Geist, John Everett Pastro, and Ferreira, your top 3. Racing Kyler back in the 4th place spot.
Yeah, just behind them, Levi Letty, Cannon Zabanik in 6th, Tate Brush in 7th, Anderson Waddell now in 8th, Cameron Buckman in 9th, Weston Otto in 10th, Billy Cassidy in 11th, Tucker Adams, Ford Addington, Hudson Cohen, and Levi Meyer going to round out your top 15 here on this final lap.
Man, did you see Levi Geist in that corner just spraying Roos as he made his way around, and now he takes check flag. He was fired up, Jackson. That's what it feels like to grab a win here in the 65 7-11 main event.
Yep, a main event win going to go to Levi Geist. John Everett Pastro going to finish in the 2nd place position. And Ferreira going to come through in 3rd, Kyler in 4th, Letty in 5th, Brush in 6th, Waddell in 7th, and Buckman now checks in the 8th place spot, Otto in 9th. And let's see, is Zabanik going to be able to hold on to this 10th place position? Texas native, of course, going to want to be in that 10th place spot. Look at that. The New York native of Billy Cassidy jumps up on this final lap and is able to take the 10th place position. So a tough break there for Zabanik as he is still not checked in. That's going to do it for 65cc 7-11, race number 31. We're going to look at race 32 now.
Super Mini 2 sitting on the line. We had Dane Pappas grabbing the heat race win. Looks like 2nd place went to Chase Moynihan. Drew Marson 3rd place, Grant McDonald 4th, and Cooper Johnson the top 5. No surprise, man. Some big names there in that race, and expecting all of them to be up front fighting early. But Dane Pappas, you got to get in front of him off of the start, Jackson. That's going to be the key. Dane, we got him some clean air before in one of those races, and he rode off. Man, going to make it tough, guys. Look at that. Almost immediately able to open things up. The 37 of Drew Marson in the number 2 spot. I believe the 34 of McDonald back there in 3rd. 37 going at it. Drew Marson trying to bring the fight to Dane Pappas.
And he is so far wheel to wheel there for your top 2.
Oof, Pappas got a little better drive out of that split lane section. That's going to open things up just a smidge. No breathing room you can give this guy.
And here we go, making their way now through the final corner here before the finish line. Going to check in with 1 lap complete.
So we'll wait and see what the gap is between them here at the green flag. Dane Pappas leads the way. The number 35, Drew Marson on the 37 in the second place spot. Not that much room between them. And look at this, that's the 72 of Chase Moynihan in the third place spot. So most of those heavy hitters up front early, just like we expected to see.
Yeah, the number 35 leading the way. The 37 of Drew Marson going to be in the second place position. The 72 of Chase Moynihan holds on to third. The 14 of Cooper Johnson in fourth. And Cash Bollinger aboard the number 94 machine holds on to the fifth place spot.
Now at the stripe, Jackson, what was that gap between Pappas and Marson?
Going to look like about 1.7 seconds and then about 1 second flat back to Chase Moynihan.
So not out of this thing yet, but certainly not going to make things easier, because I do not foresee that gap getting any smaller as this race goes on.
Here at lap 2, Zach, already looking at a 3.5 second gap back to Marson in that second place position. Chase Moynihan going to lose about 0.2 seconds, making it a 1.2 second gap between him and Marson.
So starting to see the separation that we expected here at Super Mini 2. Pretty long gap between Super Mini 1 and Super Mini 2. So some of these riders having to kind of hang out for quite a bit before they get back out on track.
Dane Pappas so far with the fastest lap time, a 46.3. Everybody else in the 48 or above range, all except Grant McDonald, who turned a 47.9 there at the completion of lap number 2 in that fifth place position.
McDonald trying to bring the fight. Just a little. I mean, it's not even a little behind. He's just didn't get the start that he needed. With Pappas especially, these guys knew it was so important to be in front of him out of that first turn. But look at this, the 72, Moynihan pulls up alongside the 37. Let's see the split lane, different lines for both of them. Who's it going to pay off for?
Here we go, side by side internet. Who is going to come out with the lead? And it is the 37 still holding on to that second place position. But look at that, Zach, to the inside. Wow. He's going to get the job done.
Blink and you miss it. The 72 of Chase Moynihan making the pass happen. The 37 getting no time to breathe. Marson going to get a rear view mirror full of McDonald.
And here we go. McDonald trying to make some moves, scrubbing his way into the finish line jump.
Oh, man, they're going to leave these things wide open. Coming down the stretch once again back towards the Spirit the Racer TV truck. Ooh, E-I-E-I. Whoa, McDonald makes a pass. Wow, what a move from the left side. Cut it back to the right. I don't even know if the 37 knew he was going to be there.
Well, either way, he is there in that third place position now. Grant McDonald having a good run here as he tries to make his way up through the pack. Now he has his sights set here on the 72 of Moynihan.
Wow, yeah. McDonald smells blood in the water. He's trying to chase down the 72. Good drive through that rhythm section.
And Zach
on the back wheel, wow.
Of course, this is going to be our premier Super Mini class, the Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old division. Some of the best small bike riders in the world. Here we are, side by side.
Not quite close enough, but he cuts underneath. Oh, my goodness. What a pass, man, from Grant McDonald.
What a cut it was there from Grant McDonald. Not even sure how he was able to get that machine to turn that quick, but he does. He overtakes it. Now they're almost wheel-to-wheel coming out of the split lane.
Yeah, Moynihan wasn't going to be a fan of that one. He goes wide, tries to carry some momentum. We see that back end just drifting wide a little bit, though. Saw a couple of other riders doing that earlier today. They go wide, they try to diamond it off, but they get just a little too hard on the throttle. Drifts just a little too far. They lose all of their momentum. But Grant McDonald, wow, from fourth to second in the course of a lap.
So here we go now, setting our sights on lap number 7 here for our Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old division. Grant McDonald in second, Chase Moynihan in the third place spot, Drew Marson now in fourth, Cooper Johnson holds on to fifth.
Dane Pappas all the while out front, the 47.4 the last lap. Grant McDonald a 46.3 though. I'm telling you, McDonald, he is charging hard. He has found a flow, but it might be too little too late. Pappas has done some damage in those first couple of laps, and he's got breathing room behind him.
Yeah, a 6-second deficit between the two. So the rest of our races for today going to be 10-lap events. So far, 7 laps complete, as you can see from the top left of your screen.
Pappas makes time up on those lap riders very drastically. We could see him catch some of these lap riders off guard. That's why you see McDonald not giving up. He knows, and he has seen even today, sometimes the lead rider gets caught up in these lap traffic issues, and it gives second place a second chance, if you will, at the lead. The fight still raining on, though. Chase Moynihan keeping it under a second between himself and Grant McDonald.
Yeah, Dane Pappas holding on to that lead. The California native riding for Monster here, just 14 years old. Zach, he could still have 2 more years here in this class if he would like, but I'm sure he will be advancing up before then.
I'm going to be honest, just looking at the physical stature of Dane Pappas, I don't think he's got 2 more years, but he is in a perfect position right now. He's just long enough to where he can put that machine where he wants. He's able to really manhandle it and especially maneuver it through some of these rollers and bumps. You watch the way he gets on the back of the bike and uses the suspension to his advantage. Look at that. See the way he picks the front end up? That is somebody who is extremely confident and comfortable on their machine. Whoa, got a little hung up in that rut. But yeah, Pappas, he is going to be dangerous all year long here in this Super Mini 2 class.
Yeah, absolutely, flying man. You can tell they have that machine dialed in. These are some of the fastest, if not the fastest, mini bikes, if you'd like to call them, in the world. And we're going to get a white flag this time around. Dane Pappas still holding on to the lead. 47.7 for him that time around.
Hopping and skipping his way here through the braking bumps, able to make the what's supposed to be rough chatter for everybody else. He's making it look like it's just a rhythm section, adding some jumps out here. Beautiful right there, the way he cut in on the straightaway, cut some of those lines off. This is veteran type riding from the 35.
Yeah, sadly for Grant McDonald, maybe a little late for him as he is catching up, but 1 lap remains, not even half a lap remaining, and 4.9 seconds the gap now, 46.7, so a second faster last time for Grant McDonald.
Here it is, the final corner complete. 1 more jump, a fist in the air, and it will be Dane Pappas grabbing the win in Super Mini 2, 13-16. Grant McDonald crosses the line in second place spot with Chase Moynihan rounding out your top 3.
So we'll wait for the rest of our riders, check in, see exactly who we're going to have here in these top 10 positions as we get ready for race number 33, your 85cc 10-12 limited. So Cooper Johnson going to be in that 4th place position here in our Super Mini 2 as he comes across the line. Drew Marson holds on for 5th. Cash Anderson in the 6th place position. Cash Bollinger going to be in the 7th place spot. Kylan Stewart holds on to 8th. Let's see if he's going to be able to. Still waiting for him to check in.
And take a look at this, Jackson. We have got a 2-minute hold on the gate. I'm trying to see, are they holding for a mechanical reason, or are they holding because the rider is in the Super Mini 2 class? We're going to have to wait.
Point.
Let's see this next race, Super Mini 13-16, 85 10-12 limited, so they should not technically be a crossover. We're watching and waiting.
The 260 machine looks like waiting on the rider to arrive, one form or another. And Zach, just to finish out this Super Mini 2, it was Kylan Stewart that finished 8th, Kobe McAllister in 9th, and Blake Ninasling in that 10th place position.
So the 260, that is Ashper Hall coming out of Morganton, North Carolina. So Hall not in that other race, like we said. Who knows? Maybe. I mean, there's so many things. Bathroom break? I mean,
possibly.
Some of these riders get a little nervous before the gate drops. I understand.
Yeah, hard one to speculate. A lot of things that could be going on. He does have that hold as of now, but
coming
AMA
down to the final minute, man, this is teeth chattering.
If he is not there when his hand goes down, they will start the race without him.
Yep, and I mean, everything been done by the book here. 2-minute hold, courtesy of the AMA. And still holding that 1 minute. They've got the clock out, so making sure they get every bit of the 120 seconds. Man, Ashbur Hall, gotta wonder what's going on. Possibly forgotten something. Maybe had to run back to the pit. I mean, I was trying to think. Oh, and look at this. They stepped away. Did he make the bike? That's what we need to know.
I believe he did.
I think I see him on there. He did. How about that? Oh, and he hits the gate. Oh, no.
Tough break for him.
Oh, Ashbur Hall.
Ashbur moving up now to these 85cc divisions. He's a well-known rider in the smaller divisions. Gonna have some trouble here, but it is the 85 Machina, it looks like, Zach, with the whole shot in the early lead.
Yep, it's going to be the number 85 of 10 Lopes out front leading the way. And Lopes, a solid performance here in his divisional race, got third place in that heat race. So Lopes more than capable of a podium finish, trying to show he's capable of a win.
He's already been off to a good day. We have saw him here today. I do believe in some of our other main events having a good showing and having a great showing in this one as he leads the way here for the 85cc 10 to 12 limited class.
Yeah, almost all of these riders running multiple classes, making the most of their time here at RCSX. And there it is. Tim Lopes checks in. Cade Nightingale, another familiar name in the 2 spot. Carter Gray in 3rd. Waylon Bollinger in the 4th place position. Sawyer Geek back there in the 5th place spot.
How about that? Just behind him going to be Chase Brennan, Chance Olberg, Kaiki Tipino, Race Madison, Braxton Balda going to round out your top 10. John Everett Pastro in the 11th, Austin Keller, Aiden McKitty, Grayson Dempsey, and Colt Whitaker in that top 15. And, man, some very recognizable names here in this one, just outside the top 15, seeing a lot of our recognizable names. We'll see who is going to come out on top here in the 85cc Limited.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, a lot of these riders not long between their last race, and now I know we were just talking about John Everett Pastro not too long ago, but, man, Tim Lopes, he's rested, recovered. He is hauling the mail at the moment. The 698 of Carter Gray makes a pass for the 2nd place spot around Nightingale.
And a ton of moves being made all throughout. Our timing and scoring lighting up like a Christmas tree. Not been seeing that often today. Really seeing some passes made here in this one on these opening laps. As we watch our lead group of riders here. That is going to be your 2nd place on that red bike out front, the Gas Machine, Carter Gray. Followed by Cade Nightingale and Waylon Ballinger. So 2 laps complete here in this 10-lap main event. Race number 33 of, I believe, 35 here today, Zach. So hang in there on Racer TV. 2 more races to go, and you will be through with RCSX. A long day of racing, a great day of racing here in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. So still watching Carter Gray on screen, it does appear that the KTM of Sawyer Geek has made his way into the 3rd place spot, putting Cade Nightingale back to the 4th place position.
Like you said, a lot of shuffling still going around here as Lopes, Gray, Nightingale, Geek, and Bollinger, your top 5. Chase Brennan in the 6th place spot on that Suzuki number 3. We'll see what Olberg's able to do back there in the 7th place position as well. Yellow flags out here on the back straightaway. We'll see. Doesn't look like we catch a glimpse of that downed rider. Hopefully everybody okay. Your leader making it through. The 18 of Geek able to get around Gray.
So Sawyer Geek now going to be on the move, sitting about 4.4 seconds behind of Tim Lopes, our leader here in this one. And a yellow flag out there, Zach. Not sure exactly what happened.
Yeah, seeing that yellow flag wave, not sure where the downed rider was at. Oh, did see it that time, so that would look like to possibly have been a different rider gone down on that back section. That's a fast area of track. And like we said, late in the day, sun may be playing some tricks on them as well. Hopefully that rider going to be okay. These square edge bumps really starting to wreak havoc on the competition late in this one with only 2 races left to go.
So taking a look here, Tim Lopes still leading. Sawyer Geek in the 2nd place position. Carter Gray holds on in 3rd. Cade Nightingale in 4th. Waylon Ballinger rounding out our top 5. Then we see Chase Brennan, Chance Olberg, DePino, Baldock, Matson, Vicari, Keller, Dempsey, Murdy, and McKitty in our top 15 spots. And Zach, as you can see here from timing and scoring, these riders coming from all over the country to race right here together at the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross.
16 years of Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, and might be one of the best years yet. An absolutely fantastic time so far today, and we still got 2 more motos to go.
Man, what a day it has been. Once again, we want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors, all of our vendors, Racer TV, the whole crew that has made it happen. It has been a great day of racing. Still 2 more races to go after this one, and they are going to be some good ones. We have had great racing all day long as Lopes, Geek, and Gray battling it out along with Nightingale and Ballinger. On screen is going to be your leader, the 85 of Lopes.
Hey, I'm impressed right now. Tim Lopes, like we said, been having a good day, but this is a solid performance. Sawyer Geek here late in the day has been on fire. Geek turning just about on that last lap, only about a second faster. No, actually not even that, a 49.9 to a 50.2, so maybe half a second faster, if that, for Sawyer Geek, with Lopes opening up about a 2.4 second gap. So he's got a little bit of breathing room, but he does have some serious lap traffic out in front of him as well. So got to still play it smart. Oh, such a tough call to make. Do I go outside or do I follow the big group of lappers to the inside?
Yeah, that is a tough decision. And like we talk about, you know, sometimes those decisions don't pay off. You need a little bit of lady luck when you're out there with the lap riders. And we'll see it. We'll see how it's going to go for the number 85. And of course, Zach, you know, we do try to prepare for these situations, but that's why we say a little bit of luck involved with the lap rider. You can't really predict what the other rider is going to do, but you can sure put some thought into it. You can have a method of getting around them for sure, and if you have your eyes on the prize, keep looking ahead far enough, you'll make your own luck.
Yeah, it all comes down to controlling what you can. Sometimes things just don't go your way, and that's part of racing in any discipline. But you know, we did see a little bit earlier a couple of our lead riders, you know, following the group of lappers in front of them. Argument's sake, you could say they take a different line. Maybe they don't go down. Maybe they hang on to a podium finish. Hindsight, as always, 2020. Another benefit of having all of this coverage on Racer TV, not only live, but archived, that you can go back and watch. Best believe these riders that really want to learn how to grow, learn what they did wrong and how they can get better, they're going to go back and watch the race. See, I mean, look at this beautiful overhead shot. You see all of the different lines available, what's fastest, and what you could have taken if you got caught up behind a lap rider. But look at this, Jack.
Wow. 2.1 second was the gap when they crossed through. It looks like it might be closing up even a little bit more as Tim Lopes and Sawyer Geek battle it out here. Carter Gray still holds on to third. Cade Nightingale and Waylon Ballinger still holding on to those top 5 spots.
Oh, I'm getting fired up. Sawyer Geek smells blood in the water, and he sees the red, white, and blue of Tim Lopes just in front of him, picking through lap traffic down. He's close enough to where when Lopes makes the pass, he's able to almost funnel in underneath him as well.
And Lopes really going to have to pay attention here. Keeps his eyes on the prize as the 18 machine is right behind him. A drag race here to the finish line, and it is going to be a checkered flag for Tim Lopes. And, man, he is excited about that one.
I don't know if they could have lasted another lap on that one. Sawyer Geek was on the charge, but what a finish. Tim Lopes gets the win, gets the job done. Sawyer Geek, a fantastic effort, cutting 2 seconds off of that lead on the final lap. Going to cross the line in second. Carter Gray, Cade Nightingale, and Waylon Ballinger, your top 5. Chase Brennan, Chance Olberg, Joseph Vicari, Keiki DePino, and Race Matson, your top 10 in 85cc 10 to 12.
And here we go, looky there, the 800 machine alongside the 813. You can see the Pro Motocross right there on his front number plate. Going to be a good one.
Yep, that's Aaron Lampy on the 813, and then you might have heard of him, Micah Lessie on the big 800. Watch for him coming around this first turn. Got the whole shot earlier and ran off with it. Let's see if he can do it again.
And here we go. The gate is down, and one rider going down as well, but it is the 800 of Alessi. Oh! A big hole shot and a huge pile up there.
Wow.
Oh, and more. Alessi is down. Oh, man. No. Tough break for Alessi. I hope he is okay after that one, Zach.
Man, and he is down and does not appear to be moving. That is such a fast section headed into that corner. Mike Alessi, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he got a big kick on the back end from one of those braking bumps and probably got thrown into that berm. That is ugly for the 800, not what we want to see. However, crazy how things can change from one race to another. That is the Yamaha that we saw go down in the Vet 25 class, battling with Mike Alessi off the start. Up front now leading the way. The 449 of Dakota Kessler. And not what you like to see. Yellow flags out. They're checking up significantly. Lampy in the number 2 spot. And looks like Mike Alessi going to have to be tended to by the medical staff here. Oh, just not the way you want to see the weekend end for him. Not going to lie, I was like, man, this might be a boring race if he gets out front and checks out. But last thing you want to see is somebody like that go down hard.
Yeah, no doubt. It was just a double whammy there for him. When he crashed, he was rolled down in the oncoming traffic. But we have some of the best medical staff that there is. They'll make sure to attend to him, make sure to get him anything he needs. And we're still going to continue this race on for now as the 449 of Kessler leads the way. Lampy in the number 2 spot, Robinson in 3rd, Lambanti in the 4th place spot, and Crowell's going to hold on to 5th.
Yep, Dakota Kessler and Aaron Lampy. Our flagger here needs to understand the yellow flag means proceed with caution, but these riders still able to race. And so the riders understand the flag roll. There we go. Now we have the red cross flag coming out.
So we do have the red cross flag.
Curious to see what we'll do on this one.
Red flag.
I was about to say, I felt like the red was going to have to come out on that.
It needed to. I feel like as they were not quite able to clean up everything that they were needed to in a timely manner. So.
Yep. And clearly Kessler and Lampy haven't quite seen it yet, but it will be a red flag full restart now they've got it in sight. Tough break if you are Kessler or Lampy. You had a good run going, but obviously safety top priority out here at RCSX. Not what you want to see, but I think ultimately the right call.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
This is definitely not what you were hoping for here. Looks like they're going to have to help Mike Alessi, possibly put him on the backboard, get him further evaluated.
Oh, man. Hate to see this, no doubt. So the Vet 30-plus class going to get red flagged, and we are going to have to re-rack them here, and we will turn them back loose out here onto this 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross track. Only 35 races here today, and we are working on race number 34. A tough break for Mike Alessi. Of course, we'll keep Mike in our thoughts. We hope everything is okay with him, as I know you all do at home as well. A tough break. Mike, if you're hearing this, we hope you are okay after that crash. They are going to make sure to get him off of the course here. And we will go back racing with the Vet 30-plus here for race number 34. And then race number 35, going to be your 250C junior class. That is a 12 to 17-year-old class that's going to be coming up next. So we are going to re-rack this Vet 30-plus class. The 250C junior class, Zach, probably having a little bit of nerves going on there. Of course, the C class maybe not quite as used to this national caliber racing, and they're going to have to be pulled off the line. We're going to re-rack this Vet 30-plus class and go back racing.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate part of the sport, but, you know, we all understand what goes into this and what can happen. Saw Mike Alessi there, looked like they were taking care of him, getting him put on that backboard and going to get him properly tended to. But unfortunate there for the number 800. We were so excited to see him racing with us after a really successful weekend, and now not the way he wanted things to end. Saw his family back there behind the Racer TV truck as well, kind of watching and waiting.
Nobody wants to see one end like that for sure. I absolutely hate that. Gutted for the 800 machine.
But we have our thoughts and prayers there for Mike Alessi and his family, and hopefully he's going to be all right. We have seen some ugly crashes that ultimately don't turn into too serious of injuries. So hopefully that was just a precaution here on the track crew, and not going to be something that is really severely serious as far as with Mike. So got to focus now. And man, look at this. We're getting right back to it. Aaron Lampe and Dakota Kessler, they were the ones to beat. Let's see if things shake up here in this second gate drop. Lampe now going to lead out of turn 1. This is a switch between first and second place. They're 1 and 2 once again, but it's 2 different spots for him.
How about this? In the third place position is Ben Robinson, the Daytona Beach, Florida native there on the Suzuki machine. So almost just right back to where we were, Zach.
Yep. Yeah,
you never see that.
The consistency that these guys have, being able to fire off the same almost exact start. Looks like the Daytona native going to shuffle back to the 4th place position, but Kessler, oh, is he going to be able to hang on to it? Wow, that was an impressive move. Dakota Kessler around the outside, going to get around Aaron Lampe and take over the race lead.
Yeah, Kessler making his way out of Jackson, New Jersey there on the 449 machine. Now going to make his way to the line here, this time for a green flag. 3 laps were complete in that last race. We'll see if they're going to run the full thing or if they will be cutting that one 3 laps short. It's supposed to be a 10-lap main event here for the Vet 30 Plus.
Yeah, may not be 100% correct on this, but I believe it's a full restart, so might be running the full 10 here. Riders got to prepare for it. Not quite like what we see in the pro ranks where they've got a mechanic waiting on them, they got spare goggles, they got all of this. So water. Yeah, some of these riders maybe get a bad start. They could have gone through 5-6 tear-offs in 3 laps. Now you got to re-rack and go for a whole nother 10, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But man, I tell you what, Kessler seems to be a little more fired up here on this second gate drop. He has opened things up, and Lampe not quite able to hang on to him like he was earlier.
I mean, just from the start and how quickly he got to that lead, no doubt he is very confident in himself and very confident that he should be up there at the front of the pack, and that is what we see. Lampe still holding on to that second place position, but Brad Smith now starting to make some ground. We saw Smith up there in the other main events here today. We're going to see, can he do it again? He so far is running in that 3rd place position. We'll see if he can close in any on Lampe. And Zach, taking a look at the lap times, a 46.6 for Kessler and a 46.7 for Lampe. So far right there, neck and neck.
Looking at Kessler, yeah, he's looking pretty sporty, kind of hopping and bouncing around. Lampe not letting him get away, but has lost the ability to be able to show him a wheel, and so he's going to have to make time up before he even considers trying to make a pass. And like I said, Brad Smith back there just off the tail end of that battle. The 85 going to maybe hope for a mistake from one of these two, allow him to close that gap up.
Yep, so taking a look here, 1.23 seconds separated Kessler and Lampe when they crossed the line. 2.4 back to Smith, then about 3.5 back to your 4th place of Wilfredo Guzman. And then Michael Mercer in 5th, about 1.5 seconds behind of Guzman. So it looks like our top 2 now, Zach, starting to close in just a little bit there in that corner.
Yeah,
this is where
tell. That looked like a mistake on Kessler's part, but Lampe needs to attack it anytime he sees a weakness in Kessler's game, and it looks like he's doing just that.
He is. Kessler seeming to gain just a little bike length or 2 every time they make their way through that finish line section there.
Kind of reminds me of what we saw in the B class earlier. One rider seems to have a strong side of the track and then the other on the far side of the track. So Lampe got to be able to hold on in the strong side of Kessler. The way those riders have chopped down those corners in the split lane, you kind of lose the momentum benefit that you had from going inside to outside. Let's see, Lampe made just a little bit of time up right here on this last lap. Going to get into some more lap traffic as well, and same thing here. The rider skill level may vary a bit. Going to be tough to be the first person to get to it.
Yeah, no doubt. So taking a look here, Vet 30 plus, 5 laps complete so far. We're going to see how long we're going to be running this one. Is it going to be a full restart? We do believe so.
And Kessler doing a good job. Whoa, Lampe almost tucked the front end right there. Got heavy over the front side and almost washed the KTM out.
And so here we go. Eyes on the 449 machine. Man, he's going so fast. He's liable to change that number to 450 up here. So Kessler checks in for another lap complete, a 47.44 in that time around. Lampy a 48.7. So Lampy starting to slow down just a little bit there. Kessler starting to speed up, one of the two.
Yeah, a bit of call and response between the two of them. Not sure whether these guys are getting full pit boards out here, letting them know what the gaps are, but nonetheless, I think they're able to somewhat judge. And this section, or this track, does actually have a few spots where you can spot the rider behind you. Like right there, perfect example. Lampy in that bright white Thor gear. Very easy for Kessler to kind of take a little glance over, not even look with the head, but just with the eyes and say, okay, there you are on this lap. Let's see if you move forward or backwards over the next lap.
And Clancy making his way through there on that retro two-stroke. I'm sure he's going to be racing with us tomorrow here at the Vintage Race. Make sure to tune in once again tomorrow. Going to be pro ATV racing here at Daytona as well. But for now, it is all about RCSX here for the 16th annual running. As we start to close out this day, let's see, 7 laps complete so far. We will be doing this full race. So 3 laps more to go now.
Yep.
And getting into some extreme lap traffic as this race proceeds on.
Yeah, it really seems like it's getting thick here, but I think Dakota's done a great job of opening it up enough to where he's not in any immediate danger. Matter of fact, Lampy might be tossing in the towel. He has lost several seconds now. 3.4, and I'm going to say it opens up by over a second more than that. 3.4 to... Let's see, still waiting. Yeah, about a 5-second gap now. So, Lampy.
So starting to see some big gaps all the way down, not just Lampy. Seems like these riders starting to settle in a little bit here. Kessler going to be leading the way over Lampy by 5 seconds, then 6.4 seconds back to Brad Smith. Another 9 seconds back to Ben Robinson there on that Suzuki machine. And then Michael Mercer, that is where the battle is going to be. Michael Mercer only half a second behind of Ben Robinson. Mercer going to be on the 181 Kawasaki. Robinson on the 238 Suzuki machine. And the white flag is now out. One more lap left to go here for Dakota Kessler. And still continuing to turn those fast laps. 48.2, fastest man on the track once again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all over but the shouting. Just about half a lap left. Dakota Kessler. Got to think, I mean, obviously it always feels good, but Kessler had a pretty good get off in the second corner where we saw Michael Essie go down battling with Michael Essie in, I believe, Vet 25 plus. So Kessler able to respond. Good to see that he's okay and to able to come out and get a good start, not once, but twice, and bring it home for a championship win. Going to really feel great. Here it comes, Dakota Kessler, your champion in Vet 30 plus.
Yeah, Kessler riding for KPS, FXR, and 6D helmets, making them proud here as he takes that main event win. And now we wait for the rest of our riders to check in. Lampy, Aaron Lampy, the New York native, going to come through for a second place finish on the 813 KTM. Then the 85 Kawasaki of Brad Smith. Going to round out our top 3 podium positions. Ben Robinson checks in now with Michael Davis for 4th and 5th. And now we wait for the rest of our top 10. And Wilfredo Guzman checks in 6th. Michael Mercer checks in 7th. Anthony Godolin going to check in 8th. Keegan Lambonti going to check in 9th. And our buddy Shane Kelleher going to finish in the 10th place spot. And that's going to do it, Zach. Now we're going to turn things to our final race of the day here at the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross 250C Junior off and rolling.
Here we go, the last gate drop, and just like that, it's over.
And up at the front of the field, it is the 971 of Jake Roberts, the Florida native, just 14 years old, with the whole shot and early lead.
Watch out, though, the number 19 trying to track him down. This could be exciting. We saw Michael Thompson up front earlier in another one of our C classes.
So Michael Thompson already starting to try to push the issue, try to get himself into that top spot.
I think he has. I think Thompson made a quick move and is now leading the way.
He has indeed. All right, so the double-digit numbers there of Thompson on the 19 machine. 17 years old, going to overtake the lead. There he is, wheel tapping his way through a quick little scrub, and into the green flag he goes.
The green flag flies with the number 19, and already your second place rider starting to come under fire from the 17 KTM.
Yeah, that is going to be Blake Mara there, also a Florida native on the 17 KTM. Michael Thompson going to be riding for Thompson Home Services, 110 Racing, 100% ODI, OGO, RTR Parts and Rentals, Triangle Cycles, RG3 Suspension, and Dunlop, trying to show them what he is capable of here today in Daytona.
Well, he's showing them right now. A very solid performance. Good starts. And aggression right off that first gate drop. That's one of the big things we've touched all day long, is how important it is to make those moves early, because as you can see, Thompson starting to open that gap up here for the completion of lap 2. The rest of these guys, they better get going, because you give him another lap or two of this, it's over.
Yeah, no doubt. Man, I really like the idea of this 250C junior class. Class has been around now for quite a few years. It's a 12 to 17-year-old class. A lot of people sign up, rightfully so, for the 250C, 450C classes. Good to have a C class just for our 12 to 17-year-olds.
Yeah, these younger riders maybe not quite ready to jump up to the B classes, having spent the time on a national level on super minis or something like that. So it's a great opportunity. 125C, another class that I'm glad to see kind of make a return here in these last few years. And look at this, the battle's on for second place. The KTM trying to show a wheel up the inside. Not quite close enough. Oh, and he almost slides out as well. We just lose him out of the camera shot.
And look at the lead. The 19 machine has been able to open up so far 2.7 seconds. But man, the lap time's right there together, Zach, as the number 17 still charges on.
Yep, Mara able to save it. I thought he almost slid out trying to make a pass, but Roberts only maybe 2 or 3 bike lengths ahead. Through the split lanes they go.
There might be 2.7 seconds separating our top two, but as far as lap times go, both of those riders turning a 50.3 there on lap number 3. And our leader back on screen.
You can match the pace all day long, Jackson, but you're going to need to do a lot more than that if you want to find a way around him.
Yep, no doubt. It's going to be a hard. It'll be hard to close in that 2.7 seconds if you're right there together. Yep. As far as time goes, virtually impossible to catch up.
Man, great bike control from the 19, wheeling through some spots, letting the bike do the work for him. The 971 looking strong as well. The 17 still charging, but just not quite able to shrink that gap back up to second place.
Yep, so Michael Thompson getting it done so far, maintaining the fastest lap out of anybody that's on the track right now, maybe only by 0.1 second, but nonetheless still getting it done. He's opened up a good lead. He knows he does not have any immediate pressure behind him. However, Jake Roberts has plenty of pressure behind him as Blake Mara tries to make his way into the number 2 spot. Mara still applying pressure, not necessarily wheel to wheel, but nonetheless the 17 machine is still right there with the 971.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. And I might be eating my words a little bit. I said the 17 wasn't making that gap shrink. He's right there now.
And possibly trying to go to a move to the outside. He's going to cut back in.
Got to stay patient with this. As he pulls up alongside of him. Let's see, what do they do in the split lane? Now it's the in to out for Mara. This has worked for a lot of people all day today. The Yamaha not quite a good enough drive. The number 17 of Mara going to take over the number 2 spot.
How about that? Blake Mara now going to run in the number 2 spot here on lap number 6. 4 more laps left to go. About 3.5 actually, as now your leader starting to make his way into the finish line. He should be checking in here with timing and scoring any second. There he is, a 50.1 that time around for the Wesley Chapel, Florida native. And look at that, top 3 all going to be from Florida. Blake Mara checks in with a 49.8. He was the fastest person on the track that last time around out of Ava, Florida, and then out of Sumterville, Florida is going to be Jake Roberts, now sitting 1.3 seconds back in that 3rd place position.
Clock starting to wind down. Final few laps of racing left as we continue to watch the number 19, Michael Thompson, Yellow flags waving. Sure, he's looking ahead, seeing exactly where that rider's at. Ooh, rider looked like went down pretty hard there.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, now 7 laps complete. Just a couple more to go. Final laps here of the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to Racer TV, man. It has been a great day, and we still have one more race to finish. The 250C Junior 12 to 17-year-olds.
One more champion to be crowned. But like you said, the 16th annual running of RCSX has been one for the books. So many great battles, great races, and great performances. Breakout rides from some riders and others living up to the hype and the burden of expectation. The 250C Junior class, a great way to close things out. And a solid performance from Michael Thompson. Getting a little close to that lapper for comfort, but he keeps it on 2 wheels. 2 or so laps to go left.
8 laps complete this next time around. They should be expecting a white flag signifying 1 more to go.
Laps are seemingly getting longer and longer. Look at this, Jackson. Wait a second. Mara has closed it down to 1.9 seconds.
Man, look at that lap time, Zach. I've been talking about it all race long. A 50.0 that time for Mara.
Hang on.
Thompson running a 52.1.
Whoa.
We are wheel to wheel.
We got a shake up here, folks. Mara, he wants it. I don't think that the number 19 knows that he's there yet. He's riding pretty conservatively. They got 2 lap riders to get around him. Mara tucks to the inside, not able to do anything. This is going to come down to the final lap. What a win. Your leader, hang on to it. Feet off the pegs, and he's going to give the lead away. I don't even know that he knows it yet. The 17 going to take the white flag. I'm not even sure the flagger realized it. White flag is waving. It's the number 17 of Blake Mara out front. He knows it. He doesn't care who else knows it. Charged hard, never gave up, and it's going to come down to this. Can he hang on to the final lap of racing?
Zach, just 15 years old. He got 8th in his heat race on that Moto Bros, Moto Muck, Fuel Factory FXR, Wrist Racing, TCD, and Dirt Labs back to ride. Man, what a run it was. The number 19 still going to be holding on to that 2nd place position. But, man, another 50.4 for him. He is going.
Yeah, Mara has figured something out. One more trip through the rhythm section. He'll hang a left and then see a checkered flag waiting on him. Blake Mara never giving up, fighting all the way to the finish, and is going to take the win.
He don't even know.
No. Oh, this is going to shake things up here.
Hey, he took the win, no doubt.
Yeah,
it was live
Blake
on
Mara.
Racer TV. Blake Mara going to get the win. How about that, Zach?
Yep.
What a way to end a Monday full of racing here at RCSX.
Man, and look at this. Mara still running right now. He is in full race pace. He says, you know what, I'll take the white flag twice. I don't care.
Hey,
I'm not worried about it. And a little bit of confusion there, I'm sure, from the head flagger. Wasn't exactly sure with the chaos that went on. But, yes, Blake Mara going to grab the win.
The 17 going to make a victory lap here for Racer TV.
Man, oh, man.
What a run it was. What a ride for the 17 machine.
I'm sure going through his head right now is, why are all of these riders already pulled off?
He knows it.
He knows it. Good job. Blake Mara grabs the win. Man, I mean, talk about a reason to never give up.
That's what it's all about.
That is exactly why you never quit. Back there in the 3rd place spot with a few laps to go. He's looking around saying, what is going on? Oh, yeah, Lube is getting him pumped up as well. Some victory revs. What a great job from Blake Mara. Man, he's going to be chatting it up. The camera's following him down. Let's see. He's going to be hanging out at the podium. One more number 1 plate to go. The fans making some noise for him. Going to hang out and chat it up with Dean Dice. Man, I mean, what a way to end racing.
Yeah, what a day it has been for the 2025 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Zach, it has been an honor to be here calling the broadcast with you. What a day it has been. The 17 of Blake Mara takes the final win of the main event.
Doing it in dramatic fashion, and we would expect nothing less. What a way to close out a great day of racing. 16 years of Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Supercross, and I'm already looking forward to year 17. We want to thank all of you here and all of us at Racer TV that helped put on this amazing event. We've got our camera operators, Mike Nichols, Josh Hefner, Adam Arndt, Leah Myers, Cameron Cotter, Jack Renner, and Gabe Shull. Our manager, Dan Reinhardt. Of course, OPAG, Adam Gordon. Our director, Don Hampton. Our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden. Our executive producer, Kerry Russell. Our guest commentators, Jordan Jarvis and the GOAT, Ricky Carmichael, Jackson Burrell, Zach Herron. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Vintage Daytona Racing and ATV Supercross right here on RacerTV.com.